Blinds, please. 15, 25, 25.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Best Bet Live. We have our feature, almost said final, our feature table for our WPT event number 4, event number 6.
We're close.
The $1,700 No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty Tournament. We returned with 37 players. We had 290 total players for a prize pool of just north of $400,000. We're going to be giving you guys some commentary to go along with this feature table all the way to the final table with myself, Adonis, and Mike. You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Mike, Carter Manager, Orange Park, hanging out with Adonis in the booth today for this feature table all the way through final table action, the 1700 WPT Mystery Bounty event.
Yeah, a lot of big stacks. There are some short stacks. I think the shortest in the room, he came back with a whopping 33,000 in chips, but as we all know, it doesn't take much to double up, triple up.
And finding that bag guaranteed a min cash at the least, so
$1,900.
no shame in getting there with just a chip in a bag. Plus, with the bounty format, you're going to see a lot looser calls pre-flop. You can find some double ups if you're on the shorter side of things a lot easier than a normal format.
Yep. Not to mention this time around, which I don't know if it's the first time we're doing it, but in addition to the 50K bounty, I think the 25K bounty and the 10K bounty, there are 2 bounties that are worth $500 plus an additional draw.
Redraw, throw it, roll it back.
I mean, you redraw into 25K or 50K, that'd be great. All right, let's get to the action. We see Parker here with King Queen offsuit. I dealt to him, I believe, a little bit yesterday. Real humble player in terms of his play. You're not going to see him opening too much. More or less calling and trying to get there post flop. He's going to open a 6K.
Yeah, operating off of a 100 big blind stack, though. We're going to probably see some of those guys go after the short stacks.
Absolutely.
Again, the mystery bounty format, anybody unaware, if you knock a player out here on day 2, you go pull a mystery dollar amount out of the bin. Every time you knock somebody out, you get a ticket to go pull. Prize all the way up to 50K for the biggest. Minimum 500. And we got a good sprinkle of 1K, 2K, 5K. So you'll see a couple different strategies as people tend to go after the big bounties, especially if you got a 1 in 37 shot at 50K right now if you knock somebody out. It's worth going for it, especially if you're off of a big stack and a shorty gets it in.
And there's oh wow, it's Parker here is going to go ahead and turn. Best hand. You always like c-betting and then making your hand on the turn.
Yeah, put in the c-bet on the flop, gets called by Jason, pair of 6s, and turning a king, suddenly going to keep firing for value now as opposed to a bluff. You see him throw out 13K into about 30, so about a half pot size bet. Trying to charge his opponent in case he has like a straight draw, diamond flush draw, anything like that. Jason's just going to have to let it go. Pretty bad turn card for Jason to continue bluff catching if he thinks that he's trying to pick somebody off. Not the best card you want. Not the, you don't want to see an ace or a king on that turn, that's for sure. Ace if you're holding the ace in his case, but again, do appreciate everybody tuning in with us, hanging out as we get things started here for day 2. Coming to you from Best Bet, located in Jacksonville, Florida. We're hanging out on the East Coast. Day 2 resumed at noon, so we're on a slight delay. Players are out there trying to chip up and make their way to the final table of this event.
Yeah, that's the goal. But the best thing about these mystery bounty tournaments is, one, just the, I can't help but say it, the mystery of it all. But as well, that you could effectively get somewhere within first to fourth place money without even reaching the final table.
Yeah, it adds a great wrinkle, fun dynamic. Opens up play a little bit, good for watching. Yeah, for the biggest bounty in the bin is 50K. First place in this event, a little over 62K.
There you go.
So you're getting between first and second place money if you pluck the big one.
Nice and easy.
Meanwhile here, 3 ways to a Jack-Jack deuce flop. Rainbow board.
Wendy Lou, 158 bigs.
Came in with a lot of chips.
Sure is a lot. Looks like Zach opened ace tray, and he's going to go ahead and continue his aggression pre-flop, post-flop.
Yeah, good board to continuation bet. Pretty dry, paired board, something you want to attack. Obviously, Zach going to be opening with a pocket pair and would happily throw out a C-bet. And, well, somebody's got a pair themselves or a jack in their hand. They got to let it go. So Zach's C-bet does take it down.
Looks like it's a little chilly. He's going to put his jacket on. Nothing wrong with that. A little chilly outside and a little chilly in here today. It's okay. You got to be on your game. I know a few of the players saying they were a little cold, a little under the weather, but that they were going to play today. Obviously, there's money on the line to play for, but in any respect, you got to treat this just like a sport. You got to be ready. You got to make sure your body is ready to go. Ooh, Tyler, ace-10.
I'll say, speaking of ready to go, Tyler, ace-10 suited. Assume a raise is coming in. He's ready to go with it here.
Raise 6,000
Seems like the standard open on this table so far has been 6K, just a little over a min raise. 2,500 in the big blind. Gets around to Wendy. She's going to call out of the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. Now Parker's going to wake up with a monster.
Jesus.
He said he's humble, but I'm assuming a 3-bet's coming in.
That's correct.
Nice quiet 3-bet maybe.
Definitely a nice quiet 3-bet.
22,000.
So Chips will do the talking for him as he makes it 22K with the pocket queens. It's near a 10 big blind raise. Tyler off of a little over 35 bigs to start the hand.
And this is
Puts him in
where
a real tough spot.
This is where I am a little murky as far as like inventory. Like, it's so important to know how many big blinds you have, how many big blinds it is to call. Not necessarily like the chip number in front of you, but how many bigs you have. That's the important part.
Yeah, it's all about relative chip stack. And you know, we are getting things, you know, started here early. Probably everybody trying to feel each other out. But if you think Parker's starting to use his stack to push people around and 3-betting light, then maybe you come and shove back. If you think that he's maybe just, you know, letting the cards come to him, playing a little bit more face up, then, you know, pretty easy fold. Well, and we're gonna have our first bounty pool of the day. See a player pulling the first bounty.
Oh, he's closing his eyes.
He is Saul. He's gonna blind pluck a mystery bounty. So every time a player eliminates somebody, they get to go pull a mystery bounty dollar amount out of the bin.
You got 2 of them.
Cut over and see. Yeah, you can only take 1 on this hand. He tried. Can't, you know? Don't hate the man for trying.
Oh, he's just gonna rip it. I like it. I like his actions.
Here we go. Let's see if Saul can pluck a big one. Hey, pulled a 5 hundo.
Not bad.
Nothing too crazy. Nice and quiet out the gate, but 500 bucks going Saul's way, which does mean we're down to 36 players. Also, obviously, every time we see somebody pulling a bounty, that means somebody got eliminated. In case anybody hasn't tuned into any of our coverage in a mystery bounty format before, it's been a couple months since the Run Good one. When you eliminate a player, you get a ticket worth going and plucking an envelope out of the bin. You're not required to go use it right away. Let's say, you know, you take down a pot and you're in the big blind next hand. You don't have to get up and fold or anything like that. So sometimes players will eliminate somebody and wait a minute. Some players will elect to wait till the break time to pull the bounty. So there might be a little bit less than 36 players left. We're going to be on a slight delay in terms of player count. Meanwhile, here we see Miss Deb against Wendy. 2 fan favorites here battling in this pot.
Wendy is top pair in a gutter ball.
Yeah, Wendy turned the better hand, and we see Deb slow down, check it over. 10 is a pretty bad turn card. Obviously, any straight draw is just improved, aside from 4-5. Miss Deb, pretty aware Wendy would obviously put some aggression on here on that turn when she checks it over. That's why we starting to see her call with the 8. Now, King of Spades falls on the river. Action's going to go check, check. Yeah, Wendy, pretty happy to just show down a 10 behind there. And she gets to take the pot down. So the rich get richer a little bit as Wendy stacks up even more chips. Started that hand over 150 big blinds.
The rich get richer.
Should be fun seeing some of these big stacks in a tournament. Obviously, that's going to leave a lot of room for gameplay. Normally, you see a lot of final tables where you're missing these middle levels, how players got to that point. It's a lot of shorter stacks. So we get to see how players, you know, approach the situation, how they navigate to the final.
Absolutely.
Use some of those bigger chip stacks at this time.
Yeah, some of the more, I mean, not that accomplished players are better than those who might not have that many accolades next to their name, but some of those players who have been in these spots multiple times, that's exactly what they want to do. They have a big chip stack, they're trying to bully, they're trying to get players out of there.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks, I think is what they say. After an open from Zach, everybody's folding around. Gets around to the big blind. Mike's just going to let it go, and the early position open gets respect, and Zach just gets to take it down.
Oh.
So it seems like everybody's feeling each other out here in the early goings. I mean, we see some familiar faces on this table that we recognize, but maybe they're not as familiar with one another.
Yeah,
Obviously,
Wendy,
WPT does bring in, you know, a couple different people from different areas. You got pretty good contingent, at least to come down from North Carolina down to us here in Northeast Florida.
Yep.
We actually saw a player from North Carolina take down the event one that we did commentary for last weekend. Dan, the man, just crushed that final table. Action here as it gets all the way around to Parker in the cutoff. Ace tray suited, just going to let it go. Deb's turn on the button, just going to fold the 5-4 suited. Now action on Mike in the small blind. He's going to raise it up. See Mike sitting on about 80 big blinds. Tyler, one of the shorter stacks at this table on around 30 bigs. Going to be tough for Tyler to continue with the 9 tray. We're going to see him just let it go, and Mike gets to steal one there out of the small blind.
Small bidding machine in there. I was like when I was packing up the bags, like my computer and stuff, and I was just like, man, what is this?
But once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in a little bit on the earlier side of things. Usually we bring the nighttime streams, but being able to bring a feature table during this WPT, a lot of fun. I know me and Adonis are both excited to be here. Hope you guys are as well. If anybody's tuning in, rooting for anybody in particular on this table, feel free to let us know. We'll have players cycle in and out of the table throughout the day.
Wait, there's a Mr. Mike on the table? Or is he
No, I think they're just rooting on me.
Let's
They're
go.
hoping for some good commentary today. Is Brock, you know, I'm rooting for myself too. I hope I can pull it off, not make any big mistakes, but I'm sure I will.
Hey, it just means you're human. Miss Deb, though, she's going to pick up Jack here in the cutoff.
Not a mistake is opening with pocket jacks.
And Tyler dwindling low with 33 bigs. Every chip you put in the pot takes away from what you have in front of you.
We're going to see him just put in the call here. Not deep enough that he wants to put in a 3-bet. Even though Deb's raise is from late position, you could see a 3-bet out of the blinds, but King Jack suited, one of those hands you may not want to take in a 3-bet pot.
He's going to slow him
Yeah,
down.
ace high flop, not what you want to see if you're Miss Deb. Still has the option to see, but after Tyler checks it over though, let's see if she decides to. Ace is not going to deter her from putting out the continuation bet. And we see Tyler just quickly let go of his king high. Deb gets to take one down. Again, Tyler, after the last couple hands, probably sitting on about 30 bigs. You know, if blinds go up here soon, he'll be getting close to that 20 big blind mark. Some of those 100 big blind stacks might be frothing at the mouth trying to get an elimination.
Danger time.
And it gets a little extra dangerous when, if a decision is close and there's a mystery bounty on the line, people are going to call you a lot more often than fold.
A lot lighter.
Heavily incentivized to try and knock some players out, especially with the big prizes on board.
And that's when, if you're Tyler, you realize, like, yeah, I'm in danger.
And that's on the flip side, if you are the short stack, that's what's nice about it, is you can find a double up, because people are going to call you a little bit later. You just got to be aware that it's going to be harder to get some steals through. You can't open as light when you're short, kind of handcuffed. Just what hands you get. That second hand in a row, we're going to see Deb open it up this time with ace, 7 of spades. Mike going to put in the call to 10-8 suited.
Oh boy. Tyler.
Tyler with 9-8 suited on the button. He's going to be invited in. Gets to play the hand in position, so he does get all the information of what occurs on the flop.
And feels like he might be incentivized to call. Like you said, his stack is dwindling, and you obviously you don't want to put in calls with marginal hands, but I figure you're gonna have good odds.
Yeah.
Live cards.
Especially being on the button, he gets to see what everybody does on the flop. Should he spike a good flop mix here? That's not the flop he wanted. As we see David just
really
flop a straight flush.
Is that really the flop?
Amazing hand. And meanwhile, cutting over to Eddie in the mystery bounty. Big Eddie the Beard. Anybody unfamiliar? Another regular tournament player. Occasionally joins us in the booth for some commentary. He gets to pull a bounty.
Oh, Deb at 20,000.
Yeah, puts out a C bet.
Oh, he pulled
10K for Eddie.
Wow.
Big 10K coming off the board.
Nice pull there from Eddie.
So Eddie, the big winner out the gate so far today.
You know, a lot of players are like, oh, I'm so happy for you.
Not really.
Pulled it.
You know, everybody is on familiar terms, but you obviously want to win.
So did he really flop a straight flush?
Yeah, David flopped a straight flush. That's a pretty good hand.
Oh, my Lord.
And pretty unfortunate turn card for Miss Deb when it comes down to 7 of diamonds. She put out the C bet on the flop, just trying to take it here, representing an overpair to this board as the pre-flop opener. David just smooth calling, obviously. Great spot to do so. Flopping a straight flush, you're not worried of any turn cards. Now because the 7 came, we're going to see Deb continue betting again, holding top pair, top kicker. She puts David on some sort of straight draw on that flop, like 7-8. Now she's trying to get value out of it.
Yeah, now he can move in here, and I don't think she can fold.
And both options definitely on the table, as he may be able to shove for only 30K more. Same time, he might be tempted to continue slow playing, because obviously he can't be beat.
Yeah.
Might under-rep the strength of his hand, like he's on an ace of clubs flush draw it.
Look at him. Look at him.
Cool as a cucumber with a straight flush.
How much is the bet?
I mean, it's hard to get a little bit any more comfortable than holding a hand that can't lose.
There's a shove. And hopefully Miss Deb can get away from it.
You can see the initial reaction from Deb there was that sigh of disgust, almost like, I know that's a bad news for me. No, that's bad news. And she does get off of it. A lot of players would be tempted to put in the call for only 30K more. She's going to get the good news as David shows the straight flush. Everybody lets out a wow. But good fold by Deb there. As most players would have put in the extra 30K as a crying call.
Yep. At that point, the old if you got it, or the old man.
Let's just hope.
Bet slightly less. Now I got a call.
30K saved is 30K earned. It was a good chunk of big blinds. A little over 10 big saved. What a flop indeed for David. Whew.
Hell of a blind for trade 4 suited.
Yeah, when you just call out the big blind with the tray 4, that's what dreams are made of.
And you being a short stack and you're trying to chip up, yeah, that's a beautiful spot to be in.
You get to check it over to 3 players, one of which continuation bets. Pretty dreamy. Speaking of dreamy, Parker wakes up with ace-king under the gun, going to open things up to 6,500. Yeah, Kirk in the chat says Miss Deb is the GOAT. Sick fold considering it was for a bounty. Yeah, that's what it says. I was a little surprised she was able to find the fold there. Nice to see that she didn't put in the side call and go off to a river drawing dead.
Yeah, yeah, for the bounty too, Kirk, right? Like she's incentivized to kind of want to stack and to pull the bounty.
If you're tempted to put in a call and, well, Eddie just pulled 10K. Let's see if I can pull 10K or more.
Yep, he's short, man. He has a draw, he's going to have to call me, and I hope he doesn't get there. Wendy did, though. Wendy got there on the turn. She's going to make the best hand against Parker's ace-king offsuit with 2 overs. He's going to be drawing pretty thin. And he does catch up on the river. He finds one of his outs in the King of Hearts.
Yeah, Wendy got there on the turn. Parker gets there on the river. And Wendy does check it over. Though she's probably not getting called by much worse than her pair of 10s. Maybe opens the door for Parker to bluff at it. We can see Parker's hand, but from Wendy's perspective, Parker could easily have missed diamond flush here. Some sort of other draw that didn't come in, so she just puts in the check call, sees it. Parker Riveter.
The battle of big stacks.
Yeah, they're both sitting very deep, and this is going to be fun. Looks like we got Trace over in YouTube saying Wendy's going to take this one home. Wendy, we saw her cruise to the final 2 tables of the last Mystery Bounty event and plucked the big 50K up top last time we ran this. So very experienced. She knows how to pull the bounties. She knows how to make deep runs in tournaments. We've seen her do it quite a few times. So Trace taking the odds-on favorite seems a little unfair, but we'll see if it can be true. Meanwhile, Tyler, the table short stack, going to open things up here with Ace-Jack offsuit. Does bump it up to the 6K mark.
Actually went fold Ace-4 offsuit.
Ace-4 offsuit, not something you want to take post-flop, especially against a shorter stack open.
Yeah, you know, he's going to be a little tighter in his opening range. Yeah, everyone's so deep. I know. It's insane. It's really insane.
Wendy with a pocket 9s now out of the small blind.
She's okay. She's okay here.
A 3-bet incoming here. She's going to...
As soon as she 3-betted, she's like, I'm okay with getting it in.
She is happily just trying to isolate, get it all in against Tyler. She doesn't want to just put in a call and invite Parker to come in behind for cheap. And meanwhile, Parker facing a 3-bet with pocket trays. Him and Wendy, again, so deep. He might be wanting to put the call in here. This is where, at least from my perspective, it's a lot more fun seeing some of these deep stacks at this point of the tournament. You know, usually you see shorter stacked play at final tables. This is the featured table. You know, they're not sitting on 20, 30 big blinds. There's a lot of options all of a sudden.
All right, Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler's moment to
you got your duckies out there
or fold. He's just gonna let it go, thinking Wendy either has a pocket pair or maybe a stronger ace on that 3-bet. Didn't think about it too long, and Wendy gets to take it down. Kirk saying everyone's so deep coming into 2. I think this is one of the deeper tables too. Obviously, it's a random redraw to restart day 2. We've seen some people get eliminated, as we know, courtesy of watching some of the bounties get pulled.
Yeah.
I think this was one of the deeper tables by far. A couple of short stacks sprinkled throughout the event.
Yeah.
A couple of eliminations.
Was they were getting ready for the restart, and Herb walks past me, and I was like, Herb, oh, it's good to see you back here. And he's like, yeah, man, I got 33,000 chips because that guy. I was like, Herb, what are we doing here? He's like, he made a terrible call yesterday. And I'm like, well, today's a new day.
That was yesterday.
I'm like, you got 33K in a dream.
He didn't come in here to let it go. All right. He came in here to exact revenge.
That's what he wanted. I told him, I said, so what are you going to do about it? He goes, try to get my chips back.
It's the only thing you can do. Meanwhile, you can see Mike open under the gun with pocket 4s. Ashton gets all the way around to Deb in the big blind. He's down at complete garbage in 9-4 offsuit. Just going to let it go. And Mike gets to take one down. A raise and take from early position. Shane McLean. I like the name. I don't know if that's real or not real, but
I don't think so.
I like the.
That's nice.
If your parents named you that on purpose, it's great too. Shane McLean says, just wait until I start playing at best bet. Gonna need buckets.
All right.
Bring it on.
It sounds good.
You know?
I believe in you.
Adonis is a dreamer.
I am. So you're saying there's a chance?
I mean, there's definitely always a chance. But hopefully, we do see you soon. Shane is trying to continue expanding more and more games and keep bringing lots of good coverage. And I haven't seen anybody walk out with their chips in a bucket yet, but I've seen some strange stuff.
It does not mean you can't.
Meanwhile, cutting over to another bounty pool. So again, there's definitely some eliminations happening on the outer tables of this event.
Bobby?
It is Bobby. We saw Bobby make a final table in event 1, I believe. Doesn't need Google to find a mystery bounty, it looks like.
Okay, he's going in. He's kind of struggling to get it out.
Is it heavy?
He's doing the slow peel. Putting the paper on one end, peeling numbers one at a time.
Oh my God.
Fun slow roll, especially if you see
Is it good?
a couple of zeros. And womp womp, just 500. The high variance slow peel when you pull the 5 first. It's either 500, 5K, or 50K.
The high variance slow peel.
Oh yeah, more zeros, please. More zeros, please. Meanwhile, back at the action on the feature table, Mike and Zach on the turn. Action continues to just check through. As we see Mike here with just bottom pair. Gonna be hard to get some value out of it.
Gonna go for a little bit.
Yeah. Throwing out the stab on the river, trying to get looked up by Zach's ace high.
That's 7 into what? 15?
And given the action went check, check the whole way through, Mike might get a call out of Zach here. But instead, Zach just lets it go.
Yeah, 2-4 dealers only, yeah. Then it's good.
All right, once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Hopefully some people are waking up, tuning in, coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. This is day 2 coverage of our 1700 Mystery Bounty event. Drew just under 300 players, 290 in total. This is our feature table on day 2. Came back with 37 players remaining, all of which were in the money. Every elimination leads to a mystery bounty pool. So 5 tables left. Getting closer to consolidation, down to 4 tables. We've seen a few eliminations in the outer tables. Not quite down to 32 players yet, but almost there. As action gets on Parker out of the cutoff with king, queen suited. Easy raise coming in from him. Makes it 6,500 to go over the 2,500 big blind. Gets to Mike. Just took down the last hand. Very playable pocket 5s.
Yeah, it's a small blind. You already got some duckies out there.
And just a matter of whether he wants to call or 3-bet. Does just flat call.
Tyler's going to have to give up more.
And Tyler, one of the shorter stacks in the big blind, kind of incentivizes Mike to just flat call. Doesn't have to worry about pricing out the big as much. That's how short he is. Flop comes down ace, 9 deuce, 2 clubs. To Mike with the pocket 5s. Currently the best hand. He's just going to check it over. Ace high board really favors Parker. That's why we're going to see him continuation bet here. Has the pre-flop raiser. Ace high board smacks him in the face, and that c-bet's going to get the job done. Mike's just going to let go of the pocket 5s. Outside of a couple of hands, it's been a pretty quiet start to the day here on the featured table. Again, as Kirk was commenting earlier, a lot of big stacks on this table, so it's kind of hard for anybody to want to really start pushing each other around. Everybody's feeling each other out, you know, trying to get a read on their opponents. You know, maybe some of these players just woke up recently, zoomed over here for the day 2 restart. Wendy going to open things up with the ace 5 suited.
Parker right next to her ace 9 suited.
And Parker and Wendy both sitting here over 100 big blinds deep. Chips are definitely going to be coming in. Parker just going to put in the call, not wanting to 3-bet ace 9 suited. Players behind, get out of the way. So now action on Tyler in the small blind, and he looks down at pocket kings. 24 big blinds, pocket kings. Can't ask for a much better hand.
Yep. Time to get it in.
Would imagine a 3-bet is incoming. He does just go for the 3-bet shove. Could have been tempted to put in a small 3-bet, try to entice the players to stay in. Stays right around a little over 20 big blinds on the all-in. And honestly, a lot of players would be tempted to put in a small 3-bet with such a premium hand, so this kind of makes it look more like a middling pair. You know, if you have pocket 6s through pocket 10s, maybe you're more inclined to shove than 3-bet.
She has Parker behind, so her decisions are influenced a lot more by him being behind. Maybe if she folds and it gets to him?
Possibly, but at the same time, Parker did only call her open rather than 3-bet, so you can eliminate some of the monsters, you know, from Parker's holding. Especially given how deep they are, it's not something where he would trap with a short stack or anything. But Wendy pretty aware that it's going to be hard for ace-5 to have anything dominated that Tyler's shoving. You're kind of just hoping to get it in as a flip at best. At the same time, he can have a bigger ace. Now Parker closing the action, sitting on 120 bigs. You know, it's only 20 of those blinds to call. I'm watching these guys pull bounty envelopes. I want to pull one.
That's what I'm saying. And 10K got pulled. He might be thinking, that might be the thought on his mind, right? Like, man, if I knock this guy out, I get to pull a bounty. I don't have a bad hand. My ace is probably live.
You got a 1 in 35 shot at 50K if you eliminate a player. There it is. He is going to go after it. This is where that mystery bounty, I think, really incentivizes people to put in a little bit looser calls. You're like, you know, I'm close here. I'm close here. Screw it. I'm going for the bounty.
Now Tyler's just like, no ace, no ace, no ace, no ace.
Yeah, huge spot for Tyler.
No, I thought that was a 9.
No, it was 8-8-10 instead of 9-9-10. 7 on the turn creates open ender for Parker. But deuce on the river. Tyler's kings will stay the best hand, and he gets the full double up and some.
Not bad at all.
Just like that, from short stack to a little over 50 big blinds is Tyler. As we were talking about earlier, it's not impossible for short stacks to find some doubles, but obviously you can't quite shove light as you're going to get looked up. Just like we saw here, Parker really incentivized to go for the knockout. And honestly, even with seeing the cards, you know, him losing 20 big blinds isn't an outrageous hit to his chip stack. And if he does knock a player out, he's got a huge shot at a payday. You know, right now, they're obviously min cashing, and the pay jumps don't matter that much compared to the equity of a bounty. You got to get after it.
Fold 9.
So everybody treading lightly after seeing some action in the last hand. Gets around to Mike with ace tray offsuit in the cutoff. Gonna open it up here. Does raise it up to 5,500.
Ooh.
Tyler, fresh off that double up, gets another hand in the form of ace jack suited this time. Against the cutoff open, we could easily see Tyler put in a 3-bet. Now he's got some chips to work with.
Alright, players, this is going to be a
Raise.
mini
That's what we see as he does put in the 3-bet.
I think Mike just looked at him and was like, you just got those chips. Yeah, and I got to put them to good use.
Tyler's 3-bet should get the job done here. Made it 16-5, so 11K more to call. Mike, I'm going to just double check, make sure it is off suit, ace tray. If it was suited, I think he'd be a lot more tempted to continue, but instead he's just going to let it go. Tyler shows, I had you, I'm not messing around. I just got those chips, I wouldn't throw them away. So yeah, Tyler spun it up to almost 60 big blinds in that first 30 minutes here on the feature table. Yeah, quick color up break coming in. Players are going to hit the bathroom, color up the 500 chips. But meanwhile, we will see a couple players that maybe have been sitting on some of those bounty redemptions sneak on over. Like I said, I know if I was a player and my table,
What's your strategy?
well, honestly, I would probably wait for a break like this, especially because they resume play with only 30 minutes out to break. So if you eliminate somebody and your table plays a little bit on the faster side, you don't want to miss a hand on a day 2 of a tournament.
No.
You know, easy spot to just kind of,
especially if you're trying to pull a bounty.
easy spot to just wait that 30 minutes, sneak on over, pull the bounty during the color up, not miss any hands.
Get right back to it.
So, by the way, I don't know if you guys heard the little wrinkle that was added before the stream. So, there's a couple 500 bounty pools that is a 500 plus a free pull.
Go get the tablet real quick.
Does that make things a little more interesting in that regard, that you could get a potential bonus pull by pulling one of those 500s? Get 2 pulls?
Especially if you're slow rolling, kind of what we saw Bobby do a little bit ago. Peeling from the 5 over. You see the 5. You see 2 more zeros. You know, you don't necessarily want to take home 500, but now you're still alive to, you know, pull over and see a +1 and get another crack at it. That's a fun wrinkle. Meanwhile, we are going to go over to some of these bounties.
And then C3 going to...
As the players are on a quick, short color up break, you're going to see some people that maybe were holding the tickets go over and try to
147 even.
cash in, get a nice payday.
Pull a nice one, friend. Pull a nice one. Come on. So the 50K is still available and the 25K is still available. Eddie pulled the 10. 20.
Man, 2 10Ks as well are still up there.
Oh my
Eddie
God,
pulled
get
a
it open.
10K, but there was 3 10Ks that
He's
were
trying
live.
to find the golden ticket.
You know, he put in a lot of work. 5K for all that trouble.
wow.
Seems worth it. Seems worth
That's
it.
worth it.
I'll go out there and punch an envelope or fight an envelope for 5K.
One less zero wouldn't have been worth it.
So yeah, 5,000 right there. There were a total of 3 5Ks in play, total of 3 10Ks in play. We've seen one of each off the board so far. Here's a quick update on the chip stacks at this feature table. You can see Wendy far and away the chip leader at the feature table.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile, a lot of players with a lot of chips. We just saw Tyler double up and then scoop another one. He's up to 58 big blinds as the short stack on this table. If there was a table you'd want to be on in terms of accumulating chips, this is the one. It may not be the best for accumulating bounties, but whew, somebody's going to emerge off of this table as a chip leader.
And they'll be in a pretty good spot to make the final table.
Make a very deep run indeed.
Try to win some money.
Oh, yeah,
Big money.
yeah. That's what makes it
The
worse.
fun balance of going after some bounties and going after some chips. You know,
What do you think the better? I mean, obviously these assignments are randomly generated, but would you rather be at a table that's more calm, less big stacks, you can coast? You want to run it up early and be on the table with big stacks that are aggressive.
I think in the early stage with a mystery bounty, you want to be at maybe one of the easier tables to try and knock some players out. But if when you're down to like 2-3 tables left, if maybe the 50K is off the board, you'd much rather be at the table with all the chips. You can only win if you get them all.
You can only win if you get them all.
You put yourself in a much better position if you can chip up early and accumulate. Head into the final table with a nice stack.
You're still going to find that big stack at the final table. That guy with 1.2 million or whatever it is, or that lady with 900,000.
Pause our debate as we're going to see. I believe this is Chris, who somebody was rooting for in YouTube not too long ago. If I remember right, this is him. I could be all wrong.
Oh, Chris is ripping the. Oh, not the. Come on, Chris.
Deep breath. Dig deep.
Like
Find the
shirt.
big payday.
Uh-oh. He's getting quiet.
10K. Oh boy. So we're seeing some early big pulls.
This is not good. This is not good for the rest of the field. This is not good.
Yeah, at the same time, it's going to make them start getting maybe you get a little pep in your step, kind of doing what Parker did there and looking somebody up late and really getting after it before they all get pulled.
Yeah, Bowling Gucci is having a great tournament run this year and great captain.
Yeah, huge run for Wendy, indeed. So we've seen her on a couple of featured tables, a couple of final tables. So she did take runner-up in one of the events that we saw her on stream. Imagine she's going to try to take home another trophy here today. She's not one to sit back and try to find small pay jumps. She's going to try to make a run at the final table. And then once you're at the final table, make a run at the trophy itself.
Before we begin, we lost a player as we went to break, so I'm just going to break table 69 real quick.
So they lost a player. They came back with 37, so they're going to break the table. So now we're going to have, 3 outer tables in the feature table, so 4 tables remaining.
There will be 32 players, 4 tables of 8-handed play. This event, like most events, will continue 8-handed all the way until the final table. Final table will kick off with 9 players as opposed to the 8. We'll have this event going all the way through the final table until there is a champion crowned. No break in the action. As long as they're playing, we're here with it, watching, seeing who can take home the trophy in today's event. A little over 60K up top for first place as well. Not too shabby.
She was somewhere over here while that was happening. That been...
So we're going to see which player gets brought over to this table. Mickey it is.
Sporting that pink bucket hat that I can't lie, I like it. Kind of gives him like the Nikki the Pimp vibe. Tilts it to the side and gets a cane.
Nikki kind of did a look around at everybody's chip stack and went, oh shit.
And that's bad. That's really bad because when you're a short stack, like, I can't do anything. Everybody knows what I know. And that's not good. They're going to come after me.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit about your view on the situations. We did see the short stack double up just a minute ago.
He's like, yeah, I'm just having a good time. Like, I got 80K behind. Something close to that.
And obviously he drew a seat with Wendy and Parker to his immediate left, the two biggest stacks that there are. Not a comfy spot to be in.
And he's played plenty with Wendy, so he knows he can't like make a move.
And he drew the big blind, just to add insult to injury.
Yeah. Never heard one before.
Oh my God! And what are blinds coming back? 3K? Or 1,500 3K or? Looks like he has 3K out there. It's not good.
And then all the big ones until the end.
The winner won the 50,000.
We got small two. And here we go.
17 left. When I pulled it, yeah, coming in 37 to 20. I think it was 30 something before I went to
Yeah, Nikki's dope immediately. He's gonna have to take it away from him.
Going to be a fun dynamic. Adding a short stack to this table is really creates some ruckus as people have to start going after those bounties.
Oh, there's Ace Queen there for Miss Deb. They only got two positions.
11,000.
Nice hand to open up with. Makes it 11K with the Ace Queen. Again, Nikki the short stack in the big blind.
This is the nickname.
Kind of dream spot to be opening a hand with, as everybody behind you has to play honest, given the fact there's a short stack in the big. Nikki looks down at Queen 7 off, zings it into the muck. Not the hand he was hoping to see. Obviously trying to get in there again. You know, we say he's a short stack. It just showed 27 big blinds. Not a micro stack by any means. We just saw Tyler turn that around. Turned a little over 20 big blinds into what is now 60 big blinds in the blink of an eye. So
Nikki's going to hope to find that same fortune and good luck as far as finding the cards and then them holding.
just needed to hold, similar to Parker looking up Tyler not too long ago. You know, Nikki with Wendy and Tyler on his immediate left, they're going to probably put in some light calls going after his bounty as well. Speaking of Parker, he needs to open things up here with the King-Queen offsuit. It is an under-the-gun raise, should get some respect. For 7K, we see Tyler reaching in, grabbing some chips. Does put in the call with pocket sevens. Zach sitting here with Queen Jack. Like, okay, I'm getting a pretty good price. Puts in the call.
Oh, so it's 2K, 3K.
All right, so 3 ways to the flop here. King, Queen, Queen, Jack, and sevens. And sevens still in the lead when it comes down 9-8 tray rainbow. Let's see if Parker wants the continuation bet into 2 opponents. He does not, checks it over. Now Tyler sitting here with a somewhat safe board, but still 2 overcards to his sevens. Going to check it over to Zach.
The gutter ball, if you can find a 10 on the turn, obviously he'll make his hand, but right now he's just stuck with Queen High.
Yeah, good spot for him to put out the bet, though, after both opponents check. Zach in late position after a caller from the open, could be holding a lot of suited connector type hands that hit the 8 and the 9 on this board. He can easily have 9-10, 8-9, 7-8. He could also be doing this with hands like he's holding in Queen Jack. He could be putting out the bet with Jack 10, 7-6, a lot of things that turn and river cards could allow him to put some more pressure on his opponents should they put in the call. That's why we're going to see, obviously, Parker letting go at King High, and we do see Tyler pretty quickly fold the sevens. Zach gets to take down a pot there. Dealing with his semi-bluff, betting out on the gut shot straight draw.
Bowling Dude, yeah, I mean, the higher limit games normally do not run, but it's all like a word of mouth kind of thing, right? Like if you can get a few players that are like, man, okay, let's play some 10-20. If you can get a list of interest going, sure, but
we'll definitely spread it.
we'll definitely spread it.
You
gotta get
guys,
a list of interest.
you guys
gotta
show
build
up, we will have that game.
If you build it, they will come.
Meanwhile, Deb building this pot when she raises it up with ace-queen. Made it 8K to go, Mike. I'm going to call it suited wheel ace. Ace-5 of clubs.
If I'm David, any suited gapping cards, I mean, I'm flopping straight flushes out here, man.
So he's just going to let go. He already used his straight flush for the day. Knows he's not hitting another one. Action. And Nikki getting a pretty good price to put in the call and hope to hit a set.
Parker.
Closing the action, might be tempted to get in there, but Jack-6 offsuit. If it was suited,
Maybe.
you know, you obviously could peel. Offsuit, not so much. We're going to see him let it go. We're 4 ways to a flop. And
Oh my God, Nikki flops quads.
you know, we were just talking about how Nikki needed to find a hand. Well, I present to you the hand. Unfortunately for him, nobody has a jack, as everyone's just checking around.
Oh, damn, Gina. That's a bad card.
It's a bad card for Deb.
And Wendy. I mean, everybody picks up a hand, right? Like if you're Deb and Mike, you make top 2 pair effectively. If you're Wendy, now you're open-ended. And they're all going to play right into Nikki's hand. He's the short stack, but probably not for much longer.
Yeah, what looks like a great turn for Miss Deb. She does bet out.
Oh, Nikki.
25K for some value.
Can Nikki just call here? Or do you think he rips it?
Snap call. Snap just call. Especially when you have, the pre-flop raiser being the one to continue on the turn and another player calling. You're praying they improve on the river. You know, especially if somebody has diamonds.
And he has the button too.
Yeah, he's just hoping that, you know, maybe Deb fires again here on a clean river card. And it's a great spot for her to bet for value. Doesn't make sense for anyone to have a deuce, right? I mean,
No.
how can anybody call a pre-flop raise with a deuce in their hand?
She's loading up a big bet, it looks like. If she can find a check here, that would just be absolutely insane. But I don't think anyone in this spot can really
No,
check.
I think she has to be betting for value. Diamonds didn't come in, all straight draws missed. And again, like I said, it makes no sense for anyone to have a deuce in their hand, especially, let's say you somehow jumped in there with deuce tray suited, and that flop comes out with 2 diamonds on it. You're going to have to put out a bet, start charging the flush draws. You're not going to just check it back.
Oh! I knew we would get it from Deb, but is he going to get it from Mike?
So Mike might be tempted to put in the call here. Might be thinking that Deb fires out a bet, trying to blow any other ace off of a chop. You know, deuces and the jack kicker on board. But he does just get away, and Nikki says, "I'm sorry, Miss Deb, I have quads," as he puts in the call.
Oh my God, I'm running into quads. I'm running into straight flush.
It's true. It's true.
She's running into a
I was
lot.
trying to emulate whatever body language got in the call. I was trying to emulate whatever body language looked like I was going to call.
Straight flush. Quads.
Feigning disinterest was Nikki there. So I was trying to make it look like I didn't have anything. He was praying Mike was going to put in the call. So we did see Mike in the tank thinking about it with his ace-5.
Whatever turn they need.
Mike did find the fold, which is good for, I might go with Bryke over in YouTube. Looks like Wolfpack is cheering on Mike here.
Now I guess I should check.
So at least your boy found a good fold there on the river. Found himself in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, we got top 2 pair, but
Not only on YouTube, but over on Facebook, we got a Jason saying, "Nice fold, Mike." So it looks like Mike's got some fans. Which, I mean, I'm pro anybody cheering on a Mike. Usually, that's good news.
it's always great news.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say the majority of the table.
Four can be fixed.
Yeah. I think
there's a whole group of people.
But after that last hand, I believe now Miss Deb, unfortunately, is the short stack on this table. Luckily, she's still over 30 big blinds after running into a couple of monsters in the early goings.
All 3.
Things haven't shaken out her way so far. But, you know, over 30 big blinds left in her stack. She's not dead by any means. Tyler, the previous short stack, opened things up here with the ace-king offsuit. Tyler originally came into this featured table as the shorty, just a little over 20 bigs, and now he's chilling with 50. A lot of breathing room. Just takes one hand. Just takes one hand. We see Tyler take down that pot with his open. Nobody had a hand worth defending.
Nikki's body language visibly a lot more comfortable now. When you flop quads, I mean, he came there was like a sense of urgency. You know, he kept doing chip inventory to see how much he had. Now, yeah,
He's kicked back.
Oh yeah, you can't have
He's
your
kicked
phone.
back, relaxing, getting in trouble for playing on his cell phone.
Well, yeah, he's like, I guess he just told the dealer, well, how am I supposed to keep track of football scores? We don't care.
Never seen a guy so upset to have recently hit quads.
Welcome to poker, you know.
Ah, bad beat.
What do you
Bad
mean?
beat.
What do you mean I gotta do?
I mean, I do feel it. It is Sunday afternoon here on the East Coast.
I ran into a straight flush and then declined.
She's not lying. It's on video, guys. In case anybody doesn't believe her. Now Wendy going to open things up with ace deuce from the cutoff.
I think it was raise 8,000 to 7 fold.
Made it 8K to go over the 3K big blind.
I think it's going to be a stage
Going to
call.
fold around to the big blind with Mike, and he puts in the call. Very playable hand and king jack suited. Over 50 big blinds to start the hand. And we get a pretty good flop for Mike as it comes down 10-8 deuce 2 diamonds. For not hitting a pair, that's a board that you kind of want to see.
Then 8,000 into 7.
What is going to slow down?
And Wendy does fire out the C bet. Mike, with his wolf pack cheering him on, does put in the call.
At this table.
So Mike hoping to improve 2 overcards and a flush draw here. And he improves kind of.
Add open-ender to that, too.
All the draws in the world now when the Queen of Spades falls.
Checks into 1.
Open-ended plus flush draw indeed. Whew. For Wendy.
I kind of like to see him bet, right? Like,
Like,
you don't, for what it's worth, you still have king high.
At the same time, he could also just be putting in a check raise here. You know, if Wendy decides to continue firing.
Then 21,000.
Hit
All right,
21K.
let's see it.
Both options are on the table for Mike. He's getting the right price to put in the call. The check raise would look really strong. It's how somebody would play something like Jack 9. You know, obviously Mike's sitting here with King Jack, blocking some of the straight draws that Wendy might have. He could have easily played Jack 9 this way and gotten there. If he thinks Wendy is maybe not doing this as any sort of bluff and has a made hand, he's just going to put in the call. That's what we see. Mike putting in the call here.
He's got 20 out.
Just a few. That's not one of them.
Every single bit of it. Which maybe a lead would have been good. Maybe a check raise would have been good. He didn't do either of those things. And I mean, with 20 outs, you hope you can get there, but he didn't.
And at the same time, from his perspective, you know, we've all watched Wendy play a lot on stream and know she's capable of bluffs, but so far, I don't think she's really pulled many. We haven't seen her get out of line, continuing too light up until this point. A lot of her hands haven't gone to showdowns, so from Mike's perspective, you know, thinks that she's playing pretty straight up.
Mike's like, come on, man.
It's like, dang it, I could have pulled it off.
20 outs. 20.
Misses everything. Gets the bad news that Wendy gets to take the pot down.
You didn't know about the straight draw.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I was putting on a flush draw.
She said,
There's no reason to bet in the river to do as good as you next
said you didn't think that I was going to have a straight draw, which is true. If an offsuit ace came out there, he could have gotten paid off pretty good, because Wendy would have improved to 2 pair if Mike hit Broadway.
Absolutely. Man. Well, we're going to go ahead and get rolling here. Mike obviously doesn't feel too good there. You got 20 outs going to the river, and a tray of clubs just completely deflates you.
Swamp womp.
Yeah, you're like, man.
That could have been my time to shine.
Yep. And I'm trying to run well, and it's a good
And
time to run
obviously he wants to run well, as we've seen multiple people come out rooting him on. Nice to see the support from his friends. I don't know what a wolf pack is, but I'm very tempted to want to join one.
Makes it 8,000 into 7.
Wendy right back at it, making it 8K to go with pocket trays.
Fold 9.
Players in position have to let it go, and now action on the blinds. Tyler in the big with the suited Doyle, 10 deuce of diamonds. He is going to defend again off some early double ups. A lot of wiggle room for some play.
Oh, that's a pretty good flop.
Yeah, king 10-5, 2 diamonds on board. So Tyler middle pair plus flush draw, checks it over. Wendy elects not to c-bet this time.
All the overs in the world.
Check 2.
Yeah, I'm actually going to keep checking Through on the turn. We're off to the river. Tyler, far and away the best hand, unless
Oh!
Wendy hits a 2-outer, which comes
Oh!
Tray of Hearts.
Is that what we're doing today?
That's what Wendy's doing today. We've seen a lot of big hands on this table. We've seen straight flush quads and a river set, and Tyler gonna look her up on that river value bet she put out. Sees ooh.
Hi, yeah. And look at Mike. Mike's like, I feel your pain. Yep, sure too.
Been there.
I had a bigger draw actually, but I understand. I get it. Parents flush draw. And they're both just like, man, she runs good.
Haven't seen a bounty pool in quite some time. Guess some players listen to my strategy there of you know, hanging out, keep it in your pocket till break time so you don't miss any hands.
Yeah.
A little surprised we haven't seen a bounty.
And early on, I mean, not that there haven't been any knockouts because we know they've been happening, but early on, I mean, out on the outer tables, Eddie Marskowski turned a top set over Toby's flop set of sevens and eliminated him from the tournament. So there's been a lot of carnage out there on the outer tables as well as this
Raise
table.
7,000 into 6. Full
So
set.
Nikki, recently off of the big chip up, over double up, gets to open things up here with ace-10 offsuit. So he came to the table with less than 30 bigs, now he's over 60. Like you said, he looked a lot more comfortable after that big pot. Hard not to feel a little comfy.
Yeah.
Like, woohoo, I gotta make a run at this thing.
I don't have to worry about just the min cash now.
So meanwhile, Tyler and Zach called out of the blinds, and we're off to a 10-10 deuce flop. So Nikki can do no wrong other than looking at his phone on this table. Flops 3 10s. Best kicker. Just gonna play it coy on such a dry rainbow board.
Yeah, real dry.
Now Trey of Clubs completes that rainbow on the turn again. Doesn't really add too much out there. Hard for anybody to have much of a draw of any kind that you can charge. At the same time, you want to start building this pot now. You're going to have to put out some sort of bet.
10,000 into 6.
Like the size does go small. Again, such a dry, boring board. You're just praying somebody has like 10-9 suited and check raises you, or Jack 10. But instead, everybody has squadouche.
Hard, but good.
They got to let it go, and Nikki takes down this pot.
Running pretty well.
Last hand, Trey's going to come back in.
That's what it's all about. Running well, playing well. You get a little bit of both, it'd be all right.
I'll take either one. I can do neither, so I'll start with one of those two things.
So fun. I was about to just
Try to fake the other one
just stay up.
and make my way through.
Looks like Parker stepped away. Those blinds are approaching him. Oh no, he's there. No, he's
He's
just an all black.
incognito. You said he was quiet earlier. You said you dealt to him yesterday, and he was on the quiet side. He's so stealthy.
Yeah, he's there.
So stealthy.
No, we can only go up if I say that, right?
So negative.
No, man, this guy smoked me so many times. Not in tournaments, though, so we'll see what happens. But
Oh wow.
you don't want 4 cards in your hand when this guy's in the box.
Being a dealer
Wendy,
is weird.
ace
Every time you
queen.
sit down,
Opens to 7K. She's getting a little more active at the table, which isn't good for the rest of the table. She has a ton of chips. She could definitely mess you up.
You are a fantastic dealer.
Speaking of messing some stuff up, Mike
Chess.
trying to mess Wendy up with the ace
He's like,
king
"I
of
got you
hearts.
this time."
Yeah, we just saw these two clash not too long ago. Well, Mike trying to exact some revenge here. As he puts in the 3-bet, makes it 20K to
You're
go.
my favorite in terms of running the game. You're
Wendy did open from under the gun +1. See what she wants to do as action folds back to her. Quickly puts in the call.
you made earlier.
I always love it
So the
when
Wolf
dealer,
Pack
like, someone
cheering
says,
Mike on, hoping for the best.
dealer's
His
over,
ace
like,
king
oh,
can
great,
hold
yeah.
against Wendy's ace queen.
Gotta keep track of this.
So far so good as the flop comes down 10-5 Trey rainbow.
I like when Trey walks into the box.
Mike's ace king still best. Does find the continuation bet. Puts out a nice small C bet. You will see smaller continuation bet sizes in tournaments compared to cash games. That's gonna work as Wendy has to let it go, and Mike
Gonna scoop up a pot there. You miss
Takes
the
it
20
down.
outer, you're like, man, I need to feel I need to feel some chips coming into my stack.
Always feels nice to get a little bit of chips back, especially from the same person you lost them to. Get them juices flowing. Make a deep run. He's got his friends on the virtual rail. Don't know if anybody's out there on the regular rail, but we can see that he's got some friends on Facebook and YouTube rooting him on.
It's always good to have a little support out there, especially in the world of poker. You know, that support can be monumental.
Oh yeah, it's hard to find, you know, a good group of people to support you in a game where generally everybody's just trying to take the chips in front of you.
Trying to take it all.
Mike, King 8 suited this time.
Raise 7,000.
Getting a little comfy, feeling it, raising things up, making it 7K to go from late position. Well,
Bad time.
luckily his hand isn't strong enough that he'll probably won't be getting caught sticking around after Zach. Gonna put in a 3-bet, I would assume. Pocket aces on the button, does make it 20K. So the only silver lining for Mike is that it's King 8, pretty easy to just get away from it pre-flop here, facing a 3-bet. As action folds around. Action does quickly fold, and Zach gets to take it down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Tanya asking how many left, just tuned in. Our most recent player count was 32, as they just consolidated down to 4 tables not too long ago. At the same time, there might be an elimination or two on the outer tables that we haven't seen. We are streaming along with you guys. We're just kind of locked in a closet here, watching the same thing that you're watching. We're not out on the floor getting live updates. So generally, right around 4 tables worth, playing 8-handed. So should be 32 players. We haven't seen anyone pull a mystery bounty since they've consolidated. Again, nobody is required to go pull the mystery bounty right away. They can sit on it and wait till their convenience, whether it be a break or they fold and want to get up and go do it.
Whenever they feel
So
like
there could be some players eliminated that we don't know about yet. Meanwhile, David looking down at a pocket pair on the button, raising things up. Pocket 5s.
Raise 8,000.
8K to go is the price of entry. Now Wendy,
Wendy's wasting no time
quick
making the call.
defense from Wendy there on the button. Puts in the call at King 7 of hearts. Flop came down ace, jack, 8, 2 spades. So good flop for David's opening range. Not great for his actual hand, but he's going to fire out the C-bet as the pre-flop raiser.
Quick fold from
And
Wendy.
snap fold from Wendy. Nothing she can do. Not even a backdoor draw other than Broadway. Just has to let's go over King High.
Yeah. We're all just annoy the dealer, just time expire every turn.
And we're going to get to the next hand. Looks like we got Miss Deb here first to act, and she's been taking a beating at this feature table. Hopefully she can find something to turn her luck around. As she said, she's ran into a straight flush, she's ran into quads, she's like, what's next? Hopefully it's only up from here.
The quads one was maybe the nastiest because very, very easy for her to think she had the best hand the way it played out. It made no sense for anybody to have a deuce, let alone all 4. You never put anybody on quads. After Deb did fold, we saw Tyler open things up from under the gun +2. Zach just going to flat call with the pocket 8s. Seemed like both options were on the table for him, but going to play it pretty straight up, see what everybody does behind. After he calls, we see Nikki. Got a lot of playable chips now, put in the call from the button with a 6-5 of clubs, and Parker gets the complete closing action out of the big with the ace-9 suited. We're off 4 ways to a king, jack 7, 2-heart flop. Action quickly checking around all the way to Nikki's button. He's just going to check it as well. Now 4 of diamonds on the turn.
Open ender for Nikki.
And if it checks to him again, he might start semi-bluffing with that hand. see as Nikki does fire out 15K. 15K from Nikki with his open-ended straight draw, starts semi-bluffing. Zach, the only one with a pair, does put in the call after it folds over to him. We're gonna go off to a river here, and it is a 9 of spades. 9 of spades river. So Zach still with the best hand. Nikki with just 6 high, missing his straight draw. Only way he can win the pot is to bluff at it. And that's what he does, betting about a half pot size bet of 35K.
See if Zach can snuck this out.
Just under 70K, yeah. Zach was definitely suspicious on the turn. You see him really thinking over what combinations Nikki could have here. Zach holding 2 different 8s in his hand does reduce some of the 8-9 combinations that Nikki could have. Also, it'd be pretty easy to assume that Nikki would check back a pair of 9s if he improved with 8-9. But other straight draws did come in, like Queen 10 and 8-10. And we're going to see Zach just let it go. Nikki gets to steal one. 6 high like a boss. Throwback to last night's live stream. Takes it down. But just like that, not too long ago, we saw Nikki come in as a short stack, kind of bemoaning his luck that he was seated at this table with the big stacks on his left. And after a big, big hand where he found over a double up, now he's emerging as one of the chip leaders on this game. A little over 80 big blinds, I believe, after that pot. Action folds all the way around to Parker in the small blind. We're going to see him put in a raise. Action on Miss Deb in the big, and we see her reaching for chips. It looks like she's going to play defense. Does put in the call. Deb with pocket 5s. Parker with the jack tray of diamonds, and right up the alley of how Miss Deb's day has been, we see Parker hitting a jack on this flop as it comes down King Jack 9. Puts out a C-bet. Deb's going to have to quickly let it go, and Parker dragging in that pot.
Making him a little money.
Kind of the day it's been for Miss Deb. Just kind of can't get anything going and running into it every time she has a hand. No exception there.
That they're running bad.
Yeah,
That's all I do.
It's nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
If your only complaint is if people are running bad.
That's like the only complaint I have. Get in the right spot. Full 2. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Full 3.
So a couple of folds so far. Action back around the late position players. It's now Parker on the button. See if he wants to open things up light again. Well, maybe 7 deuce is too light. We saw him just attack the last hand with jack tray. See, 7 deuce.
Raise 9,000.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Does Parker, opening things up, makes it 9K to go. Hoping to just take the blinds down here. Does get through Miss Deb out of the small blind. But now Mike in the big with ace 5 suited. Very playable hand out of the big blind, puts in the call. Or heads up to the flop. Comes down Queen 10-9, 2 clubs.
Not a bad flop.
Yeah, nut flush draw for Mike. Parker has the pre-flop raiser. Might be tempted to put out a C-bet here. Very Broadway heavy board. That's what he does. Throws out 8K. Mike obviously going nowhere.
Raise 21,000.
Now Mike does find the check raise. Raising it up to 21K. Parker gonna posture a little bit and then presumably find a fold. There is the fold from Parker. So Mike gets to take one down with ace high. Maybe reeling a little bit for not check raising the previous time he had a big draw against Wendy. learns from that and does it
Definitely
here.
doing good. Doing pretty
Takes this
good,
to take down the chips.
Ace Jack offsuit for David Y. And I believe those are just some raising chips. He's going to make it.
Now Deb just going to flat call from the button with the king-queen offsuit. Not deep enough that she wants to put it in the 3-bet, especially against an early position open. No shame in just calling. You know, David from under the gun +1. Those early position opens are a little bit stronger. And aside from David playing a straight flush earlier, we haven't seen him get out of line or play too many hands. So you might as well just play him straight up. Flop came down 9-8-8. Action did go check, check. Now 10 on the river adds a straight draw to both players. David, open-ended, missed Deb, gut shot straight draw. We are going to see David bet out 7K. About 1/3 pot size bet. See if Miss Deb wants to continue with her straight draw and 2 overcards. Just going to let it go, staying out of trouble. David takes it down with his ace jack.
Miss Deb is kind of approaching that 20 big blind stack. She came into the table with a pretty decent chip lead. I mean, Wendy and Parker are here, but she did have a sizable chip stack. She's been getting beat down, and now she's kind of in the red.
Yeah, let's say the only silver lining is the fact that if she came into this table any shorter, she would have been eliminated already. There's no avoiding some of the buzzsaws she ran into. A couple of those hands would have eliminated a lot of players. Luckily, she had enough chips to still be alive and hopefully find a double up. We saw 2 players on this table take a stack similar to that size and spin it all the way up to 60 or 80 big blinds. Obviously, she saw it happen, so easy to believe you can do the same thing.
Raise 8,000.
Now Wendy. Big stack at the table. Going to open things up here with ace 9 of clubs. Made it 8K to go over the 3K big. And after Parker folds, we see Deb put in the call with the king 10 suited. Now Mike going to get in there with the king jack offsuit from the button. Small blind out of the way, and Zach, he's trying to hit quads with pocket deuces. He saw Nikki do it, took some notes, puts in the call. And well, pretty close as he flops a set of deuces on a 7-trade deuce, 2-spade flop. See if anybody wants to fire at it. It looks like Wendy is going to c-bet, trying to represent that overpair. She was the pre-flop raiser. She can have all the pocket pairs. We're going to see Deb and Mike quickly get out of the way. And now Zach, with both options on the table, do you want to put in a check raise in case Wendy's on a flush draw? Or do you want a smooth call, hoping to keep her bluffs in range? He does just put in the call.
It's a bad card.
And we do see a 10 of spades turn. Bad card for Zach indeed, as it's probably going to slow the action down a little bit. Well, I say that, but Wendy's just going to keep her foot on the gas. Zach with a little over 40 big blinds behind. Wendy trying to, leverage her chip stack against that player with a medium chip stack. It's not pushing around a short stack where you're just trying to steal it, but maybe say, hey, you call this bet, I might shove on the river. Can you face the heat? We saw Zach do a little bit of accounting there, counting up his chip stack. If he puts in the call here, he would have about a stack, pot size stack behind.
Raise all in.
So instead, he's just going to rip it here, aware that if Wendy has an ace of spades in her hand, for example, he wants to deny the equity, not let her see the river card for that cheap of a price. On the off chance that Wendy has a made hand like a flush and she snap calls you, you can at least, hope to pair the board and find the double up. So we are going to see the all-in get the job done as Wendy folds. Just like that, Zach over 70 big blinds in front. Chips have been flying on this table. Been a lot of fun to watch.
It's a tough table, too. I mean, in fact, none of these players are by any means not good. Like, they're everybody can pick up cards, and everybody knows what they're doing here. There are no marks at the table, right? Oh, man, I can get all my chips from her or him. No, good luck.
You know, they say if you can't find the weak spot at the table, then you are the weak spot. Well, that's me and Adonis can't find the weak spot at this table, so it is us. Just want to let you guys know.
Effectively, all my chips
If
are
you can
already-
find a way to get in here, sit with us at the table, you'd probably beat us out of every chip that we have.
Probably would be good.
Unfortunately for the players at this table, we're not on it with them. We saw Nikki open things up with pocket fives from under the gun. Parker, with King Jack of Hearts, decides to use this as a 3-bet candidate now. Miss Deb with pocket tens. Given an under the gun open and another early position 3-bet, it's a little scary. But instead, she's going to play the cards that she's dealt. One by one, everybody's letting it go behind. Gets back on Nikki with the pocket fives.
Mike went ahead and folded, so I think we're going to take this 3 ways.
Three ways to the flop it is in a 3-bet pot. Parker's King Jack against 2 pocket pairs, Nikki's fives and Miss Deb's pocket tens. Parker gets bailed out with a jack high flop. Looks like he is assembling. Big continuation, but it goes half pot, 30K. If Miss Deb can find the fold here, she can continue to see another day after another unfortunate sequence of events. So you're thinking it over. It is a jack high rainbow board. She does think better and let it go. A pretty unfortunate sequence of events, I say, as Nikki opened under the gun and Parker, who's been playing pretty quiet and snug, put in a 3-bet, which I think if he just called with his King Jack suited, Deb probably would have 3-bet shoved. But facing an early position open and an early position 3-bet, doesn't want to shove pocket tens and run into it. Just put in the call, and that's why we do see the jack high flop. Where if it went Nikki open, Parker called, Deb could have 3-bet shoved. They probably would have both let it go.
Yeah.
So just another, just been a very unfortunate sequence of events for on this feature
You
table
just
so
can't-
far.
Just can't find a way to get into a pot and take it down.
As played, she did find the right fold, so again, living to see another day. Hopefully can find a double up here soon. Not going to be this hand, and when she folds 9 tray offsuit, action back over to the Wolfpack fan favorite, Mike. The 7-5 of spades. He is going to open things up. Gets to raise it from late position. The suited 1-gapper. Both players in position, let it go. And David, playable Jack 10 offsuit out of the small blind. Let's see what he wants to do with it. David and Mike both started a little over 50 big blinds to begin this hand. So they are not too short. Now we're going to see David use this as a 3-bet candidate. Makes it 22,000 to go.
It's a good raise for David.
And easy to be dominated. You know, if your opponent has Queen Jack or Queen 10. That's why the 3-bet can get it done. I'd rather not take it out of position. But Mike, he's feeling frisky. He's putting in the call. He does get to play the hand in position, and you wouldn't imagine he has a hand like he's holding. So if he can hit this flop, he might get paid off. Instead, we're going to have an interesting sequence of events when it comes down ace, king, 9, 2 spades. So Mike does flop the spade flush draw. David, a straight draw. David elects to just check it rather than c-bet as the pre-flop 3-better. We're going to see Mike put out a small 11K bet, like 1/5 pot. Let's see See if David wants to start representing any of the big hands. Instead, just puts in the call. Hoping to hit the queen. Instead, it's a 7 on the turn. So Mike adds a pair to his hand, and David adds a double gut shot straight draw now. Action does go check, check, and we see a brick tray of diamonds on the river. David first act with just jack high. Might be tempted to go for a bluff. Now Mike is going to represent one of those big hands. Throws out 17K. Or sorry, David representing, rather. Betting out 17K. As he was the pre-flop 3-better, he can have the ace-king, the pocket aces, the pocket kings. We'll have a lot of hands that smash the flop and checked trying to induce. Although, wouldn't he check raise the flop? And that's what Mike thinks, and that's why we see him put in the call. Excellent call by Mike here, sniffing it out. Maybe realizing that if David had any of those monster hands as the 3-better, he would have check raised the flop rather than check call. So Mike reads it for the bluff that it is and puts in the call with just a pair of 7s. So for the wolf pack that Mike had watching earlier, rooting him on YouTube and Facebook, you got to feel good about your boy after that call. That is a tough, manly call right there. Not easy to do on a featured table. Looking a guy up that light. Just like that, he does get to chip up even more. Sniffing out David's bluff. Once again, do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us. Anybody unaware, this is our WPT event number 6. Is a $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty format event. We resumed day 2 around noon. We are coming to you live from SBet, located in Jacksonville, Florida, so it was noon on the East Coast. We had 37 players come back to day 2, all of which were in the money. Out of the 290 players that started, played down to the money bubble on each flight, and then everybody came back today. Everybody guaranteed about 2K for a min cash, a little over 2K now that we're down to 32-ish players. 4 tables remain. Obviously, after every elimination, we will see a mystery bounty get pulled. I'm going to stop talking as we look down at pocket kings for Zach. Just in time for Shelly to cheer him on YouTube. Says, let's go, Zach. And he wakes up with pocket kings. That's pretty fortuitous. See a 9K open, and Wendy going to defend out of the big blind with the Jack-7 offsuit. Puts in the call. Now flop comes down Queen Jack 10. Pretty dynamic board here. Zach flopping open-ended straight draw to go with his overpair with the kings. Wendy middle pair and a pair of jacks. After Wendy checks it, we see Zach put out an 8K c-bet. Wendy just going to call with her pair of jacks. Now ace on the turn to complete the rainbow. So Zach with the best hand, not worried about any sort of flush draw either. Just going to check back Broadway. Nothing to worry about on the river as it comes down on Queen of Spades.
Checks out.
Wendy continuing to check though, having some showdown value, doesn't want to bluff at it. Now for Zach, just a question of what can I bet to try to extract some value out of my opponent. Let's see what size Zach goes with.
26,000.
See him fire out 26K into 40K. Hoping that Wendy looks him up a little bit light. Going to be tough for her to continue on this board though, as we see her let go of her Jack-7. 4 to Broadway on board and a lot of overcards to her pair. Just has to fold, but Zach gets to take down a pot. Pick up some chips that if Wendy just folded pre-flop, he wouldn't have acquired. Good to hear it from Lionel. Says driving down tomorrow. Going to be there Tuesday for a week. Well, you picked a good week to sneak on down, as there's going to be no shortage in action across this week. We have a multitude of WPT events going on, all culminating with the main event next weekend. And while you're here in the midst of it, I assume it's probably why you're coming. This Thursday, we got the meetup game with Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi kicking off at 2 p.m. Thursday, November 9th. I know a lot of people will be driving up, down, and all around for that one. Both myself and Adonis are looking forward to it as well. I think we'll be back. Anybody that can be here will be here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll be in the building. And we have 134 on the list. And we can anticipate people coming in out of town and people that are in the room who aren't on the list that might just go, ooh, I'd like to play.
Lionel says he's already on the list. Good move by Lionel. Like Adonis said, 130 plus names on the list. It's a 3-5 no limit hold'em game kicking off at 2 p.m. here on Thursday, November 9th with the aforementioned Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen. I believe there's some other players sneaking up that aren't necessarily on the
WPT
publications,
ambassadors.
but on the WPT ambassador, a lot of pros are coming in as the main event kicks off the very next day. 5K buy-in, million guarantee in that one. I know we have a 50-100 cash game going on the stream after the meetup game. That kicks off at 7. I believe Alec Torelli is going to be in the lineup. A couple other pros, I think. I heard Lexo most likely coming up for the meetup game and then jumping into some cash games afterwards.
Nice.
So going to be a fun, busy day. If you're a person who wants to hang out in a nice, busy, fun poker room, see some people that I know myself and a bunch of others watch on YouTube, they'll be here. We'll be here. Lionel will be here. A lot of people.
Everybody will be here.
Going to be a lot of fun. Oh, Lionel playing the bounty on Wednesday. Hope to Saturday in the main. Well, I know we're doing a feature to final table for that bounty on Wednesday, so hopefully me and Adonis get to make some really nice comments. Isn't it Wednesday?
Wow.
I can't keep track. There's so many events.
Oh, no, I have a paper. I went in.
If you're like me and you can't keep track of events,
No.
I would recommend the website.
Well, I went and grabbed. They have at the front every structure for every event. So I went and grabbed one of each to have back here because everything just gets trapped together. I'm like, no, I need to know what's going on.
Well, what's going on is Nikki's raising things up with pocket queens right here. Nikki got moved to this table, bemoaned his luck that he got sat next to all the chip leaders as a shorty, and he's just been on fire ever since.
He's doing fine.
Raise it up to 8K. Parker gonna call from the button with a 9-8 offsuit. Deb's got to fold out the small mic. King Deuce out of the big for such a discount. He's gonna put in the call. Blinds did recently go up to 2K, 4K, so that 8K open was a min-click. Mike only had to put 4K more in with 26 in the middle. Now we see a 7-5 deuce flop. So Nikki's pocket queens, far and away the best hand. Parker sitting here with a gut shot straight draw. We see Nikki fire out a continuation bet. Bets half pot, 15K into 30K. And a three-way hand. Now Parker, from the button, does have a couple options. Obviously, this board kind of favors his button calling. He can be in there with pocket 7s, pocket 5s, 7-6 suited, 7-8 suited, similar to the hand that he has with his gut shot straight draw. Saw him stacking some chips, thinking about maybe making a move.
I thought he might have did it.
Fortunately for him, he didn't, as I don't think Nikki's going anywhere with pocket queens. That opened the door for Mike to put in a call on this flop with his pair of deuces. Now turn 10 of clubs. Not the card Mike was hoping to see. Nikki sitting here with red queens, not holding a club in his hand. Just going to check back and pot control it on the off chance that his opponent was holding a club flush draw. And now jack of clubs on the river. It looks like Mike is going to try to represent the club. Aware that his deuce is no good. Firing out a bet, making it look like a value bet in 16,000. You're Nikki sitting here with an overpair, but 4 clubs on board.
Yeah, this is a good bet.
May not love it. Nikki's going to rebluff, though, thinking his queens are no good. So crazy action there. Nikki shows the queens, I believe. Saying, I don't think I could win unless I bluffed at it.
I wonder if his sizing was a little bit bigger, maybe like half pot. Maybe it could have worked.
I think Nikki maybe read that small bet instead of a value bet as more of a blocker size, like a medium club, like, you know, say Mike was sitting there with, you know, the 8 of clubs or something a little bit on the smaller side. He's trying to name his own price, and Nikki can represent the ace.
Right. You made the right play for sure.
It's not good to get river bluff, but you can.
Uh-oh.
So a couple of wows in the background. I'm
That
assuming
didn't
there was an
sound good.
elimination or two.
That did not sound good.
Did not sound good at all.
Fold 6. Makes it 10,000 in the
Action folds to Wendy. She's going to bump it up to 10K, 2.5 big blinds.
Fold 9.
8-5 of spades. Now Mike, off of the last hand, where he lost a few chips to Nikki, looks down at pocket tens.
Make it 30,000.
He is going to put in the 3-bet.
Fold 2.
Makes it 30K to go, 3 times the size that Wendy used. Maybe, you know, Mike aware that Wendy's been opening pretty light.
Call.
She's trying to use that chip stack to her advantage.
Heads up.
Said not this time.
So Wendy, like I said, been pretty active, puts in the call at the 8-5 of spades. Pull off to a queen high flop, so only one overcard to Mike's pocket tens. Just queen 9 tray, 2 clubs on board, neither player holding any clubs.
In the 1.
Oh boy.
And we see Mike just rip it in.
Fold in the
Sides, I'm just going to take it down right here, right now. You know, if you have a flush draw and you want to put in the call, then we'll run it. Good luck to you. But Wendy with 8 high and no backdoors, just quickly lets it go. And Mike gets to scoop a little pot there with his pocket tens. Caddy Mix asking the meetup game is 3-5, 1500 max. I believe that is a 1500 max. Going a little bit different that day than our normal 2-5. That way the 3-5 list could be differentiated for the meetup game. Should be a lot of fun that day. I know I've snuck to a meetup game once or twice before with Andrew and Brad. And they're a lot of fun.
Oh, you have? I didn't know.
There's a buzz. There's a buzz in the air. You know, just everybody's excited to be there. Have some fun. You know, maybe have a drink, maybe gamble a little bit extra. Get to meet some guys that you watch a lot of videos of, see them in person. Everybody's just kind of excited. It makes for a fun room. Obviously, ours will be going on with the WPT in the background, so it just adds an extra little bit of fun aura. As you walk through the room during a WPT, you can kind of feel the buzz. And it was a lot of fun as everybody walked in for the noon restart here today. But whoa, we're off to a crazy flop when Wendy flops the straight against Zach's middle pair and straight draw.
10,000 in the 7.
Wendy was the original razor pre-flop. Zach defended out of the big. So we're going to see chips continue to work their way into the middle.
Yeah, straight draw middle pair.
Wendy c-bets after Zach checks. Happily puts in the check call. And a deuce of hearts falls on the turn. Does bring in the front door flush draw. Might slow things a little bit. But I don't think Wendy's going to stop putting chips in. I've seen her continue a couple of times recently and face resistance. I would imagine she's aware of that. Here could be no exception. Zach might think she's continuing a little light. Might put in the call again. Even with the board getting a little bit more dangerous. But instead, Zach snuffs it out. Just goes ahead and lets it go.
Wow, Maryland Live had 23 tables. Yeah, we're going to be close to that. Like I said, 134 on the list. I've been a part of meetup games, but none of this magnitude. So this will be a new experience for me.
Yeah, these are the OG meetup games. Definitely a little bit bigger. A lot more fun. Tends to bring people from all over. You know, I think the first one I went to was 5-6 years ago. Drove down to Pompano Beach from here, just kind of on a whim to go play in one. Because it's just that, like, you know, if they're on the East Coast, I'm going to check them out.
Yeah.
They don't get to sneak out here too often. So hopefully everybody has fun that day. I know I can't recommend it enough, and hopefully it goes as planned. A lot of fun for everyone involved. I know we will be having a live stream table during that meetup game. I believe it'll be me and Adonis back here, cutting it up with you guys. having the fun. We didn't want to miss it either. Since we can't play in it, you know, we might as well come hang out and work in it.
Calls in the 3.
So blind versus blind action as Zach just going to limp in with the 7-8 suited. David going to check his option with the king-6 offsuit.
Heads up.
Off to a flop. It comes down queen, jack, deuce. Misses both players. We're going to see Zach just stab with his 8 high, realizing there's no way I can win this pot without bluffing at it.
Yep, that's the only way I'm going to take it down. And it's going to work. David's going to fold.
Yep, 8 high. Gets to take it down for Zach here. So, after that hand, we're actually seeing David get down to about 30 big blinds.
Uh-oh.
You know, he hasn't had,
see that inventory, you know
he
what
hasn't
time it
had
is.
too much to speak of. We saw him hit a straight flush on one of the first hands of this featured table and get action with it and chip up nicely. But since then, just kind of not really too many hands that he's been able to play. He's played them well every time he's had one, but you know, in a tournament, if you just keep getting dealt garbage, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to get blinded down. Lead slowly. Action folds all the way around to Mike in the hijack, raising it up with ace deuce of clubs, makes it 10K to go.
Fold 2. Fold 3.
Another 2.5 big blind open. That's kind of been the right around there has been the standard size today. Now David, just talking about his chip stack and needing to get in the mix. We see him put in the call at the ace-9 offsuit.
Heads.
After the big blind folds, it's going to be them 2 heads up to a 9-8-4, 2 hard flop. So top for David. Checks it over, praying Mike c-bets. He does not, and now another 9 falls on the turn. So David with a hammer lock on this hand cannot be beat. Does bet out 11K. Mike going to put in the call, hoping his ace high is good and that David's bluffing with some sort of straight or flush draw. Now tray of spades lands on the river. David just going to check it over, maybe hoping Mike would take a stab bluffing at it with missed hearts or missed straight draws. Instead, Mike just checks back his ace high, hoping there's a chance it's good. Sees that at least he didn't go for it there, as David, holding 3 9s, was going to put in the snippy snap call, that's for sure. Caddy Mix, really appreciate the positive feedback, saying it's a really nice stream, and not just because you won the 5% free roll.
Well, that helps a little bit. It does help just a little bit.
From time to time, we have a 5% free roll that one of our players likes to do in some of the bigger cash games, and Caddy was on the right end of winning that 5% free roll, and the right end of that player then dominating the game. Don had a massive night last night, winning huge in our 5-10 no limit stream. Made a couple of big plays, including a huge bluff, and then he also made a really big call to win 2 massive pots that worked out well for Caddy Mix. 5% of a big payday went his way. Parker opened things up from under the gun with the king-queen. Mike next to act, pocket 8s. Now, everybody's just going to get out of the way, as it's going to be Parker and Mike. An early position battle here is an under the gun and an under gun +2.
Oh, the queen of diamonds is a good card to have.
Yeah,
for
diamond
sure.
flop, jack 7 tray, all diamonds. Each player holding a diamond in their hand, but action just goes check. Parker continuing to just check his king high. Now Mike looking like he's going to throw out a bet here with his pocket 8s.
11,000 in the one.
Goes with about 1/3 pot, betting 11K into 30. Might tempt Parker into trying to spike a diamond on the river. You see Parker put in the call. Looking for a king, queen, or diamond. Doesn't come in the 7 of clubs.
8s are good.
So Mike's 8 stay best. And he's going to happily just check it back, go to showdown here with his pocket 8s, and see that he gets to drag a pot. Probably got the maximum he could get out of that hand with that 11K bet on the turn as well. Now, we came into this featured table, Parker was one of the big stacks, and now he's kind of right around table average at this point. Hasn't been able to get too much going. Kind of a frustrating day for him so far on this featured table. Obviously, still sitting with 60 bigs. All the wiggle room in the world to maybe, you know, okay, everybody's going to have a section of the tournament where they don't do so well. Glad I got mine out of the way when I had all the chips in the world to let it happen.
Worst game I've ever watched.
Balls in the 9. Ball 1.
Action over on Tyler.
10,002. Ball 3.
Tyler opening it up. Makes it 10K to go with pocket kings from early position.
Calls in the 6. Ball 7.
After Nikki puts in the call of ace-6 of hearts. Oh my, Parker with pocket kings of his own gonna be in here. Obvious 3-bet incoming for Parker. I think we're inevitably heading to a all-in and a call between Parker and Tyler. Don't see how it's avoidable at this point.
Yeah, we're just gonna just wait and essentially see if the board's monotone or not.
Yeah, Parker puts in the 3-bet. Tyler with right around 20 big blinds. It's easy to just get it all in right here. That's what we see as Tyler shoves. Nikki gets out of the way. Says, okay, I had the fake hand. You guys have the real hand. And get your LOLs out. As it's kings versus kings all in pre-flop here.
This is yeah. We put the address on the right. Yeah, sorry.
I'll just make
Yeah.
I'm picking the suit then.
Okay. All right.
All right, everybody can breathe.
Rainbow flop. Nikki bemoans his luck.
What did he have?
Nikki had ace-6 of hearts. Says, oh, and the ace falls.
It's so painful. The ace drawing down.
Button B.
Needed that ace this time.
That would have been nice on the side, right?
Chop up 10,000.
Yesterday, three-way all in. Last act folded.
The way you said it, I went, yeah, I'll take those. You can
Oh, God.
All right, action back. Underway here after an anticlimactic chop.
Ball 1 and 2.
Almost saw an elimination. Had a 20 big blind stack get it in. Just fortunate. Not a lot of fun sweats on the Turner River after the rainbow board.
10,000 in the 3.
Back at it we go as Zach raises things up with pocket 5s from early position.
Calls in the 7.
Does make it 10K to go.
Do I have a dollar?
Gets around to Wendy on the button. She's going to put in the call to King 9. King 9 did well for her last time. It was against Zach. We'll see if she can do it again.
Ball 9.
You see Parker come along out of the small blind with a slight discount with his Queen 9 of diamonds. We go 3 ways to a 9-high flop, 9-6 deuce rainbow. Might see a clash between Parker and Wendy here as they both flop top pair. Wendy currently the better kicker. Parker's just going to check it over, see if Zach puts out a C-bet, which he does.
13,000.
At this point, if you're Parker, you're probably trying to pick off a C-bet bluff from Zach. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Wendy here. It looks like she's assembling a raise rather than just calling with her top pair. Does raise it up, makes it 35K to go. But again, Wendy's been pretty active so far on this table, and if Parker thinks she's making a move, he may not want to get out of here right now. I think, especially in your head when you say, I'm going to check, Zach's going to C-bet, she's going to fold, I'm going to call him. And then all of a sudden she puts in a raise, just throws a huge monkey wrench. And
Fold in the 8.
as you said, Parker did think better of it, just gets out of the way. Excellent read. Sometimes when things don't go in flow that you expect,
That ain't no good.
Button is good.
Check on my part.
Check the stream.
What?
Check the stream.
Recheck my hand just in case they were 60.
He'll be in the bathroom.
I'm already texting my friend group.
Right.
Tell me what the hell Wendy has in these hands.
What's his shit now? Check his hand.
Trash, more trash. They're gonna be like, you don't want to know.
Fold in the 2. 10,000 in the 3.
all right, Zach back at it again, opening things up for the second hand in a row. Same price, 10K to go. With the ace 8 of hearts. Wendy with a monster. Pocket king is going to put in the 3-bet.
Fold 8. Fold 9.
Wow, Wendy found some good luck in Zach. I don't suited ace. Does quickly fold. Doesn't want to tango with her. Realizes that she is still the big stack at this table. No matter how aggressive she can be, point of being aggressive in this situation is because she also has all the chips as well. So you don't want to tango with her.
At the same time, easy to be tempted though. She just put in a raise against you in the last hand on the flop. We've seen Zach and Wendy kind of just keep running into each other over and over again. So
eventually, rubber is going to
you
meet the road.
can kind of mentally trick yourself into thinking, well, maybe she's coming after me. Maybe she's doing this lighter now because this is the 4th time it's happened. I'm going to make a stand.
And you better believe that he's making a mental note of that.
But every time, but you did think better of it. Easy to not let emotion affect you and come over the top and run into pocket kings. It's a good dodge there. Seen a lot of people get emotional,
Raising 9,001.
have it cost them their tournament life. So staying calm is the best. Meanwhile, blind versus blind, Mike and Tyler, Jack 7 offsuit versus 10-5 suited here.
Hands up.
We saw Mike open it up, trying to put pressure on Tyler's 20 big blind stack.
Check 1.
Tyler did put in the call though and came down ace, queen, 8, 2 diamonds, bricking both. Players just sitting here with jack high and 10 high. That remains the same as we go to a tray of spades on the turn. Neither player with much of anything continues to check through. Now board pairing ace of hearts on the river.
Showdown.
Just checks through again, and Mike's jack high going to be good. So Tyler chipping down again, right back to 20 big blinds. He got the 3-bet shove, called for a chop pot earlier to chip up a little bit, courtesy of the dead money in the middle when he chopped with his pocket kings. Still sitting on 20 big blinds, looking for that double up. A lot of times 20 big blinds is not the worst amount in a tournament setting. Fortunately, right now as things sit on this feature table, 20 big blinds is pretty short. Got a lot of wiggle room for play on this table. About a 50 big blind average stack size. Obviously, as blinds go up, it's starting to come down a little bit. We saw multiple players resume day 2 with over 100 bigs in their chip stack.
7.
Things are starting to squeeze down.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
And
Miss
much
Deb.
needed. Pocket aces for
8
Miss Deb.
bigs.
8
Better late
bigs.
than never.
Again, a reminder with that mystery bounty in play.
Oh, how much is it?
That's my favorite hand.
Oh boy.
300.
Say for Zach, it's not costing you a lot of chips to go after that mystery bounty. Just in case there's anyone out there unaware, this is a mystery bounty event. So every knockout at this stage, you get to go pull a mystery bounty. 50K is the top prize on board. So you can essentially get first place money in this event with just the luck of a draw. And that's why we're going to see Zach put in the very late call here with the King 8 offsuit. Miss Deb, who's been having a terrible, terrible run of things so far today, gets it in here with pocket aces pre-flop. Let's see if they can hold up. Flop comes down, queen, 9-6, 2 hearts. Really safe board for Miss Deb. Now 10 on the turn, double gutted for Zach, and oh my God, he gets there on the river. Jack falls, and we are going to see Miss Deb get eliminated here off the featured table. And that has
been her day.
Far and
right
away
there.
been the theme of her day here on the featured table.
Aces against King 8 offsuit, and he makes it straight.
And Zach, you know, obviously knew he was going gambling, putting in that call, just hoping to spike. A fortunate run out that he gets. Wants to get that bounty. So GG's to Miss Deb. Thanks for joining us here in the WPT Mystery Bounty event. She will be taking home a little over 2K for making it to day 2.
No good. King 8 off.
Now I have more chips to give you.
You hear
That is a lucky hand for you.
It is.
Wendy may be giving Zach a little bit of a hard time for eliminating one of the nicer players in the field.
I'm gonna go full 50.
You're never taking that.
King 8 50K pulls right here.
You're never taking
King 8 50K pull is right here.
That's-
Well, if you do that, you look out for Miss Deb. Throw a few peanuts her way, man. She got beat up all day long, and you delivered the finishing blow. So
A very rough session, fortunately, for Miss Deb. That means we're going to see some bounty pulls at some point soon. Now that we know Zach's obviously hanging out with a redemption in front of him, he'll find an opportunity to sneak off in a little bit.
Raises to 32,000 in the 3.
But before he can do that, he's going to put in a nice light 3-bet here. Putting the pressure on Tyler, another short stack, open things up from the button. So it could be a very light open, and he's sitting on about 20 bigs. So Zach wants to really put the pressure on with a light 3-bet, telling Tyler, you either got to shove or fold right here, right now. And it works as we see Tyler quickly fold. Zach is a takedown spot. His King 8's brother, King 9.
his only brother. Okay. Makes sense. Let's go, Mama Duke. Yeah, I know. I was hoping to. But she ran into it heavy, buddy.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Miss Deb, always a big fan favorite, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Unfortunate to see her go. You can see the tournaments are pretty ruthless. Everybody wants to see everybody else eliminated, but in general, the table kind of frowned seeing her eliminated there.
No, I'm saying you don't pick a hand that cooler than you.
Raise 10,000.
Wendy back at it again, opening things up. First to act with a 10-8 of diamonds. Wendy going to stay active.
Yeah, she's still operating with the big
Still
stack.
with a 100 big blind stack. She's been chipping up, cruising with it. She came in with a little over 100 big blinds to start the featured table day. Continues to have that 100 blind stack, putting it to work. She's got eyes on the final table, and Wendy previously in the last bounty event pulled the big 50K prize. So obviously she wants to do it again.
All right, 3-way action.
Zach and Nikki did put in calls. We go to a 10-high flop.
Open-ended, wow, for Zach, backdoor hearts, but Wendy with top pair. Probably worried about the spades, but I don't think that'll stop her from doing just what she's doing right there. Betting.
10-9-5, 2-spade board. Multitude of draws that could be out there. A lot of straight draws, flush draws. So we're going to see Wendy bet right around half pot as her continuation size. Drawing out 15K. Zach, the aforementioned open-ended straight draw, snap calling. Nikki gets out of there. Well, you said something about backdoor hearts. Well,
There you go.
there is a king of hearts on the turn.
Massive, massive draw.
So now Zach
His
might
outs are gonna
might
jump up
use
to
this as
15.
the door is getting left a little open. I'm gonna start walking through it. Start semi-bluffing here. As Wendy slowed down and checked. Obviously, over cards like King Queen and King Jack just improved to a better pair. Straight draws like Queen Jack just got there.
5,000 on the first.
And that's why Wendy wants to exercise some pot control and check it over. Sure enough, Zach does take that opening. Throwing out a 25K bet. Just under half pot size. Wendy, aware that he might be using that card to his advantage, puts in the call. So we're going to be off to a river card. does come down at Jack of clubs. So
Got there.
Zach gets the straight. It's the bad end of the straight, though, as any queen now makes a straight. So it might be hard for Zach to extract some value. After Wendy checks it over, he is thinking about it. Trying to figure out if he can throw any sort of value bet here, or if he's never getting called by worse. He does just check it back, maybe realizing it's going to be hard for Wendy to call with a worse hand. You know, if she's got a 1 pair, she's not going to be putting chips in.
Button is good.
As played, Zach chipping up nicely.
16K pot.
Yeah, he's up to close to 80 big blinds.
Wow.
Wendy down to about 90 big blinds. So everybody kind of, you know, creeping their way to the middle. Zach just eliminated a player. Obviously chipped up from that. Now takes down a sizable pot from Wendy, the chip leader. Suddenly, the gaps are shrinking. We're going to see everybody kind of vying for the chip lead. See who wants to step out and who doesn't. 'Cause now we know Wendy, Nikki, and Zach are all pretty close in terms of chip stack size. It's not one person leading the charge anymore.
Nope.
And all 3 of them are seated within 4 seats of each other, so it's gonna get fun. They're going to continue to have to battle. Now Zach,
9,000.
just talking about how he's recently chipped up a good chunk. Gonna
He's
start
opening up his game
opening
a
up,
little bit.
yeah, especially from late position. Easy to start opening up. David, shorter of the 4 players in a row here, has to just let go of his button.
Ooh.
30,000 in the fold.
And Wendy, like, all right, I'm going to keep battling.
Yeah,
Does
just
put in a
because I
3-bet.
lost that pot doesn't mean I'm going to take my foot off the gas.
Yeah, most players would be thinking about maybe slowing down. Like Adonis says, taking the foot off the gas. It'd be easy to just put in a call with pocket 7s, but Wendy's saying, no, no, no. I'm not slowing down. You're not taking charge of this table. It's my table. Puts in the 3-bet with the 7s.
Yeah, that's a break problem. It's only 3.5 minutes. I don't know if it's a 6 or a 9.
It's going to make for a fun dynamic as Nikki just kind of stuck in the middle between the 2 of them, too, with a good chip stack of his own. Not one to shy away from action either.
It'd also be fun to like, wait till you're wait till you bust. Just, like, do it all.
Now, I believe this is the 4th hand in a row. We're going to see Zach open things up.
He's got some chips now, baby. There we go.
Queen Jack offsuit this time around. And Nikki
I know, but the odds are the exact same.
saying about he's not one to shy away. He's getting in there as well.
Oh, that's a raise.
Oh yeah, he's aware that Zach's opened that many hands in a row.
I was going to say, yeah. That's
If you
exactly
think he
what
doesn't
you
notice
said.
the guy on his right opening multiple hands. And in the last hand, we saw Wendy 3-bet and Zach fold. So Nikki says, all right, I'll try that. I'm going to put in a little bit of a lighter 3-bet with the Queen 9 suited. And sure enough, Zach does just let it go. So Nikki taking note of the table dynamics and spicing it up for himself. Gets to take down a pot there pre-flop with the worst hand.
That was the most serious that I had. That you could have looked.
Good timing on a light 3-bet. He's just sitting there all quiet and coy, like he didn't just steal a pot.
Mike, I love you, buddy. I need everyone I can get right now, man.
Yeah.
The odds are stacked against us, baby.
Something that has nothing to do with this stream right now. Adonis, a huge Vikings fan. Been having a pretty rough week.
Small wins, that's what it's about. It can be equated to even the game of poker. Small wins. You take all the small ones. If you can't get the big ones, you take the small ones. You build off of it.
A little hyped up. But talking about a small win as David puts in the raise with pocket queens, trying to find a small win of his own here.
Got to build that stack.
Got a couple of callers, and Mike's going to come along. Happy to go multi-way with a suited hand on the big.
Mike's like, man, I'm sneaking in here. All these chips in the middle. My little 9 tray might flop good.
I mean, he's getting an insane price, and
Oh.
wow.
Okay.
Ace, Queen, 8 flop. So
Cold deck
middle
out
set
here.
for David. David in a dream spot where you assume one of your 3 opponents have an ace. Unfortunately for him, nobody does.
He still might get called, but how much is he betting? Oh,
So he's going to keep a good size. It is a pretty draw-heavy board, a lot of straight draws that could be out there. You have to start charging them. And at the same time, if somebody has an ace, they're going to possibly even put in a raise, let alone never fold. Just unfortunate for him there that nobody had an ace at all. It's a little shocking. When you go to flop 4 ways in a raised pot, somebody's supposed to have it. Instead, he just takes it down. He takes down a small pot. So, a much needed small pot going David's way. And as Adonis said, it's about the small victories. All about the small victories, and he gets one there.
Fold 4 and 6 and 7.
Now Zach back at it again, under the gun, opening things up. Bunch of players let it go behind. As you see, they're off to their break. It is break time here. And Zach's just going to take it down. Everybody lets it go.
Uh-oh, break time.
And we will be going to a break. We may see a couple of bounty pools, similar to the last color up break where, you know, a guy like Zach there never had a chance to get off of the table, didn't want to miss any of the action, just held on to his ticket. Could have a couple of players in that boat on the outer tables as well. So we will swing around and sweat any bounty pools that happen before we go off the break. Don't want to miss any of the action here at Best Bet. Again, this is a 1,700 mystery bounty event. So anytime a player is eliminated here on day 2,
bounty,
just like we saw with Zach, got the redemption card, gets to go over and pull his mystery bounty. And with break starting, we'll see anybody holding a ticket. Hey,
oh, there's Zach.
Who could have guessed Zach was gonna
The King 850K.
maybe have a bounty ticket?
That's what he said. The King 850K. He said this knockout certified 50K on the line. I'm gonna pull.
Zach eliminating Miss Deb, claims that it's gonna lead to a big win. Let's see if he can pluck a big prize pool here, as the 50K is still live.
$500. Hey, that's more than what he
And
had
500.
2 minutes ago. So good for him.
So 500 going Zach's way for the elimination of Miss Deb that we saw on the feature table.
All right, well, we'll see you back here in about 12, 13 minutes. You guys keep it locked. We'll be back in a second.
Tim's in the bathroom.
Oh, is it bathroom?
Yeah.
Did he take the headset with him?
It's still in the back. It's charging.
Hold a big 500.
All right, welcome back, guys. We are going to continue our feature table action. The players got a break, use the facilities, get a smoke, get something to eat. Now we're back to poker. You still have myself and Mike Kruger, program manager.
Yep. We are back from break. Adonis didn't quit and storm out of the building, even though I think he was tempted with all the football updates that are going on.
It's a lot.
Just a few bad things for him.
Oh,
I
boy.
think Nikki, after checking his phone, he was sweating it earlier pretty hard. I think he got good updates, so
He's okay.
wide range of outcomes for players today. We're seeing it on the table here, seeing it across the board as usual. But anybody maybe just tuning in recently or unaware, this is a $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event. We are on a featured table here. We'll have the final table later when it comes to it. But around 30 players remain in the field. Everything kicked off with 3 different flights that were day 1 flights, got a total of 290 players, and now 37 came back for the day 2. Seeing a few of them in action here on the featured table that we've had since coverage restarted around noon. Coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. So restarted around 12 p.m. Eastern. So a couple of eliminations, a couple of bounty pools, a few more coming up soon. In case anybody's unfamiliar with the mystery bounty format itself, every time a player is eliminated, then you can redeem that bounty in the form of a mystery pool. So instead of a set dollar amount that you receive for eliminating someone, there's a wide range of prizes from $500 up to $50,000 sitting in envelopes in a bin. Every time somebody does pull from that bounty, though, we do have live coverage. They would cut over to it on camera. We'll get to see somebody pull an envelope, win the mystery amount that they receive. Always a fun sweat seeing what people pull. We just saw Zach, who is currently on Action-Wise, pull a mystery bounty right before break. He did not pull a big one, only 500 for his troubles, but, you know, he got to stack the chips from his opponent as well as throw some cash in his pocket. Now we did see Zach limp in, and now David's going to raise it up with the ace-deuce of hearts. Making it 16K to go, which is a little over 3 big blinds. We resumed play here with blinds at 3K, 5K. Zach just going to get out of the way. We've seen a dynamic between those two where Zach has limped in from the small blind the last few times it folded around to them. So maybe David raising it up to success here will incentivize him to do something similar in the future.
He's picking real rich spots to open and free bet. I like David's game a lot. He's not really stepping out of line much at all. What he does, his opponents are putting him on big hands, and unless they have a hand good enough to call and they're folding.
I think the key there is just being aware of his image. You know, Donna said he appears as though he only, you know, plays some of the stronger hands, so nobody wants to really tangle. So he gets to use that image every once in a while to steal a pot away or avoid some trouble in some awkward spots.
Yeah, he got involved with the hand with Mike. I don't remember what he had, but Mike had 7-5 suited. Remember that hand?
Yep.
And he 3-bet him, and I don't remember exactly what he had, but it wasn't a good holding.
Now, so everybody, you know, tries to use their image to their advantage. I know we saw that similar, just kind of the opposite end of the spectrum before break, as we saw Wendy trying to make it look like she was bluffing a little bit when she had a made hand because she was so active prior. You always get a little bit of extra value if you can use your image to your advantage. You know, you're talking about David and Mike. Well, Mike raised it up. Already folded around to David. David did let it go, but now Nikki's going to call out the big blind with ace-10 offsuit after Mike opened it with 6-5 of clubs. Mike gets a flop that his Wolfpack, aforementioned group that were cheering him on in YouTube earlier, they'll be happy to see this as he flops 2 pair on Jack 6-5. Nikki with ace high. Looks like he's going to be putting in the call.
Floating would be his worst nightmare. Oh, and floating and hitting an ace. Oh, he hits probably the next worst card.
Yeah, proving to a pair is Nikki. Comes down 10 of spades.
Yeah, the board's not too conducive for either player. Oh,
Well,
wow. How do you do that?
That's what you get for speaking out about it, Adonis.
I don't know how you do that.
That's 23,000.
And I know Mike's not going to want to fold as quick as he should, but he should find a fold here really quick. Everything beats you, buddy. Everything beats you.
Nikki, very capable of pulling a bluff. I have to say, Nikki could easily have 7-8, 8-9, some sort of straight draw that completely whiffed and then went for a bluff on the river. But Mike did get a little bit of curiosity and it did the worst to him there.
Yep, Nikki floating there was actually, well, floating in, hitting the river. Pretty good for him. Looks like the blinds have increased. Now we're at, what, 3-5? 3K in the small blind, 5K in the big blind, plus the ante. So you're going to have 10K dead of your stack before you even see a card.
Just the price of doing business. You don't want to look at it like your chips are dead, they're in the pot now.
They've gone on to become greater.
You get possessive, you get a little defensive.
Wasting some hearts for that. $31,000.
Zach start applying more and more pressure before the break. Looks like he's continuing to do so after the break here. Being a little bit lighter of a 3-bet. Maybe aware that Mike has been opening up. We just saw him open up 6-5 of clubs, for example, a little bit ago. If you think your opponent's capable of opening light, then you should start 3-betting light to take advantage.
Zach has been the recipient of some very good cards at this table. Not only that, some very good play. He's going to make a call here with pocket 5. And now Parker chooses to complete the action in the big blind with 10-9 offsuit. We'll go 3 ways to a flop. I see a 7 followed by an 8 and a 4. So open-ended for Parker and a gutter ball to the 8 high straight for Wendy. And Wendy's going to have that 5 of spades in her hand, so it might not come into play right now, but might realize that card here towards the turn of the river. So a bet of 16K from Parker and Wendy there. Looking down at her pocket 5s. Is going to make a call. Heads up here to the turn, looking for a 6 if you're Wendy, but instead it's a jack giving Parker the stone cold nuts. And that would have been disaster for Zach had he stayed in the hand because he would have turned top pair. There's another pot there for Parker.
Action back underway as Zach opening things up with ace-9 of clubs, making it 12K to go. Still seeing a lot of that 2.5 type open sizing on this table. A lot of deeper stacks on this feature table. The average chip stack size around 50 big blinds. There's a lot of wiggle room for play. You don't normally see in a tournament.
They're all real deep.
Action on Mike with 10-9. He's going to put in the call after Nicky called from the cutoff. 7-6 of clubs, so 3 ways. Queen, 10, 4 flops. Middle pair for Mike, currently the best hand. Not the safest board for it. Let's him check it over to Zach, see if Zach wants to c-bet the 2 opponents. He does not.
No, he's not. And it's going to check through. 8 on the turn. And now
Everybody with a straight draw.
everybody's going to have a draw. No spade in hand for any of the 3 players. Spade definitely a bad card for all 3. They're going to all check it through to the river. And that is a jack, so both Zach and Mike upgrade here to a straight.
Imagine we're inevitably going to see a chop between the 2. I don't think anybody wants to step out too much and represent the flush in this spot. So Mike just led right out with it, betting 17K. Zach just going to flat call his straight. Nicky getting right out of the way, and Mike and Zach are off to a chop. Splitting a little bit of extra chips in the middle. Everybody getting a little bit of a glimpse there as we take it all the way back to pre-flop. We did see Zach open up from early position. Anybody's kind of keening in on that, that's, you know, seeing that Zach opening with ace-9 of clubs, gaining a little bit of information courtesy of the showdown.
We'll chop it up and we'll head to the next hand. Looks like Tyler, I didn't realize, has now dwindled close to crumbs. He is in the big blind, so he finds any 2 that are to his liking, he'll probably be moving in for his tournament life. Wendy, not going to stop the aggression just yet. 6-5 suited. They're not necessarily 100 bigs anymore, but like I said, that aggression is going to continue. She's going to go ahead and take 10K, which is pretty significant from Tyler there. 2K. Procedural little tip there in tournaments, even if the player isn't there by their chip stack, you still deal them in. They still need to get their cards full. Oh, they can get back. It's going to fold all the way around to Tyler in the 2, 3, yeah, 2 seats. It's going to go ahead and fold.
Frustrating fold with 5 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, he's like, I can't even put in the extra. Can't do it. Can't put in the extra 2K.
It makes it extra tough. Like, we did see Zach put in a light call earlier for just under 10 big blinds when Miss Deb was short, shoved the all-in with her aces.
Yeah.
He called out of the big, closing action with King-8 offsuit. He's going bounty hunting, so if Tyler, you know your shove's not getting through. At least seemingly really, really tough to get a short stack shove through when you've already seen your opponent put in the light call before. You know he'll do it again, especially after it worked the first time.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Indy raising things up here to 12K. Over the 5K big blind. Parker, seen enough. He's ready to get in the action. Makes it 25K to go, and now we see Tyler make his stand. All in for 45,000 with the ace-king offsuit, and Zach immediately looks down at ace-king of his own. It might
Oh, here we go.
this might prevent Parker from being able to go after a bounty, putting in a light call. Kind of killing the action if Zach puts in a 4-bet here, which I imagine Zach will be doing. Big 4-bet from Zach. Just trying to isolate against the short stack.
Makes it about 103,000.
Yeah, he just doesn't want anybody to come in behind for cheap. Just squeeze Wendy and Parker out of there. Take your all-in against Tyler, who you would assume you have a much better hand than majority of the time. We can see that's not the case, as they're probably off to a chop. Ace-King versus Ace-King.
It's like, I don't think David's thinking about it here, is he?
Just trying to assess the situation. He has, been pretty card dead. This is one of the better hands he's seen in a while. Just saying, is there any chance that Zach's making a move here? Zach's been active, so the doubt creeps in. Just not a spot that you're ever going to see Zach really getting in too light. And for Zach, especially, as we said, he's just shown down a little bit lighter hands. This is a chance for him to show down a big hand. Kind of build some
Yeah, the
trust
last
back
time
in.
Tyler was all in, he had kings versus kings. Now ace-king versus ace-king. Like you said, I keep getting in these spots, but all suits are live. Oh, we got 2 hearts on the flop. And chop it up. But I'm pretty sure, even though he's paying for his king over there, 4C had pocket 4s and would have flopped this set and turned a boat. No, he took some time to assess the situation. The situation would have been pretty lucrative for him in terms of chips.
David folding pocket 4s, and Parker folded Jack Trey suited to put in the really light 3-bet, just trying to steal it. If everybody folded, then Jack Trey would have obviously put in the call for such a cheap amount more, and would have seen an elimination.
Saved him. I didn't know.
You hear Parker say, "You saved me now,"
That
knowing that David had the pocket 4s.
I had a pretty good hand.
Could have gotten
But I also
bad.
definitely made it 100. I was like, I hope I don't get re-showed.
Three made it 103. So that,
The correct bet was 103, 520, but I couldn't make it.
Raise 10,000.
Raised to 10,000 from Zach there with king 4 suited. So those danglers he loves a lot to accompany his king. Instead of favorite hand is king 8. I guess king 4 is that long lost stepbrother. King 8. There's Paul. You don't really see Paul emote too much. Paul's normally going to keep it stoic. Even if he pulled the 50K, you probably wouldn't get too much out of it. Hoping he pulls something nice though, and there's Paul ripping into it there. Come on, Paul. See what we got. All right, no sweat. Oh, so Paul's going to get the first of its kind. As you hear the oohs and the ahs in the room, Paul's going to get 500 plus an additional draw. So now he gets to reach his hands right back in there for another draw at it, and hopefully he can pull now the 20K or the 50K bounty, as those do remain.
Raise 15,000.
It all means the same. It's the only way you could choose a bad strategy.
So he's going to get 1,500 from that 500 plus 1. Not a bad pull there from Paul. Nice, Paul.
15,000.
You can tell he is overjoyed with those pulls. He's elated. Back in action here on the feature table. We got Wendy with top pair, Nikki flopping second pair.
Looks like Wendy's getting all the action she can handle, but she wants it. She's sitting here with the best hand, and Nikki doesn't have too many ways to improve if he does call and go to a river. Yeah, that 6 of diamonds is going to seal his fate. It does complete the front door flush draw, so it might go check. Yeah, Wendy shows her ace. I think she's going to go ahead and fold.
Wendy happy to just check it back and go to showdown. With a hand that's most likely good, but you're not really getting called by worse too often either. Wendy staying aggressive, staying active.
Saving the best for last.
Slowly
Saving
but
the best
steadily.
for last. Does she have a bounty pool that she's holding on to?
No, we have not seen her eliminate. She just knows she's going to later. She thinks she's locked and loaded. Going to find an elimination at a later date and pull the big one. Which we did see her pull the big one here just a few months ago. Similar event, mystery bounty with a 1,700 buy-in. We saw Wendy pull the 50K prize.
The all in from Tyler, King Queen offsuit.
Speaking of bounty hunting, we got the shorty all in. All in from Tyler. Let's see if anybody wants to go for it. Gets around to Parker. She's gonna have to let go of a 6 tray. Nobody had a speculative hand worth putting the call in. Tyler gets to chip up a little bit. A little bit of life. As the average stack does shrink down. 16 big blind stack from Tyler isn't as bad as it may have been just 2 hours ago. We have seen a couple of players spin their stack up on this feature table as well, especially Nikki got moved over here. Was only on 20 big blinds when he got to the table a little over an hour ago. Now one of the bigger shift stacks, they're taking down a few good pots.
It's funny because it's like good. It means someone's eliminated. But I'm also like jealous because I want to
Actually folding around to the big stacks. They all need to fold as well. Both Nikki and
Are we
Wendy.
all the way back in the small blind now?
Yeah, back to Parker in the small blind. He's just gonna let go of 10-6, and Mike's gonna get a walk with the Drac Tray offsuit. That's beautiful. It's beautiful when you look down at garbage, but then you look up and the small blind is folding it to you. It's one of the best feelings.
And we're just approaching here about 3 hours of play. Once again, as I said the last time I was sitting here with Mike, mental fortitude is everything. If you're card dead, if you're not running well, you start to make mistakes, you start to open a little more liberally, you start to call a little more liberally. So interested to see, as tournament play does go along, how these players play. If they stick to their game plan or if they deviate.
Action around to Parker. He's going to fold it again. Never wanting to give it up from late position. More than the blinds. Parker just had to let go of 6-4 offsuit. Mike gets to open things up from the small blind with ace-5, and now it's on the shorty Tyler. He's got the queen-7 offsuit. Very average hand, if you will.
There he
Just
goes,
past
doing
the
some
fold.
chip inventory, seeing how many bigs you got left, hope and a prayer. You're like, man, I gotta find something big here pretty soon.
It's back to Eddie doing a mystery bounty pull now. Big Eddie, we saw him get the first bounty of the day and pull 10K. Back at it again, trying to pull another one. See how much Eddie can take home for his troubles with this knockout. It's 1K payday. I think it's our second 1K that we've seen today so far. Eddie taking home another 1,000. Obviously, with eliminating a player, it also means he's got some chips, and you may see him on the feature or final table later on this evening. For now, collecting another 1,000 in bounties. That should mean we're below 30 players remaining in this field. Action gets around here. After an open from Wendy, we saw Mike and Tyler Mike and Zach put in the calls. Flop comes down queen-9 deuce. So Mike's 7s are still in the lead. If he can find a call. With 2 opponents and 2 overcards on board. Still elects to put out a bet when it checks over to him, does Mike.
Wow.
After he does, both opponents just let it go, and Mike is chip up there. Catapults himself up to 40 big blinds. Just staying in that nice, safe area where you can kind of leave all options on the table. You're not so short. You have to make your 3 bets an all-in size. Always nice to be in a comfortable position where maybe you can put in a light 3-bet, get caught, and still not have it cost you your tournament life. You just don't have to sweat.
Fold 6. Raise 12,000 in the 7.
So after action folds over to Wendy, we're going to see her open up things again. This time it's King Jack offsuit. The price of 12,000 over the 5K big. Parker going to put in the call. He's got her out pipped with the Ace Jack. Same stand right now. May not matter as we get around to Zach and he wakes up with pocket queens out of the small.
I like that. Come on, Zach. Punish them.
Zach and Wendy, again, have been battling both before and after the break. Kind of keep running into each other. So again, this is Zach 3-betting. Wendy's open.
I like that.
It's kind of happened a few times, and people might be starting to think he's up to something. If anybody decides to battle back, the unfortunate timing to do so.
Man, he made it pretty big, too.
Yeah, he was out of position against 2 of the bigger stacked opponents.
There we go. We're approaching, like I said, 3 hours of play. They're like, man, I've been doing a whole lot of folding. Ace Jack looks pretty good.
Yeah, Parker's got to be pretty frustrated. It's been a very, very quiet, boring table for Parker in his 3 hours. He came in as first or second in chips to this featured table, and it's been tough. Him just kind of watching everybody else get in on the fun, you know?
The only hand of significance that he played, he was chopping with his opponent, kings versus kings.
Yeah, true, true. Like I finally got a hand, and it didn't really matter. Getting a little annoyed. You know, we've all been there, gotten a little frustrated. You finally wake up with that big hand, you don't really make anything out of it. It's that kind of a day for Parker.
Listening to his comms and putting in
Well, 3 hours in, he still has plenty of chips in front. As long as he finds that mental fortitude Adonis is talking about, he should be able to regroup. We haven't seen him get out of line or make too many mistakes either. Sometimes living to see another day is the best move you can make. And that last hand, kind of no exceptionist. He avoided trouble, didn't try to mix things up and get in there. Would have ran into Zach's queens and been behind for sure.
The colder it gets, the harder dealing gets.
You need gloves?
Yeah. No. I
Wendy's
wish
just going to let go of the ace tape offsuit. Have seen her open hands similar to that in terms of strength recently.
Hold 1, hold 2.
See her let it go this time as action gets all the way back around to Zach again.
Hold in the 3.
Back to the blinds.
Just going to get out of there with the 5-tray offsuit.
And you know, it never feels good as well when you're making folds that are correct, and then you're connecting with the flop. Like, obviously, when Zach made it 103,000,
And a call.
and Parker has the full jack tray and flops a pair and turns strips, you're like, man, these hands I should be playing, I'm folding, and the hands I'm in, I can't make any money. So you just gotta hope that you can get to a point where you're able to find a hand that you're willing to play and that you can flop well with.
15,000 in the 6.
So blind versus blind, we did see David limp in and then Nikki raise. He's going to keep that aggression on an ace-high flop representing it. Puts out the continuation bet, gets to take it down.
Button is good.
Nikki still chipping up. Ever since he got a massive double up early in to sitting down at this table, it's been pretty smooth sailing for him ever since. Fortunate to sit down, somewhat shorter stack and get an immediate double up. Flopped quads, got paid off.
Fold in 8. Fold 1. Fold 2.
Oh, kings for Zach.
With 10,000 in 3.
There's David on the button with pocket sevens. Remembers the last time he folded a pocket pair in fours, he would have flopped a set, and he is going to find a bad time to make one of these moves that I say he never makes. He rarely ever makes moves like this. They're normally timely, except for this one.
This situation lined up for it so much. We've seen Zach opening a ton of pots. It's from the cutoff, so another late position open. It looks like he's, you know, trying to take control of the table. I don't think it's a bad 3-bet by any means. David just kind of picking up on the table dynamic. Just very unfortunate that Zach has a monster in this case.
He knew when he saw him open, he was going to probably shove or put him all in. At this point, he makes it seem like maybe.
All in and out.
There's the all in from Zach and David. 20 big blinds.
Yeah, and that's kind of where it is. Like, man, I folded 4s, I flopped a set. He's like, you know what? Let's just whatever. Let's get it. 3 hours of play, and you're like, man, I can't find any good cards. This is the first pocket pair I've had. I don't feel like folding.
Especially against a very active opponent. You want to make a stand, put in the 3-bet. So far, no 7 on board. Came down ace 10 deuce, another ace on the turn.
2 outs. Not it.
Breaks out, Zach gonna eliminate David. And now Zach has the chip lead on this table. We've seen him keep his foot on the gas. And now he's collecting another bounty as well. So Zach emerging as the chip lead. Gonna be a fun dynamic. We've seen him keep opening, keep being the aggressor. Nikki and Wendy immediately on his left, 2 of the other big stacks on this table. The 3 of them just kind of keep on clashing. Makes for a good viewership for us here. Excited to see how things develop between them. Zach with another elimination. Gonna see him pull the mystery bounty in the near future. Last time he didn't rush over there, waited till the break. No reason to hurry it up and miss any hands.
Fold 1, fold 2.
Wouldn't be surprised if he does something similar here. Just wait till you get to a break. Wait till there's a stop in action of some kind for him to go over and do the bounty.
He's chipping up in a big way. Man,
he's chipping up. Wendy gonna keep trying to chip up as well. Gets to open pocket 8s this time around.
It's a clean wall.
14.
I saw Parker just half a full 9-7 offsuit. Again, Parker just folding, folding, folding. Definitely getting old. Definitely getting old.
Once again, there you go. Like, you know, once it whittles down and you're like, man, I don't have much left as compared to the rest of the field. I got 2 7s, 2 8s.
Enough is enough.
I've had it. You know what? Take the rest. Take the rest.
Players, I just grabbed all the
Zach again with pocket kings. Kind of amazing.
Is that real? That's not a glitch in the graph?
Yeah, we did not hit rewind. This is a new hand. Pocket kings for Zach. Wendy gonna put in the call to pocket deuces from the button. She's going set mining, hoping to spike a deuce. We've seen it happen for multiple people so far. Let's see if Wendy can do the same. We did see Mike complete from the big blind with the 7-5. Flop comes down Queen 7 tray rainbow. So Mike finds middle pair. Zach with his overpair and the betting lead, obviously going to c-bet.
12,003.
Fires out a pretty small one, 12K, about 1/3 pot.
Fold 8 or 7.
After Wendy folds Mike with middle pair here. Pretty slam dunk call. See what develops on the turn.
Looking for a 5 or an additional 7, and gets neither.
It's an ace of clubs, which completes the rainbow. And is the one overcard to Zach's pair. Really not the most desirable card. Does just check it back. But now another ace on the river makes you feel a little bit better about your kings. Mike debating on maybe betting a sort of blocker size with his 7. Just gonna check it over, see what Zach does. I'm sure Zach gonna bet for some thin value here. It's just a matter of what can he get looked up by. Especially checking back the turn. Gonna be easy for Mike to not believe this.
44,000.
As we see Zach go with like about 2/3 pot size bet. Fired out 44K into a little over 60. A size that a person could use if they were bluffing.
Well, he's not going to take the bait this time.
Yeah, good fold by Mike. We saw Mike pick off a bluff earlier. makes a correct laydown here. Navigating pretty well so far on this feature table. Hasn't really been able to get a large amount of chips. Can't build the traction all the way up, but some of these weird spots like this one, you know, he just navigates it correctly. You have to call 1 bet on the flop, and then manage to not pay off his opponent on the river. Which I think we could have easily seen a call there. Especially given that turn check. Zach, yet again, waking up with another playable hand. Gets to open it up with ace-queen offsuit this time.
Fold 7.
Action's folding around, gets to Parker on the button. Just talking about maybe some of that frustration mounting for Parker, wanting to get in the mix, and Zach has opened a relentless number of hands.
25,000 in the 8.
Parker puts in the 3-bet, makes it 25 to go with the Jack-10 of hearts. Pretty good 3-bet candidate. He's seen Zach opening a ton of hands. He hasn't shown down very many of them.
And a call.
He's picking this spot to start going for it. Zach gonna put in the call with the ace-queen.
If you happen to lose another player, please speak up. We'll be pausing the clock.
Flop does come down Jack high, so Parker getting a much needed connection on this flop. Comes down Jack 5 rainbow. Zach does check it over. Parker, the pre-flop aggressor. So he is assembling a continuation bet.
35,000 in the 8.
Decides to go with 35K, a little over half pot. Zach just gonna get out of there, letting go of his ace-queen, and Parker gets to drag a much-needed pot. Not so much that he's overly short by any means, but just been a pretty frustrating last couple of orbits. He's been chipping down after coming in with a lot of chips. Good to scoop some in, get the juices flowing, feeling a little bit better about yourself and your situation when you get to stack some chips up.
Fold 6, fold 7.
Couple of folds so far here. Heading around to Mike's button. See if he wants to step out. Does not. Now it's on the short stack. Tyler in the small blind. Looks like a slam dunk all in coming in from Tyler. Off of an 11 big blind stack. Ace king is beautiful. Zach looked down at an ace and says call.
I guess it didn't matter what I did.
And then Zach looks at the second card, it's a queen. He was definitely calling no matter what. But any ace in the big blind there, it's pretty much a mandatory snap call. Flop comes king high, so we should see Tyler find the double up, assuming it runs out clean, which it does on the ace turn. Tyler with a double.
57, 58.
So much needed life for Tyler. Gets him over the 20 big blind mark. Zach, who pretty much just ran pretty well, played pretty well, and
What was it?
picked all of his spots correctly.
Okay.
Rare pot going away from him here, doubling up Tyler. Fortunately for Zach, Tyler didn't have more chips as ace king versus ace queen, blind versus blind. They were going to be getting it in for quite a large amount. You know, even if Tyler had 30, 40 big blinds, they were probably going to end up getting it in inevitably, especially in a blind versus blind formation.
Fold in the 8. Or 7, sorry.
On to the next hand. Now it's Parker's turn with an ace. Looks like he's going to open things up here with the ace tray.
13,000 in the 8. Fold 1 and 2.
Does raise it up to 13K. You see folds of the players in position, and now Zach's turn with the ace king. Just doubled up his opponent. When his opponent was holding ace king, his turn to have it. And it looks like he is assembling a 3-bet size. Comes in. 40,000. There's 8 big blinds over Parker's 13K open. Parker sitting on about a 40 big blind stack behind This represents a good chunk of that stack. Right around 15–20% of it.
Fold and
Parker flashes the ace,
I'm messing with you.
decides to let it go. Zach
putt was good.
says, yep, good fold. Shows the ace king. Says, I'm not picking on you. I just had a hand.
I felt good about that one too. I was like, man, he's gonna think I'm messing with him here. I was like, I was for sure you're gonna think I'm messing with you on this one. It didn't work that way. Don't go, they gonna go. Yeah.
Here's Zach say he was debating, he was putting in the raise to make it look like he was
Blinds are
messing
going
with
up in the
Parker.
next hand, y'all.
Almost worked.
Blinds up next hand.
Parker was a little bit stronger there. He could have gone with it. Getting a little tired of the relentless 3-betting.
13,000. In the 8, 13,000.
Deja vu as we see Parker put in the raise again. Same price, 13K. This time it's with Queen 9 suited.
Fold 6.
Everybody gets out of there around to Wendy in the big blind. So she is going to defend her big, putting in the call.
Heads up.
They are heads up to the flop here. Wendy's 10-9 of diamonds gets a great flop when it comes down king, queen, 5, 2 diamonds. Parker with the best hand right now in the form of middle pair. Wendy likes her spot.
20,000 in the 8.
Parker growing at 20K, 2/3 pot size bet.
In the 7.
Wendy could call or raise, decides just to put in the call.
With straight flush draw against 2 pair. We at the river? Oh, we're going to see Jorge pull. Uh-oh. Sweat it out, buddy. Sweat it out. Oh, he loves it.
5K for
5K
Jorge,
for him.
huh? Some nice big bounty pull there.
Yeah. He's a devout 2-5 player, but I see him back here in the tournament, so he's doing pretty well, and pretty sure he'll play more tournaments in the future, pulling that 5K there.
Meanwhile, in this hand, Parker put out a sizable bet on his turn. Wendy has been thinking about it for quite a while. Definitely has the option to put in a check raise. I feel like that might have been her original plan until Parker went with such a big size. Put in about a quarter of his stack on this 45K bet. And while she was tanking, Zach took the opportunity to run over. Sprints over, decides to pull the bounty real quick while there's a pause in action at this feature table.
Oh, Zach's going to pull
Another 500. So back-to-back 500s for Zach.
Each bounty he's got, he's been like, yeah, this is the 50K, this is the 50K. And it's a few zeros short. 50,000.
After all the deliberation, we see Wendy put in the call. So 164K in the middle. Parker with 134K back.
Good.
And it's a brick, 4 clubs on the river. Wendy's just going to check it over to Parker now. Can't imagine he's going to be able to get any more chips out of her. No matter what value bet size he uses. I don't think he's looking them up with just a pair of 9s.
65,000 in the 8.
Did go with about half of his chip stack, betting 65K. So Wendy doesn't want to fold. Maybe she's picking up on some of that frustration we've seen from Parker in the last couple of orbits. He hasn't been able to get too much going. Holding just a pair of 9s here. Might be tough for Parker to get paid off.
Yeah, Wendy's probably just going to posture a little bit and then go ahead and make the fold.
You got us thinking about hero calling against a missed flush draw. Obviously, if Parker has a diamond flush draw, then her pair of 9s has to be best. You know, if he was holding ace jack of diamonds, ace 5 of diamonds, you know, any of those suited wheel aces, she would have them beat since she has the 9 in her hand.
Is he thinking about it? Oh boy. She's cutting out what looks like is a call, but there's no rush.
She puts in the call here. It's purely based on the fact that Parker's been very frustrated. It's been pretty visible, I would say, the last couple of hands. Hasn't been able to get anything going, and maybe she's trying to She thinks he's trying to pull one off. But she does throw the cards in instead of the chips.
It's a really good hand for Parker. Like you said, he's been card dead for the past 3.5 hours. Haven't been able to win one. That was a good spot to see go his way.
All right, so we have 3,000.
Going back to pre-flop, you know, he opened under the gun. Can't imagine that board would completely whiff an under the gun open either, if you're Wendy.
And Parker has not stepped out of line 1 second this entire feature table.
I mean, he tried to that one hand with the jack tray, and then we saw the short stack shove and then the ISO reshove. So
And then he quickly
the
folded.
one time he tried, nobody saw it.
Nobody,
Also,
exactly.
which is
Nobody saw it.
Important note, you know, obviously we watching can see all of the hands. The players on the table, they only have the information that goes to showdown, so they might not see, you know, kind of like how we saw Zach opening hand after hand there. We know it was always a real hand, but the table thinks it's not.
Yeah, and then Nikki got real sick of it.
Yeah.
I think they're about to do a
Queens here for Mike. Mike, how do you feel about Mike having queens?
I am pro Mike waking up with 2 ladies. That was good, right, Adonis? That was good.
That was really good because
As long as my wife isn't watching, that joke was hilarious.
I got there real late, but I understood what was happening.
If she is watching, it's going to be funny for you guys later when I tell a story about my stuff being on fire on the front lawn
Well,
when I
you
get
know,
home.
I got a blanket in my car. If you need one. You know, I'm always there for you, buddy.
That's good, you know. We saw earlier Mike on the table had a big fan base. I'm glad I got one. It's good to have friends. Good
Hey,
to have
what did you
friends.
say? You wanted to be a part of Wolfpack, right?
Yeah, you gotta find a wolf pack. That's what we learned.
I just now drew the connection of the Wolfpack from Hangover.
Gotta have a wolf pack.
You gotta have a Wolfpack, man. You got in blood. You gotta have a Wolfpack.
full 2.
Zach just talking about how he was relentlessly opening there for a while not too long ago, and it's going to be no exception as he makes it 12K to go with his queen jack.
I want to draw my exact seat.
12K is now a min click. Blinds just recently went up to 3K, 6K.
Zach quietly has 482,000.
Big has taken over the chip lead at this table.
The Wolfpack is still here.
That's good to know. We do have a wolf pack still here in the YouTube chat. Thanks for howling at us, Bryke.
Mike wins, you got to play the Vegas trip. 100%.
Mike's been playing well. Can't really get too much in terms of chip accumulation. You see him have to let it go here, but does correctly fold the weaker queen to Zach C-bet.
Yeah, just everybody put your bounty back in. We're redoing it.
But for his wolf pack, Mike's still sitting around 30 big blinds. He's not dead in the water by any means, not super short. Big stack on the table, does only have about 80 big blinds at this point, so there's not the 150 big blind stack out there like there used to be.
Even when you get a seat card,
They're gonna go ahead and take care of the redraw. Looks like they're gonna color up the chips.
players, so they're redrawing the whole thing. Everyone's gonna go to maybe a new table, maybe not.
Yeah,
Probably
it depends. But just,
So you guys can hear that explanation. We are at the 3-table redraw. With 3 tables remaining, which means 24 players are left. We do a complete redraw of the field. So one by one they're drawing, racking up the chips, getting ready to maybe shuffle around and move. See who we can bring to the feature table, as we might get a nice shake up here. I know the wolf pack was really rooting on Mike staying here.
Mike sticks around. If not, you guys are gonna have to make the drive up here and come visit the room.
If not, you know, Steve says the OGs are here as well. Well, with this redraw, I'm pretty sure Eddie was still alive out there. We might see a tournament OG make his way over. Be excited to see who lands on our final table, or feature table, then final table, of course. It is a 3-table redraw.
So Nikki's staying.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't want to leave. He bemoaned his luck getting moved to this table, and then
runs it up.
snap doubled and snap on another big pot.
Yeah, flop squads.
Very happy to be here all of a sudden. When you more than double
Got
up.
some new players though.
I see a few familiar faces.
Oh no, Mike's gone. Wolfpack, you got to head out to the outer tables.
Mizzou Wolfpack.
Trey, can you do 8 cards face up for a button for
Looks
me?
like we got. Oh no, actually I
Cards
don't.
face up for a
Thought I
button.
did. Oh, there's Paul.
Got a lot of familiar faces here.
That's 7. There's
Crypto
no 5
Paul, who
seeds.
made a
There's
super
1 through
deep
4,
run
6 through 9.
in the Mystery
We're
Bounty
8-handed,
event
but there's no
last
5
series.
seed in this one. So that's
He
technically
moved here. Looks like
Trying to
he's
make
in
a
the
deep
4
run
seed.
For the button.
Look at him. I don't know who this is.
That's this guy that just went to the restroom.
Everybody's settling in, finding their new tables. Does give us a clear update. There's currently 24 players remaining.
Wow.
We
Okay.
resume today with 37.
Yeah,
Out of the third of the field eliminated so far. We are playing this one all the way down to a winner tonight. Staying here on a featured table all the way to the final table. Somebody can take home 60K up top along with the WPT trophy.
Yep. We will be here the duration. Mike, how you feeling? You all right?
I'm good. I'm good. I just had a little bit of a sushi roll.
All right.
And, now I'm feeling pumped up. How you feeling? You know, you've been a roller coaster of emotion today so far.
You know, I
and,
almost
need to
said how
check
I
in.
really
You know,
feel, but for right now, I'm just ready to watch the program. That's nothing else for right now.
shocking that as his team is doing better, his mood is elating.
You know, that's where my emotions are tied.
That's why Adonis was given a good breakdown of not letting emotion take advantage of you here on the table not too long ago. I think he's broken a couple things here in the booth, letting the emotion get to the best of him today.
I've been sweating a lot.
He is the opposite of Crypto Paul. Crypto Paul there in the 4th seat, maybe the most stoic individual you'll ever see at a table.
I've dealt extensively to Paul. You never get anything out of him.
He's got the greatest poker face in the world. It's not even close.
Look at him. It's just stoic. He's like, okay. All right. I've identified who I must beat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Country told him to smile for his photo, and he thinks he did, actually, as we get to this final table.
Can you imagine him telling, no, I did, and you look at
It's
the
like,
picture.
I was so excited. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, the shades go on. I love Paul.
Yeah, he's feeling guilty for letting that smile go, just to bring it back in.
I saw him smile one time. It was because he hit a royal flush and got the jacket he's wearing.
The royal jacket.
There were 8 pockets in it. He was happy about
He
it.
was happy with the pockets.
He's like, oh, I get to put my chips in all these pockets.
So everybody getting settled in here. Won't be a very long pause in the action. We'll be back at it here momentarily as the chips are getting unracked. They're getting names, photos, everything's set up. Excited to see a couple of those bounties get pulled. We know there's got to be at least 1 or 2 tickets floating out there right now. Maybe some players waiting to get closer to break before they go make their pull.
I got so real quick.
They don't get over that.
I got so real quick. Again, all mobile devices not at the table. Just have them on the end tables here. If you guys do need to use them.
So without Mike on this final table, not having his Wolfpack cheering him on in the chat, I don't know who the new fan favorite is going to be.
I'm impartial.
I'm going to wager it's going to be the 8 seed Chris.
I like the 7 seed Terminator skull he has there. I assume his name will probably be the Terminator.
Terminator.
That's a strong name to have. Gotta hope he makes it far.
That's pretty much it as far as that goes.
See who people are rooting on.
Don't balk, Gilly.
Whether it's a local favorite or an out-of-town favorite. There's any crypto fans out there, I guess it would be they have to root for Paul.
It's so good because even when Paul smiles, he's like, in his mind, he's like, I gotta snap back. Like, this is too much. I'm giving
My
up
bad,
too
my
much
bad.
right now.
It's like a rubber band.
Yeah, he's like, this is not it.
So let's bring it back to the average. So it looks like the only 2 players stayed here. It was Zach, who was being very aggressive over the last hour. Nicky, who wasn't as active, but picked his spots pretty well there in the 3 seat.
He's going to have to hit the reset button, though. Zach had a pretty good read on the table. Now you got 6 new players, and you don't know anything about any of them. All you see is their big chip stacks.
So here we go underway with all of those new players. Let's see who decides to push who around. Did see Tom have to let it go with his 14 blind stacks. We're going to have a couple shorties here. Might make for some fun dynamics as people go after the bounty.
His name is Terminator. All right, Nick there open 7s to 13,000. Zach there in the cutoff ace-10 offsuit. He's going to give his new table mate a look, try to get a read on him real quick. And
well, while he was looking, he could see Nick actually had him out chipped, which
you don't see that.
Before we regrouped, Zach was the chip leader at the table. See how he wants to adjust to that. Pitches flat call. And now Paul going to complete out of the big blind.
Not a bad flop.
Nick or Paul, you do like the 6-5 deuce flop. Paul with middle pair and a straight draw. First to act. Decides to check it over. Nick with the overpair of the board, going to put out a continuation bet. Paul going to happily put in the call.
Especially with the cards being so
Off to a king of spades on the turn. Paul's going to check it over to Nick. Nick may continue firing. He has a lot of kings in his range. Does bet out 30K, a little less than half pot size bet with 80K in the middle. Not the best turn card Paul wanted to see, but he's still going to put in the call with his paired straight draw.
To the river we go. A queen of clubs on the river. Makes him get the check mark.
Action will go check, check pretty quick here as both players are happy to show down their weak pair. Nick's 7s are best. The chip leader gets a little richer. Over 100 big blinds for Nick right now. The only fortunate thing for Zach, at least, is you have position on him. It's going to be fun to see if those two tangle at all, since they are seated next to each other in terms of seating order. Short stack, 14 big blinds is Tom here under the gun. Jack 6 suited under the gun, at a full table, probably just gonna have to let it go. Never really want to fold your under the gun hand and, you know, put up 1/7 of your chip stack on the very next one in the big blind. But he did have to let it go. Now action on Terminator, raising it up with a Jack 9 of diamonds. Oh, looks like he just limped in with the Jack 9. Getting a little different. Nick
opening.
Gonna ISO raise it up.
Nobody wants to tango with Nick. Uh-oh, Ryan, ace queen offsuit.
Sitting on 20 big blinds. Could just see the 3-bet shove here. Hard to put in a 3-bet of a different size over this open. There is the shove from Ryan. A little over 20 bigs. It'd be interesting to see what Nick wants to do, assuming Terminator gets out of there. Nick off of such a big stack and the 50K bounty still being live. You know, if he thinks Ryan is doing this with a medium pocket pair, he might happily run it, go for the flip.
What is he looking at?
We're getting a total count. There's actually a TV. What he's looking at probably. There actually is a TV right there that has all the bounties that are remaining. So he's probably just checking, making sure which ones are still live, which ones aren't.
Yeah.
You get a player count, chip count, and you got to assess all your options.
Is this the announcer? Is this the commentator?
Oh yeah, that was me. I stepped out there for a second. Yeah. they made me, and I was like, oh yeah, it is me. I'm sorry.
I was hoping they would say something back. I didn't hear it.
I don't like watching the live stream when the commentator
certainly did not want to use in the hand.
I don't like it.
Very strong. And no
It's
snap
like a
from you
check
either, so
back.
I was all
Check
right.
back. If he wasn't behind me, I might have taken it.
Dang, they didn't say anything about you. I was hoping we were gonna get something fun and off the cuff there.
I know, that's why I don't like it.
Yeah, he didn't like the eye in the sky.
He doesn't like it?
No.
Yeah,
He's good though. He's cool. He's cool, people.
Just worth noting in this hand, Tom, the short stack is in the big blind. Started this hand with about 14 bigs. So you'd imagine nobody's going to open too light here. We've seen Nicky open it up with ace jack suited. Whenever you got the shorty in the big blind, it kind of keeps most players at the table a little bit honest.
Oh,
But whew,
He pulled a 50. I'm
it was the small blind they had to worry about. Ryan, another monster. Pocket jacks this time. He just 3-bet shoved the last hand, too. Wonder if Nicky's thinking about that.
That was still the funniest.
Didn't think about it much. Quickly let it go.
Still can't believe that guy had a rock of moon rock.
But back-to-back hands for Ryan. Ace, queen, with a 3-bet shove, and now pocket jacks with a 3-bet to take it down.
He gets down to 16.
He's chipping up
10 moon rocks. Puts the
early and often on the new featured table lineup.
Like a Friday. Then he
Might be my.
runs it up.
No, it was me.
Oh, it was you?
This table's a lot more chatty than the
Yeah, I
other.
know you're talking about.
They're having a
Yeah, I was
better
down to
time.
16K when the blinds were like 4,000, and you know I just surrounded my chip stack with it. I put the moon on top, and I chipped up to like 200.
There's something to the crystal.
So a guy sits down right next to him with one moon rock.
That's your.
As soon as he sits down, I'm like, look at this idiot.
And he's got
Nice moon rock, buddy. And then,
moon rock
and then I go, that'd be hilarious if you have a backpack full of moon rocks. And he sure enough, he pulls out a backpack with the biggest moon rocks I've ever seen.
right there.
You just called my. Did it work for him? I think we all made it to the.
I'm just listening, man. I'm trying to figure out why that conversation
Yeah,
happened.
I think he ended up being close to the chip leader of that day. So yeah, it kind of worked for him.
Who, him?
Yeah, he was
Third and
What's his name again? I can't remember. Kenny, that's right.
I love them already. The South Park reference.
Much more talkative table than the last one.
I mean, obviously, they're still concerned about the cards and the bounties and trying to take home that 60K, but
They're also concerned about moon rocks.
Yeah, they're a chatty group.
There's got to be a limit on moon rocks.
Which is good. I want to listen in because, I mean, I have zero moon rock strategy.
I don't.
I need to figure it out.
The other guy said he boosts them. He 100% he said he boosts them for power.
Oh, Kenny? Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Moon rock was like brown and,
I don't. You know
it was
what?
clear and he was like,
Maybe
nah.
Paul might have a moon rock because I mean, having aces here is in a pretty good spot. It's gonna open to 12K.
We're gonna see how long it is.
Short stack Tom says I don't want any parts of that. The Terminator with pocket eights. Yeah, stop laughing. It's time to play real poker now, bud.
Both players started this hand with just a little over 50 big blinds. So 3-bet option is on the table. It looks like he's just going to put in the call, though, playing it out of the small blind. Doesn't need to load it up out of position. So heads up to the flop, aces versus ace. Ooh, spicy flop, 9-7-6. So open-ended for Terminator. Paul obviously still the best hand with aces. Plus Paul probably feeling a little excited. Everybody talking about moon rocks. He's a big fan of taking things to the moon. Puts out a C-bet.
That must be a funny nickname.
22K. Terminator snap called. Didn't really think twice about it.
Oh.
Weird way to improve to a set. He's looking for the straight. Instead, he gets 3 of a kind. A 4-liner and 3 clubs on board. See Paul check it back with the aces.
Wow. What a way. What a way. Paul flops the lead. Terminator turns the lead, and they're both chopping it up here on the river.
When Terminator checks it over, that might invite Paul to bluff at it. You know your opponent's probably not checking both turn and river with a made hand.
What a run out, man.
That's what we see. A huge bet from Paul, taking advantage of the situation. You know, if Terminator had a flush here, he would never check the river after the turn check through. He probably would lead for value with a straight if he had a 10 in his hand somehow, especially after the turn check through also. So Paul pretty aware that Terminator can't have a made hand. Just trying to blow him off the chop.
He does have Paul slightly covered, so if he does find the call, thinking here, maybe he's trying to make a move with top chips left. I don't know if he's considering that, but he definitely isn't too happy about that.
Paul let out for 100K, which was an overbet. 80K was in the middle. It's not for the tournament life, just a big chunk of it. That represents a little over a third of Terminator's remaining chip stack. Does not want to call and be
I don't
wrong.
want to risk losing a third of my stack if you have the 10. But I can't believe it ran out like that.
Does let it go. Paul
gonna get
shipping
nothing
up
from him.
nicely.
He's not going to get any information from him. Not at all.
Paul not wanting to give away information.
He better not look for it. It's not there.
Oh, he shrugged.
Oh, just small speed. Like, oh, wait, too much emotion. Too much emotion. Dial it back. Dial it back.
Is it ironic that Paul is more robotic and his opponent's name was Terminator?
many hours with this guy.
Maybe that's why he
He had
targeted
the
him.
10, he didn't have the jack 10. Is what he
That's funny because they're all just like, I wonder what he had.
On
And
the
he's
final
just,
last time, he
didn't.
actually, he
I
had it
don't
the
know.
last
You'll
time.
see it later when you watch.
Yeah, he had it.
He rivered it.
I remember that shit all the way
only has it
months
when you
ago.
call.
That he did that same move and he had it.
He rivered it.
Ah, a little background there from Terminator saying that Paul did something very similar a few months back to him, and he actually had the hand.
Wow.
So guessing that came into play a little bit.
Absolutely.
So that's what's nice about making that move. You can do it when you have it and do it when you don't.
He picked up the same
If you
hand
know
again?
you're just bluffing him off of a chop. Yeah, deja vu, pocket eights for Terminator.
You only have one moon rock out.
Is there somebody at the table with moon rocks?
No, I think they're just in love with the concept.
Take it to a flop, 15K.
Zach did defend from the big blind with the ace-7.
35,000.
Right.
Be a quick fold from Zach. Don't even have the ace of hearts. Get out of there, buddy.
I had to show it.
Meanwhile, gonna see a bounty pool real quick.
Oh, that's Nick at the table.
Yeah, 50K, 20K are still live. See if he can take one down, one of the big prizes or not.
He is ripping that thing apart.
Nice. Just 1K.
He's the first person to do that. Open it up and kind of just show it to the camera. Like, hey, just verifying my amount. I like that.
I didn't say that.
That's why he was ripping it real quick. He was trying to get back to the table in time. Unfortunately, did not.
That's right. That is correct. Like you said, maybe that's a part of the bounty, or yeah, the bounty pool strategy is you want to kind of make sure.
12,000.
Now the short stack Tom wakes up with a monster. Ace King opening things up. Terminator with a chance to eliminate a player.
27,000.
Does put in the 3-bet, trying to isolate against the short stack.
I guess if you're looking at
There first one?
Yeah.
A lot of pocket pairs for Terminator.
Well, he said you were up here again. That's why.
Yeah, and Tom goes and moves all in. Terminator will make the call.
Should be off to the races. Just a moment. Here is the all-in from Tom. Snap call with the pocket nines. So classic race here, Ace King versus nines. It is for Tom's tournament life. Obviously Terminator going bounty hunting. Hoping to hold. Tom looking for the ace or king.
Oh, he's going to need more than
9
that.
high. Well,
Wheel
4
draw.
and a 4 only for Tom. Doesn't get it. We're going to see Tom eliminated here.
I didn't even notice the
Terminator got bluffed off of a big pot from Paul, but gets a little bit of redemption in the form of a bounty.
Definitely pulling the 50.
After he knocks Tom out here.
He did call it.
GG's to Tom.
About 15 minutes ago, he was going to pull it. So.
Can't do much more but get it in pre-flop with Ace King, that's for sure. If I'm ever sitting on 10 big blinds and I look down at Ace King, I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I got to think of that. No.
I'll give you all 14 minutes.
If I get a 500, I'll trade. I'll sell it right now for 5,000.
Wow.
All right, Paul's turn with the pocket nines. Just saw pocket nines eliminate a player in the last hand. I'm sure Paul would be happy to do the same, raising it up here to 12K.
Is Nico over there waiting for me? I guess I'll let her cash out that guy first. Doing some stuff, I don't want to miss a hand.
Actually gets around to Nick. Looking down at ace-9 of clubs. Nick over 100 big blinds deep, and Paul not short either. Open things up off of 60 bigs. So we're going to see Nick re-bet it up. Makes it 26K to go. Nicky did let go of an ace-deuce out of the big against a 3-bet. So Paul putting in the call. Or heads up to the flop. No 9 on this one. Comes down ace, king, queen. So Nick outflops Paul here. And we do see Nick fire out a c-bet after Paul checks it over. He's going to get the job done. Paul has to let go.
He's got to let it go.
And the rich get richer. Nick chipping up, staying over 100 bigs. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in, watching along with us. In case anybody else is unaware, this is a $1,700 buy-in WPT Mystery Bounty event. We're here in day 2. This is a featured table. We got 3 tables remaining in total. A little over 20 players left. Winner will take home a little over $60,000 for first place in addition to the trophy. Right now, everybody's kind of vying for the mystery bounties. The biggest bounty on board, $50,000, is still live and in the barrel. So if you eliminate a player, you got about a 1 in 24 shot of pulling it. You're gonna see Terminator run off and try to do it.
Wow.
Yes. There's a pocket pair every other hand, it seems like. Paul's going to defend the big blind with the 9-5 suited after Ryan opened kings under the gun. Anticlimactic Jack-10 4-flop.
Chris is like, hurry up, man. I got to get back to my hand.
Which this hand should go pretty quick. I would imagine Ryan's going to continuation bet and not much backdoor equity. Even Paul abruptly folds. So Chris, the Terminator, trying to pull a good bounty here. See how much he can take home.
He's not going to be able to make it back in time. So he's like, you know what, I'm just going to enjoy the pull, and hopefully I can get something real big here. 20K and 50K are still in play, right, Mike?
Yeah, top 2 prizes still alive. You know, there's about 24 envelopes in there right now. He went for the slow roll approach.
He slow rolled himself.
You see the 5, you see a couple zeros, you start getting excited, and then womp, womp, no numbers behind it, as it is only 500.
He slow rolled himself.
You gotta peel, man.
I went like this and I went like this. I'm like,
Nicky with
Nicky's turns.
I guess everybody's going to take their turn getting this big pocket pair tonight. I've seen it at least 4 or 5 times.
So Brandon opened things up with Queen-8 of hearts. Nicky wakes up with kings on the button. Music to his ears, he gets to put in a 3-bet. It is against an opponent that he has covered, so always nice when you're one of the shorter stacks. Obviously not the short stack of the table, but when you have somebody similar in chip stack against you, you get to go for an elimination in addition to the chip up. But for that price, Brandon puts in the call. Pretty bloated pot here. Oh man, wow. I got money on these two getting it all in here on the flop when it comes down 9-4 deuce, 2 hearts.
Yeah, and I don't think Nicky's going to waste any time.
Nicky, easy C-bet from him.
And a call.
And it went all in and call real quick. Snip, snip, snap, snap from Nicky and Brandon.
We're just going to have to see the turn and river. We won't see the table, but let's see if the heart pops up on the turn.
We are going to be sweating a mystery bounty real
on
quick.
River is a 6 of
hearts.
hearts.
Brandon gets the full double up.
Wow.
So disaster. River card for Nicky. Brandon going to get the full double.
I hope they pull 2 $50,000 tickets and just absolute chaos.
Players rooting on for max chaos. It's fun to hear. I'm sure the boss would be real happy if that happened. You know, 2 players pulled a 50K prize when it's only supposed to be 1. We'll probably just take it out of the boss's pay or something.
5,000, not bad. Another 5K off the board. Anybody holding on to their pulls, they might want to be thinking about it.
It wasn't a 50K, but it was a 5. Just missing a 0, that's all.
Is he pulling again? He has 2?
He double eliminated, huh? I guess we missed a big hand on the outside table, that's for sure. Clearly there was a double elimination or back-to-back eliminations. Going for the no look. His first pull was 5K. Let's see what he can do this time around.
All in and
Meanwhile,
looks like Nicky Boo's all in there.
Nicky with a pretty easy open shove for about 10 bigs with the ace-10 off from late position.
I like this guy's energy. Like he's on top of the world right now.
He just pulled 5K.
He's like, hold this for me. Look at him. I like this guy's energy. He's gonna pull it. It's not
1K,
bad.
1K.
6K in bounties is not bad at all.
Meanwhile, Nicky's all-in did get called by Terminator, looking down at 6s in the big. go off to a clean run out. Terminator 6's hold. Nicky's going to be eliminated here.
That's it.
Off the featured table. GG's to Nicky. We saw him spin it up real well when he got moved to his featured table the first time around. Did get it all in pocket kings there. Against Brandon's Queen 8 of Hearts not too long ago. Was the majority of the reason he's knocked out now. It was a big pot. Was a good spot for him. Just doesn't get the river card he was looking for. Sounds like a couple of knockouts there happened fast and furious. There was almost a lull in the action for a while, and now it's being made up for.
Yeah, last time it went tomorrow.
He's lost 2 players off this table already. What I believe is just about 30 minutes. First act, Zach actually letting go of the 7-8 suited.
Yeah.
Maybe with all the action at this table, he doesn't feel as though he can bully him. He was earlier. We saw him opening a lot of hands like that.
You had one as well?
Looks like one by one players are folding behind.
Oh, it's a different table for this. Oh, it doesn't matter. Was it, who gets the ticket first? Right here? Okay, good there. And who's my player?
Action did get all the way around to Terminator, collecting his ticket.
Oh, Nicky, not this. Nicky, not this. Got it. Okay, team, we got 3 more.
Terminator limped in from the small blind. He's fresh off of a knockout, up to over 70 bigs now. So these players are both very deep, blind versus blind.
Well, flops an ace.
Yeah, Nick owning this board as it came down ace jack 5. Gets to fire out a c-bet after he raised things up out of the big blind over Terminator's limp. We're going to see Chris just get out of there, holding just 9 high and not too much outside of backdoor clubs. Nick gets to take it down.
Oh, did he?
I believe so.
Here.
Better hurry back, Chris.
So he missed the last hand doing this. Tries. He's willing to do something that might make him miss his button.
Oh, he's just standing up. Okay, so he didn't.
Wasn't running off. He wasn't running off. Another double bounty pull, huh?
I don't know where I'm going for. Yeah, clear the field, clear the field. Is it bad taste?
So 2 bounties being pulled here, a little back-to-back. 50K, 20K still live, along with a 10K up there. 3 big prizes left. Seems as though we're below 20 players remaining.
Wow, that's the one you pulled?
Terrible selection.
Tackle him.
Okay. There's still a 500 plus 1 left.
Seen a couple of 500s come off.
He can't not do it.
Go for the bill.
He did pull a 50.
Clear the field, baby.
Hear Chris rooting in the background for a couple 500s to get pulled. Another one. If you're Chris and somebody beat you to the pool, you're kind of excited to see that.
That's what I pulled so far. 500. So the first 500 that went off, the place went nuts. So that was like the loudest I've heard it. I was the golf clap. I think it would be fun just to pull them all from the very end. You get knocked out.
Raise 15,008.
Chris couldn't run off and pull his bounty. Instead, he wakes up with ace-jack in late position, opens it up.
Exactly with king-queen suited.
You might see a 3-bet come in.
He's
It is
got
a
that
late
look at
position
that.
open.
So look down and, yep, here we go.
Starts assembling the gray chips.
Raise 48,000.
48K over Terminator's 15K open. Now we all know as viewers that Zach was very, very active before they switched up to these tables, but Terminator does not know that. He has a little bit of respect for that 3-bet, just lets go of ace-jack without too much thought.
Right. I know. Just want to, make sure I can powder my nose.
Ace jack's too dangerous of a hand. You hit the ace and still don't even know if you're ahead and against an aggressive player, Rather throw it away, see the next one. Live to fight another day.
agree with your thought process on that one.
Start doing that too much. Things might go
Raise 15,000 in the 8.
Ace-9 offsuit for Terminator. He's going to make it 15K. And Nick, the big stack, all the aggression, he's going to immediately 3-bet it up to what looks like 40,000 to go. Nick has been applying pressure at this table, this feature table, big stack, and he's been 3-betting everybody and getting it through. Not bad at all there from Nick.
making y'all believe that I'm gonna fold everything so that whenever start raising again,
He's amassing a pretty big stack. And y'all know what happens when a player has a big stack and he's watching everybody else whittle down. It's time to start putting the pressure on.
Especially as they get closer and closer to 2 tables, it's where the pay jumps start mattering more and more. Maybe some players will hold on a little bit tighter.
That stuff freeze flop. I think once it goes post, that stuff starts working.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the big stack start taking advantage, try to emerge, get to that final table as the chip lead.
now I'm about to be a blind, so now I gotta wait.
So I gotta wait some more. It's all right, Chris.
No rush. We're here all day. Now Brandon gonna open things up from the button. And down to King 10 offsuit. Just over a min click, 13K to go. Ryan's gonna defend the big with the 8-5. Heads up to a Jack 6-6 flop. Rainbow board.
I'm playing for charity, all right? Unless I can't find her, then it's going to Vanessa.
Action did go check, check. Tray of clubs on the turn. Ryan sitting here with 8 high and no draw. After checking on the flop, decides not to start bluffing here on the turn. See if Brandon wants to put out a delayed C-bet or not. Instead, just going to check back his king high.
Gets a pair of 5s on the river.
And Ryan going to happily check down a pair of 5s now. Just wants to get to showdown, hoping his pair is good. Brandon will check back king high. I'm hoping king high held. Sees the bad news that Ryan got there on the river against him.
I feel like you didn't avoid all the work today. I said you didn't avoid all the work today.
Yeah, Chris, you're gonna have to wait a few hands, man. You're gonna want to play your button too, so Chris is gonna have to delay this pull for his bounty.
See him looking up at the TV with the remaining bounties listed, staring at that 50K, going, I hope nobody hits it before I can get up there.
Yeah, as you see people go up there and you have to wait. You're like, please don't pull it, please don't pull it.
You gotta pay taxes on that shit.
Oh, good anti-sweat. Good anti-sweat.
Yeah, and then that would be cool.
Action around to Ryan in the small blind. He's just going to put in the limp. Terminator going to check back to 9 tray. They each hit a tray on this flop when it comes down ace, 8 tray, all diamonds. So Terminator with the better kicker. Ryan, the only player with a diamond though. See Ryan lead right out for 7. Terminator puts in the call.
He looked at Ryan like, hey man, you better be careful here.
Now Ryan carefully puts in a check on the turn.
Yeah, feels like Ryan's up to something, and Terminator got that since once he checked the turn.
You see Terminator fire out 17,000 on that turn card. Ryan double checking his hand. Just gonna let it go.
Yeah, probably should have bet there.
Not sure if your diamond is good if it comes in. Not feeling too good about the pair of trays with kicker not even in play. Just gets out of there.
Let's put those blinds out. I'm pretty sure blinds are going to be increasing here pretty soon. 3,000, 6,000.
13,000.
Paul gets to open things up with Jack 10 of diamonds, making it 13K to go.
Ooh, Ace-Jack suited for the Terminator in the small blind. He's paying for his food. He's worried about his bounty pool. His helmet's slightly off center. I don't really understand what's going on.
He's got a lot going on right now.
He does.
Got a lot going on.
He's got Buddha there, the Terminator skull. He's got the moon rock on. He's the guy with the moon rock. That's the moon rock guy.
God,
Finally
you can't
found
spot the player at the table with the moon rock. Then you are the player at the table with the moon rock. Oh, it's wrong analogy. Wrong analogy.
All right, so Nick is kind of in the middle here with, oh. All right. Open-ended for Paul.
King, queen, queen flop. Terminator with a Broadway draw. Paul, open-ended and the betting lead. Paul just going to check back that straight draw.
There's the ace.
Gets the ace on the
Great
turn.
Paul to Broadway. Terminator might think he turned the best hand, but
especially after the flop checked around. Hard not to love an ace on the turn. If you're Terminator.
oh boy, Terminator might get caught up in it here. Yeah.
Luckily for him with the paired board, it's not going to get crazy bloated. He'll just continue to check call. River, tray of hearts, doesn't change anything. We'll see Paul go for some value on this river. We saw not too long ago Paul pushed Terminator off of a chop. Knows that he got pushed off of a big hand. So maybe he's going to go bluff catching here.
Yep, probably paying
The old I should have called last time, so I'm going to call this time. And he gets the bad news that this was not the right time, as Paul has Broadway. He has to take it down. Paul smiled. Breaking news. This just in. Breaking news. Paul smiles.
You know the day's going good.
Felt
Real
like that
good.
ace did not help me when it hit.
Yeah, he's loosening up today. He came in here all chock full of emotion.
That's that shit I'm talking about with Ace-Jack, man. Just never know.
Chris did not too long ago say Ace-Jack will get you in trouble. And
I
now
think I'm about to pull now.
went ahead and got him in trouble.
Yeah, and he says, you know what? I'm going to look at my button hand, and then I'm going to surrender and try to go pull 20,000 or maybe pull 50,000.
Right, and the bounty is a skill game. Got to find the big ones. Got to get after it. Ryan opened things up with 10-9. Probably pretty aware that Terminator was just going to fold his button and run off, kind of wearing it on his sleeve. All right, well, let's see if two heads are better than one, as Terminator brought another Terminator over with him. We haven't seen anybody use the two heads approach. Let's see if it can pay off.
All right, sweating it, sweating it. Big exhale. Take it down, take it down.
I'm going to guess it worked.
He pulled 50,000. Are you freaking kidding me? He pulled 50K like an animal. Like an absolute monster pulled the 50K.
It was
It's
the
the
moon
moon
rock.
rock. It's the moon.
Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get in the moon rock business.
Yeah. Moon rocks for the entire live stream. Screw on me.
Adonis, glad you're part of my wolf pack.
And you know what's bad about this? There's a lot of good in this, but you know what's bad about this? Anything he says is now validated. It's the moon rocks, guys. Like, you bring a moon rock with you, this is what you get. You get 50K. It's really hard for me not to go to my local store and buy a moon rock.
Your local moon rock store?
If they have one. Pretty sure they do.
Where is the local moon rock store?
Might be next to Walmart, I think.
Definitely next to Walmart.
I mean, you can't help but feel deflated if you're Jorge. You can't pull 50.
The best part is you called it. Like, you already knew.
It's like, that looked like fun.
Oh, he gets a bonus pull.
There's the last bonus.
He didn't know it was a bonus pull. He didn't know what the +1 meant. He's like, okay, I'm back.
Like,
I'm back.
Oh my god.
So that is our last 500 plus one. Fun little wrinkle added into this series of mystery bounties. 2 500 envelopes had a redraw. That's what we're seeing here.
raise.
So much easier just pull a card out
16,000 in the four.
Let's see on the deja vu re-pull
6 and 8.
what happens here.
Full 9, full 1. And a call.
So 500 again.
Heads up.
Doesn't
pulled
get it
two
done on the
500s?
second time. Back-to-back fives. Jorge back at the table. We got Paul and Brandon.
Be honest, I mean,
Those sitting here with gut-shot straight draws. Paul should have come in, might get paid off pretty good.
sure.
They both have the 8. Paul's got the 9 to go along with it.
13,000 and 2.
Brandon gonna lead though. That's 13K. He defended from the big blind after Paul opened it pre-flop.
7 would be disastrous, but okay. Deuce spades on the turn. Brandon's still here with a gutter to 8 high straight. Obviously, Paul is still going to be looking for that same 7 that Brandon's looking for, but it's not going to stop
Brandon
him from
just
betting.
really using this board as it favors him defending in the big blind versus the under the gun open. Paul opened first to act. He should have a lot of Broadway type hands. Not a lot of things that can withstand bets on this board, so Brandon just using that board to his advantage to take one away. Obviously, we can see 10 high was best, but no rational person would assume 10 high is good. Just trying to bluff Paul off of, you know, king, queen, ace, king, any sort of big hand that would open from under the gun. Plus having the straight draw for Brandon. Hoping to hit the 7 as plan B.
He finished like 4th in the last one. Second.
With 0 bounties
That's
in the
right,
last
second,
one.
0 bounties. That's right.
Totally makes up for it today.
Yeah, good ball.
Still crazy.
Does anybody have 50K I can borrow?
Or just a piece of paper that says it.
Full 6 and 8. Full 9. Makes it 18,000 into 1. Fold 2. And call in the fold. Heads up.
All right, we got heads-up action here. Zach and Paul, ace-5 against Jack-10 offsuit. And Paul's going to find the best in this with ace-5 offsuit. So, battle of the minds. And Zach's going to take the betting lead away from Paul here. He's going to go ahead and bet. What is that? 18,000? Paul's going to continue with ace-high. A lot of hands Zach could be continuing with on the flop, and ace-high could still be good, and he would be right.
Checking the 4.
4 on the turn. Now gives Paul some additional outs, as he could catch
Checking the 1.
6 to give him straight. Excuse me, 2 pair with an ace though is good.
So bad at a mystery bounty.
Yeah,
So bad.
How many bounties?
No. You?
1,000 and a fold.
Well, you know, you and I came in short.
I know, it's super.
All right, ace high is good for Paul. He's going to take it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, 91.
Yeah. I was short for the first 4 or 5 levels.
Such a weird scenario.
Yeah,
Like,
and a mystery bounty.
so, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of sucked. You
You
know.
said you're gonna buy the entire book room around a
I
drink.
had 2 shorts at my table too.
I had a couple throughout the day.
Since it's like 90%
Like a 40 and a
conservative, I'll
70
buy
or
more Bud
something?
Light.
They all double.
Yeah.
Just cause absolute.
I had one that was like.
It's hard not to feel great if your name's Mike and you have a moon rock within your stack because you just pulled $50,000. You just pulled somewhere north of second place money. I mean, it's not that you're not worried about anything, but you're in a pretty good spot right now. Anything that you can add on to this 50K bounty, you're definitely in a really good mood.
I think if you give me a moon rock and 50K, I'll be worrying a little bit less.
Check 4.
So Jack 9-6 here. Paul open-ended. Ryan, though, he's going to be the one leading. Paul going to put in the call over Ryan's lead. Board pairing Jack on the turn. Ryan might keep firing with that card. Ryan does fire, keeping the pressure on, representing, having hit this flop. That's 18K.
Going to Vegas now, playing in that win, 40 million.
Paul going to call again with his open-ended straight draw. Going off to a river. It comes down to queen, so Paul out-rivers Ryan with a better kicker, holding the 10. Ryan decided to just check back, improving to it there. And Paul puts in the smile, collects his chips.
7-9.
Paul, the most excited man I've seen in quite some time.
I don't think it matters what he wins. Just at this point, nothing short of winning the lottery. And I don't think he's going to break it. I think that's just it.
Oh, they would have sealed it. Heard.
Stop watching football and do your job.
All right, Chris, how you feel right now, man? It's on you. And I think, oh no, actually he might be in the big line. So it's gonna fold around to Brandon. I love that hat Brandon has on. And it looks like he loves his hand a lot. He's gonna make it, he's gonna misclick, but make it 16K. The blinds are up. 4,000, 8,000.
I'm 60. I pulled a 10 earlier too.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's almost impossible for you not to
Flop,
be the
Brandon
most
did flop top pair. Terminator with a gut shot straight draw and a moon rock on his side.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs.
Brandon gonna fire out a continuation bet after flopping top pair and checks over to him.
And he's gonna start to play a lot different now once he has 50K locked up, right? Like there no longer is a sweat. You can make some of these liberal calls here like, oh, let me see if I can hit my 9. I didn't? Okay, I fold.
River deuce, and looks like Terminator's gonna bluff at it.
26,000.
Yeah, I got second place money in my pocket.
Turn
but
did go check.
You caught me. I've been caught. I've been had.
By checking back that turn, Brandon opened the door for Terminator to bluff out on the river.
I'm still jazzed up, man. I can't think straight.
He said I'm still jazzed up.
Probably will be for about another hour.
I beat the moon rock. I don't know, but I did.
I beat the moon rock.
The check on the turn.
Are those wins? Do we count those as wins?
You have to. You know, you said earlier it's about finding the small wins in things. Just taking your advice. Action around to Paul. He's going to open things up with a 9-7 of spades. Blinds did just recently go up. And clicks it up to 16K.
It does factor in. Since there's no file.
Goes around to Nick in the big blind. Looks down at the Doyle, the 10 deuce. He is going to defend. Bring in the 8K more. Nick having Paul covered, and both of them obviously sitting here with a good amount of chips.
Oh, and look who comes to the table. What looks like the chip leader, because I didn't know Bumblebees were even in play yet, but that's Benjamin Scroggins getting ready to sit down in what looks like the 3 seat. And he has a ton of chips. And I can tell you this right now, the table dynamic has changed with him sitting down. 1 million? Oh, wait a minute. Who is this guy? He has more chips than Ben. You can't help but be scared, right? I didn't know those black and yellow chips were in play.
When somebody's got $1 million, you got to color them up.
Yeah, you have $1 million, and I have like 183,000. You're like, oh boy, let's get in for a ride.
So 2 new players coming to the table.
God,
Here are
Bobby
the chip
has
counts.
1.4 million.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
2
even know
new
who Bobby
players,
is.
massively chip stacked. So you don't know who he is. You about to find out.
This is insane.
He is clearly him.
He has to be. Timothy Williams.
He comes in with the big chip lead. So 2 new players at the table. That means we are down to the final 2 tables. 16 players remaining in this event. And the 2 players we got to this featured table, both super deep stacked.
I mean,
Gonna
this
spice
is
it up, buddy.
insane.
Spice it up.
I'm scared I'm all the way over here.
Giannis in the booth, shaking like a man who just lost 2 starting quarterbacks right now. It's kind of crazy. And got him.
That's about right. I mean, it's almost like you know what's going on in my life. Just really quick, this gentleman here, Benjamin Stroggins. Let's see what kind of tournament results he has. I know he's up there. This guy is something else. And then you know what? I will, in my meantime, also look up more about this guy, Bobby here.
Well, meanwhile, Wendy going to be the one pulling a mystery bounty.
Sorry to get excited.
The 50K is gone, so she's not going to be able to pull that one in back-to-back series. But obviously, she's going hunting for that 20K now.
Yeah,
it's the top one left. Let's see if she can do it.
Come on, Wendy. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's all right.
Raising is 16,000 into 3, fold into 4.
Looks like she actually had 2 bounties to her name. Maybe pulling again, still hunting for that 20K.
Come on. All in and
Oh,
out.
somebody's all in.
Ryan all in with pocket 8s over Ben's initial open. Ben, new to the table with a pile of chips. Not quite the biggest pile, but a pile nonetheless. 2K for Wendy.
Very nice, Wendy. Very, very nice.
So Ben opened it up from early position under the gun.
Fold 8. Fold 8. Fold 1.
And looks like, I don't want to speak too soon, but
Hold around.
Ryan's going to get this through. I believe that's Kristen.
We got a late game substitution here.
Uh-oh.
Eddie's wife going to do the bounty call for him.
The good luck charm. Let's see if she can pull a 20K for her man.
Oh, okay. They do for sure.
That's next level strategy. Just send the wife up. I get to keep playing. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I mean, Eddie did pull the 10K, so
that's cool.
Maybe he did this as a setup. Like, well, you know, I do pull envelopes better than you. When we get to an argument later. Sometimes it is hard to win arguments. You know, he's just setting himself up. He knows there's only one bounty out there bigger than the one that he pulled. So this will be his 3rd pull here.
This is his 3rd pull.
We got somebody getting in on the action. A lot of bounties over here. We're missing some fun outer table stuff.
Such a good video that I asked this call and like talk to it. And it's such a good video. I can't wait to post that. What'd you do? I went up there with this and I was like, what? This one?
He's gonna pull it. Watch. Here's the 20K. Pull the 20K, man. Just pull it. It's all right. $20,000 is yours.
Good luck, man. The greatest part is that I got second in the last mystery bounty they ran here, and I got 0 bounties on that. So this like makes up.
All right, so there's 3 zeros in it.
3 or 4 zeros?
We pulled the 20K. This is it. I don't even got to sweat it anymore.
Oh, it was 10.
It's not bad. That'll work.
So one big prize of 20K remains. Everything else 2,000 or less. Everybody wants to be the one to pluck the 20, that's for sure. Back on Brandon on the button, gonna open it up with the King 9. A little dangerous now, opening into the big stack of Ben near the table. Might 3-bet a little bit light off small blind with all the chips he's got. Said he had to let go of his garbage. Paul wakes up with a playable hand in king queen. Might see a 3-bet come out of him.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's definitely
Enough,
what
there
that
it
is.
is.
48,000 and a 4 and a fold.
Brandon pretty quickly lets go of the king 9, and Paul gets to drag in another pot.
Everybody reassessing their bounty pulling strategy as now there's a 20K. There were 4 10,000s.
How
Right?
much the best?
3 and all 3 have been
All
pulled.
3 have been pulled.
All the 3 5Ks have been pulled.
Oh boy.
We've seen a good chunk of the 500s go off the board, though.
And both
So
500
nice.
plus ones have been pulled as well.
Yeah, nice handful of 1Ks and 2Ks remain. And then from there, it's just the 20K left. It's very, very top heavy all of a sudden. Do you want to be the one to get to it and pull it first, or do you hope that some more small ones get out of the way to increase your equity before you pull?
Yeah.
It's funny, the final table's all 500s. Like, I guess we just play this one.
Yeah, I mean, what do we do? Just quit? Just go home?
Actually gets around the bend on the button, looks down at the king 8 suited. Off of a modest 140 big blind stack, it's going to open things up.
Things are about to get real interesting.
Yeah, Paul lets it go.
How many do you have so far? 2 or 3?
Ryan in the big blind with the 6 deuce, just going to fold.
Wow, 500. You run
Yeah, so I'm a little short at the first. Oh, you're short at first then. Yeah, just a little
Yeah, I
bit.
mean, it's kind of.
You run bad.
Well,
yeah,
yeah, but the min cash is going to get.
You got a first and have a little bit.
Yeah, and then the cash that I get, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I ran it.
You have like early.
You should have that play over. Dun, 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 dun. In a slow motion.
Yeah, put it on the TikTok with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great idea.
Fold.
I thought you meant you
And then dun, 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 fold 9.
Looks like the big stack at the table, Bobby. I feel like I've known him my whole life as many times as I've said his name, and it's okay.
Didn't 5 minutes ago you say, who is this guy? I don't
did.
know who he
I
is at all.
but now I feel like I know
Now
Bobby.
you know him?
I want to shake his hand. It's okay. Yeah, 1.4 million. You're the big dog at the table.
So, big dog in the big blind. I see Paul open it up from the button into him. The ace-6 suited.
60%.
Bobby gonna put in the call. I mean, you're best friends with him now, Adonis. What do you think Bobby's gonna do here?
I think
He's
Bobby
gonna
is
win?
going to flop a pair. This isn't good. This isn't good.
It's good if you're Paul.
You just got to hope
Flopping
the
nut
club
flush
doesn't
draw,
come.
Plus straight draw.
Made it 17,000.
Oh, this isn't. Okay, watch this. You ready? Bobby's going to make the call. 4 on the turn. 4 hearts.
Watch this.
Watch this, baby. Saw some up, Bobby.
And the call.
There's
go,
the
4
call.
hearts.
So step 1 of Adonis's plan underway.
4 of hearts. Damn it.
Instead,
Go home.
instead,
Go home. This is
Just
cooler.
jack of
This is
clubs.
cooler situation here.
Bobby gonna smooth check it over to Paul.
Mike, did I just talk Bobby into this?
Next series that we run, do a crazy pineapple tournament.
This shows that if you're
Please.
friends
That'd
with
be so much
Adonis,
fun.
you're screwed.
Oh my God, man.
8,000 and a 4.
Paul putting in a nice 38,000 here.
Oh boy. I kind of want to close my eyes.
Dealer checks your ID.
It's a cold, cold day.
Just a question of whether Bobby puts in the check raise or not. Could easily see him do it, being out of position. Hard to call here and then lead river to get value. Might put in the raise, hoping Paul has, a naked ace of clubs and you can charge him.
Oh God. Jesus.
100,000.
Raises it up big, 100K to go.
I'm gonna start praying for him.
Paul
This is
looking
full-
back at his cards like, I do still have
This
ace
is
of
grounds.
clubs, right?
This is grounds for like a double up, or at least close to it.
Gonna be a little tough with how deep they are. But this is the best pathway for it as Paul just smooth calls now
And
in
he's
position.
in position too. Oh boy.
He just flat calls, hoping Bobby continues to fire big on this river.
No club and
300K in the middle.
oh,
We see the brick
it's the
offsuit
worst.
deuce.
It's just such an uneventful card.
So Bobby going to lead for sure. Just a question of how much.
Bobby, please. Bobby, just have the instincts of a lion and just check it back, big dog.
Bobby,
please.
you're really hoping Paul has a 9 here and makes it look like you're bloating him off of a chop.
Just check it. Be a god and check it. I mean, you're still going to lose some chips because you check call, but...
I think there's a 0% chance he checks.
Oh, damn.
And there is
There
the
it
all-in.
is. Yep.
Paul snaps.
He doubled, Mike. Mike, he doubled.
Who?
He doubled, Mike.
Who doubled?
Paul.
Oh, okay. So there we are going to see Crypto
I talked
Paul.
him into that. Yep, he's not my friend anymore.
Full double up for Paul, going over 1 million in chips.
He's not my friend anymore.
And the biggest smile I think we've ever seen Paul let go of right there. Right there.
He's like, nice hand, Paul. He's like, yeah.
He beat Adonis's friend.
Look,
He's so happy.
The guy next to him said, nice hand, Paul. He's like, yep.
$398.
This is
huge swing.
A massive swing in chips.
Look at Bobby's chip stack even afterwards, though. Still 110 big blinds.
Oh my god,
it's kind of disgusting.
But Paul does cross that million chip threshold now.
Over 1 million chips for Paul. And now think about the fact that he's got Ben right next to him on the right. Another big stack who loves playing aggressive.
Wow.
We can see these two start to clash more and more. Sick cooler there. Flush versus flush, non-paired board. Whew. Everybody very quiet all of a sudden on the table. You know, it was,
I mean, you pulled 60K, man.
Flush over flush. It's a great situation to be in.
First place money.
Raise 17,000 in the ninth.
And we see Nick opening things up with pocket 10s from under the gun, makes it 17K to go. Action folds all the way around to Ryan on the button with ace-6 of clubs. A little over 20 bigs in front. Might be itching to get in the action, chip up himself. Does put in the call. Bobby, after he folds, gets up, takes a little bit of a walk. Gonna try to recollect himself after shipping that massive pot the other way. So there's plenty of chips for sure. Just doing the old, let me calm myself down for a second. Now Nick flops top set when it comes down 10-9 deuce for Rainbow.
That's a pretty good flop. Yep.
Gonna see a continuation bet, probably pretty small.
18,000.
Does bet 18K, 1/3 pot size bet. Hoping Ryan can maybe come over the top as a semi bluff with some sort of straight draw.
He would be lighting every chip he has on fire if he does that.
We know that. And I think Nick knows that. But Ryan does not know that, puts in the flat call.
Oh boy. Oh my god, he turned the nut flush. Oh, draw. That's important.
Turn draw. Queen of clubs.
Oh boy, Ryan.
Nick could find a check here. It would have been amazing, but gonna have to charge just in case, you know, Ryan's holding 10 jack. Some sort of straight draw on this turn.
45,000.
Ryan doesn't really have much. The pot's becoming rather large. You have 20 bigs, right? Any pot, any chip that you put in this pot has huge implications for your stack because you're so short, but you turn an unbelievable draw.
Yeah, after we see Nick fire out 45K, Ryan now getting 3-1.
Jesus, this is just such a weird, tough spot.
And if he thinks his ace is live, he can easily be putting a call in here.
Oh boy.
We know he's not getting the right price as he's drawing so thin, but if he thinks both the ace and flush draw live, he's pretty close to getting the right price to put the chips in.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's gonna put it in.
See the call go. So Ryan looking for a club on this river.
Here we go.
Non-pairing board club. What he needs.
Damn.
Instead, King of Diamonds comes. Does present an opportunity for Ryan to bluff at it, representing the straight if Nick slows down.
Check
He
it
does.
Nick checks it over. So Ryan may elect to rip it.
You can't show down ace high. Got 14 bigs behind.
But imagine he's also where ace high can't be good here
Why
ever.
not? For the tournament life. Come get it. I'm all in. Take it. Take it from me.
You know, plan A was get there. Plan B is to bluff at it and steal it. But instead he checks it back.
Gives up. Gives up.
He really thought about it. You could tell.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He thought about putting it in there. And you know,
you can hear him asking.
Do you think Nick folds? He shoves?
That's what Ryan was just asking him. If I shoved, you fold. And Nick did the shrug like, I probably can't because you're too short. Which is what Ryan said was why he didn't shove. Only 116K behind with 180 in the middle. Might have been too short to get it through. Paul tells him you had to have gone for it. Whew. That's going to put Ryan down as sub 20 big blind stack, right around 15 big blinds in front. Gonna see him start putting it in.
What's like the average pool? It's gotta be 4. It's 500. 500 of them. Take it within.
All right, here's Bobby on the button. He's going to take a look down at his holding.
That's why I was like, I can't do it.
But I have more jacks there. I have more jacks.
Damn, I don't really know what this guy's doing. He's giving the action, Zach. Yeah, we'll see. Zach's been doing a lot of talking, but I mean, he still has chips. So once he finds some good cards and finds a spot to get in the game, I'm sure he will. The Terminator here finds exactly that in King Queen of Clubs. He's going to call Bobby's open for 16K more. We'll go heads up to a flop.
Just 10. 10's 5 and 1. Lucky boy.
36 divided by 15.
Big flop for Terminator, flopping open-ended on Jack 10-7. King Queen checks it over to Bobby.
36 divided by 15.
Imagine Bobby is going to fire out a continuation bet. He's picking chips up.
20,087.
About 1/3 pot, 20K into 56. Terminator going nowhere. Looks like he's going to go with the aggressive route, putting in the check raise. Bobby's going to count to 3 and then put in the fold.
Harley, are we good?
Terminator picks up some more chips there. Back over 40 bigs. Everybody a little quiet after a couple of big pots. This table is very lively and talkative. Now things have slowed down a little bit. I saw a massive chip swing go Crypto Paul's way. Kind of quiets everybody down a little bit.
If I had a little bit more, I should absolutely.
Just went up 4%.
Down.
I know you had it. Your heart was beating out of your chest. I don't know what I would have done.
You probably.
Folds around. It's going to fold to Ryan there in the big blind. Still thinking about the hand where he turned the nut flush. Nut flush draw. So he had slightly more
Hard not
chips
to let it
there.
go. You know what they say, the past is full of regret.
There's the all-in.
Fold 7.
Bobby folds King
If
10.
anybody looks down at anything worth going for the bounty, 20K still on board.
I'm not allowed to table it 1 by 1 for drum.
Kent in the chat said getting the action, Zach. Well, here's a chance. That 8-6 offsuit might not be enough to get it done. Might not be getting in the action here, as we do see Zach just have to fold. Ryan steals a couple of much-needed blinds for him.
We did it earlier. The guy shoved like, I don't know, like 8 bigs maybe. Yeah. My big. I looked at 1 ace called, and they showed me ace king. I'm like, oh, okay. Alright, cool. Ace queen.
Story from Zach there. Saw a couple hours ago.
Yeah, right. I thought that'd be cool. Just king high flop. I'm like, well, that wasn't as fun. Because I thought it was gonna be.
Now Ben first to act with ace queen. He's going to open things up here from under the gun.
16,003.
Keeping it to the standard min click, 16K to go.
Fold 6.
It's over to Bobby. Just have to fold his 8-4 offsuit.
Yeah, a lot of trash in the field. And like I said, Terminator, 50K richer.
Putting in the call with the 8-6 suited.
Full night.
So you said he was going to loosen up a little bit after that 50K pull. I think you might be onto something. Now, Brandon closing the action out of the big. Gets to put in the call for cheap. So 3 ways we go. Comes down ace-5 tray. Dream flop for Ben.
Real good flop for Ben.
Nice, dry rainbow ace-high board. So good. We're actually going to see Ben check it.
Check around.
Terminator doesn't fire a bluff at it with his 8-high.
Does turn a gutter ball, Brandon.
Yeah, just going to check it over, though. Doesn't want to bluff into 2 opponents. Now Ben's going to have to start putting some chips in the pot.
$20,000.
Goes with a 1/3 pot size bet, 20K into 60K. Terminator thinking about that 50K bounty pool. Don't think he was thinking about playing 8-high. After he folds, Brandon's going to fold his Broadway draw. Ben's going to take that pot down. Couldn't get too much value out of his top pair on that flop. Just has to take in a modest pot, does Ben, as he chips up a little bit.
I wonder how many players are remaining in this.
My money is on 17 or 18. Sorry, 15 or 16.
So the witching hour is
I feel like
approaching.
me and you were mean mugging each
Blinds
other
are going up, but these effective stacks are massive.
Were
You see
you?
Ben stack there,
I
Paul,
felt like we were
Bobby
looking
there
right
taking
at
a
each other
huge
the
hit.
whole time.
Still a full stack of bumblebees in front of him.
Like this though. You basically just said he was mean mugging you.
I was.
He was asleep.
Yeah, dude.
Now Bobby gets to raise things up with the Queen-10 suited.
You think you'd be happier?
You stare me down like that?
I was staring it down. I felt like you were doing it to me, so I was like, man, I'm gonna stare this guy down right back.
I need to wear glasses more. That's
Actually gets all the way around to Ben in the big. See if he wants to put in a defend with the Jack-8 offsuit. Him and Bobby both playing over 100 big blinds. Crazy to see this late in a tournament. 2 stacks over 100 bigs.
Heads up.
So heads up to a 10-6-5 2-heart flop.
Ooh,
Top pair for Bobby.
Some very, very long shot backdoors for Ben, but I don't think we'll get that far. I think Ben's going to go ahead and find the fold, and we'll go into the next hand.
Adonis nails it. Ben does just have to let go of his jack high.
Yeah, you don't want to get too drunk off this backdoor nonsense.
What?
I was talking to myself.
That's gonna go through your head.
I was like, ooh, make the call, make the call. Ooh,
He saw that, and now
9 on the turn, please.
I asked
That's the other side. It was the perfect card. I had 200.
That was a perfect play to happen before you had to make that show.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, as I'm looking over, watching a Brad Owen vlog, we are going to have Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi in the building Thursday, November 9th for our meetup game, the first annual one that is going to feature the two. We'll also have some WPT ambassadors in the field as well, mixing it up with the players. The meetup game will start at 2, but we do ask that you be here at 1 o'clock, okay? That way we can get everyone in their seats. We can get players cards made for everybody and get this show on the road. And that way you get a little extra time to play in the room with the guys. So be here at 1 o'clock. We'll get you seated. There are 134 plus of you, okay? So 134 on the list, and that's also not accounting for those who might drive down and those in the room who might decide they want to play last minute. So make sure you get here. We'll get you seated. Don't worry about seating arrangements or, oh man, my name's on the list. Where am I going to sit? Trust me. We have this figured out, and we'll make sure you're seated, and we'll make sure you have a good time.
You know, and they say
Sage is going to take care of it.
when Adonis says trust me, I'm so inclined to believe him.
Did you hear that, right? You better trust me, okay?
22,008.
Terminator with pocket aces. Can his day get any better?
Yeah, I mean, he could find a big bluff from Ben here. Don't think it's going to happen, but we're going to see Ben put the float in.
Here's the start.
Step 1. Ben puts in the call on this flop.
Step 2, turn gutter ball.
Jack of spades on the turn. Does complete the rainbow. Jack of hearts would have been a lot spicier.
Yeah, but they went for 2? Why? I guess they can't get it.
57,000.
Pretty sizable bet from Terminator here.
I guess he knows what Ben is up to.
At the same time, you know, 2 Broadway cards on board. Start charging as much as you can.
It always looks kind of weird, but
Ben hasn't acted yet. He's trying to figure out if he can steal this one away. And he does rip it.
Now it's at the 3.
All in.
No, he did.
From Ben here. Terminator put to the test.
Wait, isn't this what you just said? Mike's spot on today, man. Take a bow. Take a bow. I don't know how or why he would do it, but he is doing it.
I mean, I think a lot of it's opponent-based. Maybe he thinks Terminator's the type to let go of a 1-pair hand. Even though 1 pair is pretty good on this exact board. But, you know, if he was sitting here with Queen 10, King Queen, something that's 1 pair that starts shriveling up the scarier the board gets.
And a call. And show, fellas.
Ooh.
Now, Ben going to be looking for a 10. Terminator looking to fade that 10 for a massive double up.
Well, I told you with Ben being here, the table dynamic was going to change. Oh, Jesus!
man, you are a freak.
He got 50K in his pocket. It's all good, right? We all good, right? No, he's fine, though, right? He's not going to be hurt by this. There's 50,000 in his pocket. He's all right.
For anybody unaware, player eliminated, Terminator there. Did pull the 50K bounty not too long ago.
That is crazy.
That's what Adonis is alluding to. Not that he physically is just walking around with 50K in his pocket just to feel better about himself.
I think we just got a master class on bluffing. Step 1, float. Step 2,
turn equity.
Turn equity. Turn gutter ball. Step 3,
get there.
You have just been a part of the master class featuring Adonis and Mike Kruger.
Adonis. It's Adonis's master class. I don't want to take any credit. I don't want to steal any of his ideas about this. It's all Adonis.
And
the guy who just said, trust me, not too long ago.
You have to. Ben actually got into a similar situation I was talking to him about maybe 2 weeks ago. He was same situation, 2 or 3 outer tables. He had aces against king 10 off, king queen off. The point is the guy had a king and flop 2 kings. So I guess he said, now I am the deliverer of pain, and I got to get one too myself. Nice hand there, Ben. Terminator, listen, it's tough, but you still got effective second place money in your pocket.
Just so you're aware, I may be doing some spot
So it sounds like
And a moon rock.
Ben, the only man who can beat the moon rock.
You know what I'm about to start doing for Christmas? I'm gifting people moon rocks. I feel like that's just the ultimate gift. White elephant, moon rocks. Can you imagine you bringing a person moon? What's this? Just trust me.
You have to stop saying trust me. Come on down for meetup game. Don't worry, my name's Adonis. I got it covered. Trust me.
Just find me.
I might give you a moon rock if you show up.
Just find me somewhere out there. Oh, open-ender for Ryan.
And Ben.
And Ben.
Battle of open-ended straight draws all of a sudden.
Zach's just kind of hanging out. I don't think he's really been in any hand of significance.
Last hand we saw Ben put it in with just a gut shot straight draw. I mean, he's open-ended this time. Anything's possible.
He's feeling good right now, too. You can tell he's just feeling real awesome right now.
After it did check to Ben on the button, we see him semi-bluff.
He might do the same thing to Ryan here on the turn. I mean, if Ryan turns the nuts, he's never folding.
Instead, we get the 9 on the turn, so Ryan turns it. And continue to slow play again on a rainbow board. And just going to check it back. Ryan with only 10 bigs behind.
Wow, still the nuts for Ryan.
Imagine that plays into it a lot. Ben doesn't think he can bluff Ryan off of that short stack. Once he calls the flop bet, he's pretty much committing himself if he has a big piece. Now we're going to see Ryan even throw out a value bet here. A little 30K bet into 100K. Might get looked up. Sure enough, Ben puts in the call.
Nuts. That's what I have. Certified. Go take your break.
So you may have the nuts, but we have the moon rocks.
And the players are going to take a 15-minute break. And I believe the next giveaway we do, no matter what stream it is, the keyword's going to be moon rocks. So you guys get ready for that. Keep it locked, and we'll be right back in 15 minutes. See you guys.
Not a good one, Brian?
All right, guys, what's up? Welcome back real quick. We are about ready to start action again here soon. Players are starting to come back from their break. But in the meantime, before then, we do have some bounty pools getting set to take place here. You see Brian there just pulled himself a 2K bounty. And now here is Ben Scroggins.
Instant 500. Gotta get the lucky hand in there.
See what Ben gets ready to pull here for his bounty pool.
I put it in the back to charge again.
Just waiting for see what Ben gets.
Oh my God.
Yo, Ben pulls the 20K bounty. Oh, 2,000. Sorry. I thought he said I thought he got the 20K, but nope, got the 2,000. So that means the 2K bounty is still out there up for grabs. The 50K was already pulled. It was pulled by Christopher Long, who did pull that 50K bounty. He also had a 10K bounty from earlier as well, so he is taking home, after being eliminated by Ben Scroggins, was taking home more than 60K.
We will hit final table at 9 players. We'll probably have an extended break going into that final table as well. Roughly 30 plus minutes or so.
My big moment was the Queen 8. It was the Queen 8. Versus King King.
No, I think 2 is good. He said you He was like, I went low, high, or no, he started high, low, high. If I go, I'm going to go low again.
And there doesn't have to be the tip thing, but it was always in there.
Oh, so I just started sitting in front of it, so they couldn't put it in.
Anybody want to just let me pull for them, just so I can have the joy?
I know.
Let me or him.
I've done 500, 500. So
at least you got
I
one.
need someone to pull for
At
me.
least you got one.
No, it's not working.
I've been short since yesterday.
I like the spotlight too much, not the pull.
That's true.
Fold 9.
All right, we're back, people. Let's go ahead and get into these
Raise.
deep tournament hands and see how this plays out. We did have a nasty cooler towards the start of our break. Benjamin Scroggins knocked out Chris, aka the Terminator. Aces versus King 9, I believe.
I have to straddle the blind.
And he knocked him out for his tournament life. Obviously, I do feel bad for Chris. Not that bad, because he did pull the coveted $50,000 bounty. So he has 50K
Yeah,
right.
but you don't have an option. It's a blind raise, but I have a pull. We have a pull.
It's like, yeah, it's a $300 hat.
It makes it fun.
Jesus Christ. We should do a tournament where it's all bomb pots.
I've done it. I did one too. Yeah, I did one too.
10 bills.
These are
Yeah,
17, 16.
out of 9. Only 9 people. Yeah, that's wild.
I want to do.
That was a real tournament.
Yeah,
22,000.
it wasn't big, but
I played bomb pot. MGM had bomb
Ace
pot.
Queen offsuit for Brendan. He's going to open it to 22,000
the tournament.
with 32 bigs. Ben with a staggering 144 big blinds. Oh my God.
3 tables.
Oh, really?
Ben, how do you do it?
Yeah.
I love
If
it.
you do know how you do it,
It's
teach
fantastic.
me how to do it.
I didn't get to play in that tournament.
I made it to the bubble with starting
Second or
back.
third nuts on both boards. It's like,
Oh, then he's going to make a call here with King 4
When
offsuit.
I was in it, they played insane.
Looking to try to improve and does find a king.
as I'm putting my whole stack like this.
Yeah, there was one they played. 16,000.
Brandon's gonna
They had so many
continue.
entrants that hand for hand was 3 tables in the bomb pot.
Going to try to hit it.
And the hands took forever.
Wow, that's even great.
Because you have an all in the call, you have to hold action.
Yeah, and it's a split.
And wait for the other hands to complete action. So it ends up just being like every hand takes minutes. But only like 2 minutes goes off the clock. That's bad in that regard. Luckily, I was in the nightly by then. I busted the chip night. I busted
Queen on the turn, and it is of the heart variety. Oh boy.
Yeah, I beat it, yeah. Wow. Well, I would love it. I would just play it.
But Nick
Fire again.
is going to sit still here with top pair, but you have to imagine that turn card was not the best for him.
King, queen, 9.
And Brandon continues with all of the aggression.
He was leaving on the flop. That straight and set of queens.
Oh.
And he had set of kings 12 boards and got it in with many and he held and he got there on the board that he needed to and held the board that he needed to.
So you played the double board Omaha at MGM?
Yeah, this year.
Yeah.
I didn't do
You don't have to talk about it.
I didn't do anything.
It's okay.
I busted just after registration.
Your silence says enough.
Just like every tournament.
Sick read by Zach there in the one seat.
Just after, just before registration ended. Level 8 or level 9. Without fail.
I lost a Podom.
Raised 20,000.
All right, Ben's turn with the ace queen. He's going to open things up, making it 20K to go.
There's Paul.
I was staying at
Like I said, amassed that huge stack there from getting into that cooler of a hand with Bobby. Queen high flush over ace high flush. He's going to make a call with king queen suited.
It's like an average five.
It's 500.
I'd say Bobby's in as well with king 10 offsuit. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
At least.
A lot of Broadway cards out there, so I envision the flop will come 9 high.
And all 3 of these players are super deep. Super deep between the 3 of them.
Yes, so they did single burn.
9 high flop.
It was 9 high, but Bobby open-ended and Paul with the flush draw. May continue to see some action.
Was it 8-handed? No.
After Ben, the pre-flop razor, just going to check it over. Not a board that favors his opening range, especially against 2 opponents. Paul going to fire at it.
48,000 from Paul.
Goes a little hefty, over half pot.
And we were at the bubble. It was like bubble plus one. I think I came out.
Bobby going to call with that open-ended straight draw.
And I still had like.
So these 2 familiar foes Jonas was talking about got into a massive, massive pot not too long ago. Battling again here.
Wow. Oh my God. So along with that king high flush draw, Paul's going to improve here to a gutter. No pair yet, but has a big drawing hand. And Bobby's not going to pick up a 10 to go with that.
Yeah, we did see Paul check it over.
$75,000.
Bobby trying to charge the draws. Going to put out a bet.
Right.
For Paul getting the right price to go after it. Try to hit his heart or jack on the river. Maybe happy to just put in the call here. Doesn't necessarily have to bluff at it. Throws out the chips. Now we see a board pairing 8 of spades on the river.
And Bobby's 2 pair, 10s and 8s is good.
Action pretty quickly goes check, check. Bobby pretty happy to just check back a 10 there on the river. See that his hand is best and collect, you know, a chunk of chips back that he gave to Paul a little while ago.
Paul there unfazed, such a massive draw. It doesn't really take him out of his game. Nothing will. He'll continue to play the same way he was playing before that hand transpired.
That would freak me out.
I mean, honestly, for Paul, he was definitely would have called some bigger bet on the turn.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Anti-collision, yeah, but I don't know. I might get 3 guys on the same table. Right.
I don't know if I like it.
I don't know. I feel like I like the anti-collusion, but I feel like I don't like that.
It's like good and bad.
But still, if somebody like folds an ace of hearts, fold 3, fold 4, they can still tell their friends like nobody has a free.
In PLO, those cards become so important.
Like it only becomes irrelevant if it doesn't come on the board.
I can't win on these two anyway.
But I feel like that's the big thing that happens in PLO. Not necessarily collusion, but people just kind of, oh, we fold this, so yeah.
There's a raise there to what, 30,000? Is that correct? 25? Oh, 20,000. So they've as soon as the blinds hit 3-6, they've been kind of staying along the lines of 2x open. It was earlier like 2.5, I think you were saying.
Yeah, as the average chip stack got shallower. You know, we opened day 2 here with 37 players, and on the feature table, there was a handful of big chip stacks. Multiple players coming back to 100 big blinds or more. We saw a much bigger 2.5 to 3x open size because of how deep everybody was. Now, while we still do have a few big stacks on this table, in terms of the average chip stack in this event, it's shrunk a little bit. Seeing things kind of revert to the norm of min opens.
Oh, ace king suited.
No exceptions. Paul opens it up to 20K. A couple of folds so far. Nobody with a playable hand yet. Action gets around to the blinds. Brandon's got to let it go, and Ben finds a defendable hand here with 9-8 offsuit. See him put in the call. So Ben and Paul, two players very familiar with one another, going heads up to the flop. So we see a king, jack, deuce flop. Ben checks it over. Paul gonna put out a continuation bet. Ben's gonna let it go. Paul takes it down. For Tanya asking, why are they starting the ladies event at noon and Big O at 3? You could have been here at 3. Well, if we would have known that, might have flip-flopped those start times. Or maybe they did it just to keep you out of it because you were clearly going to win the event. They wanted to leave it open for some other players to try and take it down. Definitely wish you could make it out for that ladies event.
Yeah, I'm gonna I think me and Ryan that day, but I look forward to meeting all of you lovely ladies that I met last year. Most are associated with WPA, so it's always good to kind of be a part of them and hang out with them and watch them hit the felt all together.
Anybody unaware, ladies event is Tuesday. There is an event going on, multiple events pretty much going on every single day this week as we are in the midst of the WPT. This event here is the $1,700 mystery bounty event. We're on the featured table at the moment. 2 tables remaining in this event. Players playing for over $60,000 up top. A couple of good big events happening this week, including the celebrity bounty event on Wednesday. We'll have a featured table, the final table for that one. In addition to, I think you're doing feature to final for the ladies event, if I remember right, another all-day affair. That's on Tuesday. We got the celebrity bounty on Wednesday. Turn around Thursday, and we have the big meetup game. List is getting so long. Adonis was even advising everybody showing up a little bit early.
Yep.
Action kicks off at 2 o'clock. You might want to sneak in closer to 1, get your seats lined up.
You show up at 2 o'clock, it's more than likely going to be a packed house.
Brad and Andrew will already be here as they're playing in the Celebrity Bounty event the day before, so there's a good chance, you know, even though they say 2 o'clock start time, maybe they show up early.
They're going to play the event the previous day?
I believe they're playing in it, if I remember correct.
Okay, that's good. I thought they were just like coming in that day, but they'll be here already?
It sounded like they're going to be here for the Celebrity Bounty, so if that's the case, then there's always a chance they show up before 2 o'clock. Might be worth sneaking out on Wednesday. If you can't make it for the Celebrity Bounty, then you know we will be bringing live stream coverage for a feature to final table. Obviously, meetup game on Thursday, November 9th, kicking off at 2 o'clock, 3-5, no limit. Already a very, very long list for that game. Gonna have a lot of tables in action, in addition to satellite that evening and then main event kicking off the next day.
Look away for a minute.
Main event kicking off on Friday morning, afternoon, whatever you want to call it. I know poker players, noon start feels like morning to most of us, but
it's gonna be a big day.
Noon start Friday, 5K buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. Might see some of these familiar faces in that event.
Wow, and Paul's gonna look down at ace queen offsuit, facing a 3-bet from Ben, and an open in front of Ben from Zach. Paul now has a decision to make. And the decision is he's going to make the call. Wow.
Flat call from the button out of Paul. Paul pretty aware. You know, Ben is capable of 3-betting a little bit on the lighter side from time to time. You know, Ben's a very capable tournament player and cash game player. Paul has probably mixed it up with him at the table too many times to keep track of. Both best bet regulars here. Now, Ben and Paul will be heads up to the flop after the third player gets out of the way. Pretty bloated pot. It comes down. Queen four tray, 2 spades.
You couldn't write a better story or a better flop here for both players' hands. Pairing the nut flush draw for Ben and top pair, top kicker for Paul. And we get a little bit of Nick's face there.
Just for good measure.
Just for good measure. This is going to balloon up and become a very big pot.
At the same time, Paul could continue by just calling on each street. As we see Ben lead out, he was the pre-flop 3-better. So from Paul's perspective, there is still that small chance Ben has pocket kings, pocket aces, similar hand like ace king. But you're also not too nervous about allowing turn or river peel off, as you're hoping to keep Ben's bluffs in here. Or hoping that Ben has king, queen, and you have him out kicked. Did see Paul just put in the smooth call on that flop. Let's see what Ben wants to do here on the turn. You got $250,000 in chips in the middle. Pot swelling up. Both these players sitting very deep in terms of chip stack. Paul over 80 big blinds being effective.
Ben might be putting Paul there on a rather large hand, and he would be correct to do so there with ace queen. And Paul is looking like he's sizing up for a pretty hefty bet here. It looks like maybe a little over half pot.
And once Ben checks that turn card,
160.
You're pretty happy to start putting chips in. You know that
63.
It's very unlikely Ben would be checking anything major like pocket kings, pocket aces. Now you're kind of hoping maybe he's 3-betting with queen jack or a king queen type hand that's trying to pot control.
But Ben is so aggressive in these spots. You know, pair plus flush draw, huge implied odds, big drawing hand. You want to try to fold out your opponent, but looks like he's just going to make the call. Looking for a spade or a tray. An ace would be doomsday for his stack.
To the river we go.
And he finds a spade, makes the nut flush on the river. And now Paul is downgraded to the second best hand with just a pair of queens.
Second place is the first loser in this game. Ben checked it over, trying to get Paul to stab at it. If Ben thought Paul missed or starting to bluff on the turn, he's checking it over, hoping that Paul fires again. Ben maybe didn't put Paul in as strong of a hand as he had. I think if he saw Paul's actual hand, then he would have happily put in a value bet. Maybe he thought Paul was up to a little something something. Especially on the river 5, any 6 makes a straight. So let's say Paul has 7-6 or 5-6. You'd rather check it over, let him do the betting for you.
It actually says check raise turn, I think. Yeah, it sounds equity on the third.
I too have only got 3 flop courses. So
Action back in this hand. Zero, they just fold around to Ryan on the button. He's gonna have to go with the 10 tray offsuit. Ryan sitting there with 20 big blinds, looking for a spot to try and chip up. That's not gonna be it though. Just has to let it go. And now Nick puts in the call out of the small blind. Zach with the option in the big. Sitting here with Jack 10, may elect to bump it up in position, blind versus blind. So we see he throws in 20K more. Nick says, okay,
right,
I shouldn't have limped in with 7-4 offsuit. You got me.
Why last time did they do
Just lets it go. Ready to move on to the next one. In the meantime, we did see a player leave this table. They are seeing some eliminations on the outer table. We can't quite see or hear it ourselves, but they had to move a player to continue balancing the games. So I believe at this point there are 12 players remaining. We would go to the final table when we hit 9 players. Once we get down to 10, 2 5-handed games. Action would go hand for hand until we have our final 9. Reach our final table at that point.
Look at this here, kings for Ryan. not a better feeling there. As you start to get short with 19 big blinds, you're like, man, I really need a hand to play. I need a hand to hold, and this is definitely going to be one of those playable, very playable hands for Ryan. I hope he gets action.
Zero action after Zach and Brandon quickly fold out the blinds.
He like comes over to my house for like hang out at like a housewarming party. Yeah. And
you have a body?
He comes into like a little office
Say
area.
brag.
Like,
I don't like to brag.
I don't have any. One of the books play optimal poker. And he's like, oh, what's that? He like grabs it and like sits on the couch for like, I don't know, 45 seconds. He goes, wait,
You gotta pay him
books on this? That's fucking awesome. He went home with that.
Paul under the gun with Jack-10 suited. We are six-handed now. Very easy to see a raise coming in. Paul does bump it up, making it 20K to go.
You're looking to recuperate some of those chips that he handed over to Ben.
One by one, everybody's letting it go. So now, action on the blinds. Paul gets to play in position against anybody that continues. See Brandon call the ace-5 of diamonds. Ben might happily come along out of the big blind here. Only 10K more with 60K in the middle. Getting 6-1. He's going to put in the call with the 7-6 offsuit. We're off to an 8 tray deuce flop. So Brandon flopping a wheel draw. Backdoor diamonds going to check it over. Ben just 7 high. Is playing out of the big blinds. And somewhat connect with this board. We're actually going to see him take the betting lead here. Firing right out. Paul going to have to let go of his jack high. Such a raggedy board. Kind of connects with the big blinds. You know, come a long range. You know, flicked in 10K more, you can have a lot of these weaker cards. We saw Brandon put in the call. Now King of Hearts on the turn. Either player with a pair right now. We're going to see who wants to step out and try to steal it away. Two experienced, aggressive players battling in this hand. We're going to see Brandon use this king as a card to start betting out. Saying, okay, Ben, if you connected with that flop, then, you know, I have the kings and you don't. Did fire out a modest 32K. A little less than one third pot. A little third pot.
Oh, Jorge's up there again.
Quick check in on the mystery bounty. Said there was some eliminations on the outer table. I'm guessing Jorge knocked out at least one of them.
He was the bringer of pain.
We've seen him up here quite a few times today.
And hopefully the recipient of $20,000.
I believe this is his 4th chance at it. Still going to be 500 for him.
Saving myself.
So another 500 off the board. In terms of the featured table action, we did see Ben just let go of his 7-6. Brandon got to drag in that pot, which keeps him in a pretty healthy chip stack mark. Should he have lost that pot, he would have been closer to 20 bigs. Now, by taking it in, he's closer to 40. Nice middling stack that you can kind of...
They're at 5K, 10K?
Oh, yeah. Where you been?
Not lead, dude.
Mine's are getting big.
I'm like whispering it too, so like...
Your quarterbacks are done getting hurt. You can tune right back into the poker game.
You right. We got the dub.
Went out a little,
Now, Ben and Paul going to be facing off blind versus blind again. Two can't avoid each other as we see Ben going to limp in. Paul going to check his options. They're playing friendly for now. A nice fun battle not too long ago. Now flop, queen, 6 deuce, all spades. Neither player holding a single spade. After Ben leads, Paul just going to get out of there.
So he would like randomly like talk to his friends. And like overhear his strategy. Just like
Uh-oh, so I guess they hit the redraw stage.
Getting close.
Ryan's gonna...
Well, they had to move Ryan then if we're going to be 5-5, keep things balanced. Definitely some eliminations happening outside of our view. They keep taking our players away from the featured table. It means eliminations are happening on that secondary table on the outside. That's where all the action is.
There's definitely a lot going on.
We're seeing a lot of big chips, you know, swing over here on this one. We're seeing some of the short stacks getting eliminated out there. Ben opened things up off of a massive 165 big blind chip stack. Makes it 24K to go from the button. Paul put in the call from the small blind with the ace-8. It's just going to be those two heads up. Going to the flop here, and comes down ace, jack, 5.
Good flop there for Paul.
Paul does hit the ace, checks it over, assuming Ben's going to continuation bet. Ben was the pre-flop raiser from the button. Is going to fire out on this ace-high board.
Yeah, Paul's going to check his cards, make sure he has an ace. Maybe a club for backup. He
Double
does have
checking,
both of those.
double checking that he's got the 8 of clubs. Just to remove some of the suited connector combos that Ben could have. In case it comes into play later. So we're off to a jack of hearts, pairing the board on the turn. Not the card Paul wanted to see. You know, there's always a good chance that Ben was c-betting middle pair there. As played. Imagine. After Paul checks it over, Ben's going to keep firing. Size is up now. Making it near full pot. 125K into 148K.
Now Paul's kicker might be a problem, or maybe I misspoke. He does make the call.
From Paul's perspective, that bet, by sizing up, it makes Ben either kind of a way ahead, way behind scenario. It's, you know, you're polarizing your range when you start sizing up.
I think Ben's gonna have to give up here. I don't think there's an amount he could fire where Paul's gonna be playing.
Action did go check, check, give up was what happened here. Ben sees Paul's holding, kind of thinks maybe I could have ripped it on the river.
That's the weird part about it.
Try to represent the club flush draw that came in. At the same time, Paul, by just check calling, could have a club flush draw himself a lot of the time.
Which is weird.
So another battle between Ben and Paul. They just keep clashing right now. Fun to see the back and forth between them.
I hope they're going to extend their hours tonight. Nah, I won't.
Whiskey Rook says, hey boys, what's up Whiskey? Thanks for tuning in, joining us here for this 1,700 buy-in WPT Mystery Bounty event. Are coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Currently sitting with 10 players left.
You sitting with how many players left?
10 players remain. Maybe 11? 10 or 11.
Wow.
As we know, we've seen them taking some players here from the featured table to the outer
We're
table.
real close. I didn't know we were that close. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold up.
Holding up, waiting a minute.
What is going on? I mean, I understand that he has flopped the flush, but this is just overkill.
Yeah, flopping too much of it here.
Yeah,
Nick just has an underpair of the board with no diamond. It's going to be tough for Ben to get any value, and throws out the small c-bet, praying to get action. If I caught it right, he threw out just a tiny 15K, trying to get people to stick around.
Yeah,
Instead, it's the other end of the spectrum.
You had all of it. I couldn't have any of it.
You could have 8, 9 of diamond, jack 10.
I got a royal flush last month in Vegas at a bachelor party playing Ultimate Technical.
Oh shit.
The whole table was the bachelor, like people in the party.
Did they all get like a fee too for being at the table?
No, they all had to wait like 30 minutes for me to get paid out.
Yeah.
So
some of those places.
No, it was, I don't pay the. I don't.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Some of them have like the free entry or like do that at the table. Or maybe you do it like
Zach's got to pause his story here to put in the call from the small blind with the ace deuce. Brandon checking his option out of the big with the 9-4. Flop comes down 10-6 deuce. Rainbow board. Action does go check check. Turn jack of clubs. Brandon gonna start bluffing now, knowing his 9 high is probably no good. And board's getting a little bit scarier as Zach kept checking. Zach did put in the call with his pair of deuces on the turn. After the river comes out, Zach checks it over Brandon. Going to continue that bluff. Firing out 23K. Looks like a value bet. He's going to get the job done. Zach has to let it go.
What'd y'all do?
Brandon's going to scoop another pot.
And with that pot, Brandon actually leapfrogs in terms of chip stack over Zach. Kind of jockeying for position there. having opponents covered starting to matter a little bit more as we wind down. There is still a 20K bounty prize available.
Still really fun time.
So if you can get it all in and stack a player, you get a good shot at that 20K. We know there's only about 11 envelopes left. It's much more live to pull it than you were previously.
Hey, Whiskey Rooks.
International. I was like so surprised.
Oh boy, here we go.
Pretty fun. Pretty fun experience. The only issue is international players are really good. Yeah.
Action. Folding around to the button. We're going to see Zach open it up.
Yeah, like that. I feel like American
King
bodies-
Jack suited from the button. 22K to go.
22,000.
Ben, very defendable hand, and King 8 from the button. Again, they're playing 5-handed, so ranges are pretty wide, and especially a button open.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Easy to defend with the King 8 offsuit. Flop comes down 10-6-6. Paired board, 2 clubs.
I can't at all, ever.
Ben checks it over. Zach, gonna continuation bet. Now action with Ben, and he is thinking it over here. Reaching for chips, putting in the call. So 100K in the middle, off to a king on the turn. Both players improved to kings up. Zach's kicker is in play, holding that jack. Action goes check, check.
Chop
Now,
it up.
ace on the river, which will kill the action. Most likely kill the action, I should say, as we've seen Ben pull some good bluffs out from time to time. But with so much showdown value, he's just going to check it over to Zach. Zach thinking, is there any way I can bet for value here if Ben has a 10?
That's 75,000.
He's going hefty. Snap called by Ben, though. And these guys are going to chop it up. That snap call, though, from Ben, pretty sick. Pretty sick. And now, if you're Zach, you might think, all right, maybe I shouldn't try pulling off bluffs against this guy. It might make him a little bit more hesitant in the future. So they do go off to a chop. Steve in the chat asking, will the final table start at 9 or 8? It will be a 9-handed final table. As the players on the 2 tables go hand for hand when both tables are 5-handed. And then as soon as we lose one, we do reconsolidate, resuming the final table 9-handed as opposed to 8. So that way when there's 2 tables left, they're not playing off balance. Don't want one table playing 5-handed, one table playing 4-handed this late in a tournament. You want to keep things as balanced as possible for fairness.
Start it. We don't know. We don't know. It could start before then.
22,000.
So Brandon opens it up and takes it down without any resistance with the 9-8 of clubs.
I feel like I'm in the back seat of the car and you guys are all in front.
Driving this daisy.
Driving this daisy.
Maybe you're in the front. You're our Uber driver. You're our Uber driver.
However it is, you guys are all like talking like kind of quietly. And it's just like, I can't. We all just start laughing. You're like, I'm moving further over.
Hey, well, we're gonna leave you 5 stars. Don't worry.
Nice. 22,000.
Can we stop at Taco Bell?
So Zach first act opened it up with ace 6 of clubs. One by one, players are getting out of the way. Over to Nick. Claims he's in the back seat while everybody else is in the front. Getting a little left out of the group as he's the only one on this side of the table.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and call.
And defending his big blind with Jack 6. We're off to an ace 7-7 flop. Not a flop Nick could probably continue on as we see Zach reaching for continuation bet chips. After he fires it, we get a snap fold from Nick. Zach's going to take it down.
We're playing 9-handed final table? Or?
Correct.
Okay.
No board needed. Of course they're not doing 10. I guess it's because of the
Yeah. Big money. Small money.
Next hand underway. Boy, everybody's going to get out of there around to the blinds yet again. Premium in the small blind for Nick. Ace-9 offsuit.
Like 2.4. No?
I haven't played either of those games in forever,
He is going to put in the raise with the Ace-9. Bumping the price up.
Finally got out of mom and dad's house. Sat in this fucking door and playing that shit all the time. So bad.
It's like the raise. It's just going to take it down. Smooth someone there.
So what do you guys think about like football and girls and stuff?
That's insane. I don't know, Caddy Mix. I feel like it's a part of your earnings.
I'm looking it up right now for what it's worth.
Yeah, I feel like it's a part of your
Not
earnings. But I'm
honestly,
not
I don't know. But I know a way to look.
Zach's gonna make the call with 5s. Brandon's gonna fold. I think we might go heads up to a flop.
Guys, if you have people in front of this table that can clear away from the
Just answer your question, Caddy. The mystery bounty money apparently does not go on their Hendon mob. Looking up some history of players that I know that have pulled some big bounties versus where they placed at. And does not appear that Hendon mob counts it in their tracking, which is an interesting question. Well, speaking of mystery bounties, we're cutting over to Brian. First time we've seen him on here pulling a mystery bounty today. And he's going to pull 1K, so that 20K is still alive.
Still in there.
Doesn't stop.
You're in bad to values. Yeah, he blocked the shit out of us with the 20K. Yeah, dude, I was 100% sure he had 20K. I bluffed myself. I looked at spot 2 and I was like, all right, either way, like, I'm either right or I'm going to fuck this one.
Paul originally opened under the gun with a 9-8 offsuit. Actually gets around the Ben in the big. He is going to defend with Queen 7. We have seen Paul and Ben tangling in some pots.
Yeah.
Often.
Little pair for Paul.
He has the betting lead. It's the pre-flop razor from under the gun. Looks like we're going to favor him. That's why we see Ben. Just let it go real quick after Paul throws out a bet. Ben and Paul clashing pretty often. Oh. See if they keep running into each other until there is the final table redraw. When we get down to 9 players, will be a full redraw for the final table. So maybe Ben and Paul finally get away from each other once we get to that final. Until then, I don't think they're dodging one another. Brandon from the button gets to open things up with Ace-10 offsuit. Does make it 22K to go. Then just going to fold from the small, Queen 9. Paul going to give it up with the Jack Tray offsuit from the big.
What's Ace of Clubs? Oh, I didn't know. Which one? You should have been like, I didn't know if it was Ace of Spades.
Thank you.
Action continues here, 5-handed on the feature table of our $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event, part of the WPT series going on. Coming to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, the Jacksonville, the one in Florida, not to be confused with some of those other faker Jacksonvilles we've heard of.
Yep, 450.
Yeah, the wish.com Jacksonville's, if you will.
Oh, it's the wish.com.
Brandon originally opened it up to 27K with the ace-9 offsuit. Nick going to defend his big blind. The 7-6.
Oh, his stack got colored up. I was like, did he win a big pot? Most of his grays got turned into bumblebees. And a 9 in the window, accompanied by a jack and a 10.
Bottom pair for Brandon. Nick with just the dummy end of a straight draw. It's going to be hard for this pot to balloon up too much. We do see Brandon throw out the continuation bet. Nick snap folds. Brandon gets to take down another pot. Brandon chipping up, staying alive with a pretty average middling stack so far. This time, ever since he got the full double up earlier through Nicky, when his flush draw connected, getting it all in on the flop with a flush draw plus overcards against Nicky's overpair, hitting his flush and using it to his advantage ever since. Ben opening things up from late position with a 10-9 offsuit. Paul on the button with a pair. It's the deuces. He's going to put in the call.
Oh, Zach. Ace Jack. I might smell a 3-bet. I don't think he'll let this 20K stand for long.
And Zach off of a 30 big blind stack. Could easily see him put a 3-bet in here. Just a question of what size he wants to go with. Ben and Paul, two of the very, very deep stacked players. Zach not so much, but needing to chip up. Size it just 3-bet shove. Why make it an awkward size? Let's just do the thing. Looks like that's going to get done after Paul thinks about it for half a second. Let's go with his deuces.
Gonna go all in. A little nervous. Feels live again.
Says he feels alive after that shove. Obviously, always a little tempting to get in with a pocket pair if you're Paul. Try to get that knockout.
Players and dealers, blinds and antes are up next hand. Blinds and antes are up. It's going to be 12,000 ante now. 12,000 ante, 6,000 small blind, 12,000 big blind. We will be taking a break in 40 minutes if we're still 10-handed. If we reach 9-handed, that will be an extended break for final table. We also will be coloring up the orange chips at the end of this level.
So there you heard the announcement. Blinds are increasing, as well as the fact that we are 10-handed. The players have a scheduled break in a little while, but if we hit the final table, take a break at that time. In the meantime, Ben opened things up with ace-king suited. Brandon defended out of the blind. 8-6 of diamonds. Flop came down queen, 5 deuce, 2 clubs, and action's going to go check here.
Turns the jack.
And jack of clubs. Would have been more fun to see if it was a diamond if Brandon wanted to start taking control of the hand, but the way it's shaking out, he's just going to check it on over to Ben. Checks it back as well.
Queen of spades, ace high is good for Ben.
And unless Brandon wants to bluff at it, imagine it's going to check here. Is Ben pretty happy to show down nut no pair and ace king high. He does get to take it down with the check back.
All right, button's gonna move, and I guess the outer tables, nothing's really moving around because I'm pretty sure we'd like to see those 3 spots fill up, but until we lose another player, I believe we're right at 10.
Yep, currently sitting at 10 players. Final table will be being played 9-handed. So on the next elimination, see a break in the action to redraw for the final table. See who gets to make it. Who doesn't get to make the cut. Nobody wants to be that bubble boy.
No. Being a bubble boy is no good.
I've added a few little mixes.
He's playing there?
Yeah, full.
He's playing all in or full.
Like one time when
Zach's on the button, believe it or not.
Fortunate fold it was for Zach as Brandon looks down at kings. Maybe he was hoping Zach did open it up. So Brandon's going to have to be the one to drive the action.
He limped with kings.
Does in fact limp with kings. He's trying
That's him knowing exactly how Ben plays, knows of Ben's aggression. He wants to try to trap Ben, and
also does protect future limps. You know, if you limp in now and you get to show down the strength of this hand, then the future, if you can limp in knowing that your opponent might not raise since you previously limp raised him. Might you get to see more speculative hands for free.
What did he make it? What did he make it?
68K to go.
Is that even a legal break?
Yes.
12, 36, yeah, 24K more. It's just such a small raise. Just such a small raise.
Definitely trying to milk Ben for as much as he can here. Brandon sitting with a little over 30 big blinds heading to this flop. He's trying to juice up the pot and get it in, and well.
Oh, Lord.
Perfect situation for him here as it comes down Jack 7-5 rainbow. So Ben sitting here with top pair. May not be able to get away for it if Brandon keeps sizing it correctly. We see Brandon continue with a 50K bet, which is about 1/3 pot. Might be real tempting for Ben to put in a raise, as he doesn't want to see a queen, king, or ace come off on the turn, killing its action. As played, given the fact that Brandon limp raised, Ben's just going to call. And now board pairing 7 of spades. Great card for Brandon. Now his 2 pair can't be counterfeited should Ben hit a 10 on the river. Only thing it really brings in is a second spade on board. Brandon holding the king of spades, has some removal. So some of the draws. Setting that out.
Oh, that's where I know him. As soon as he cut the chips, now I remember.
Does size up a little bit here, making it 115K. A little bit closer to a half pot size bet. It's a third of his chip stack. With that size, Ben might think there's a chance Brandon's betting it to be able to fold and move on with 20 big blinds still behind, just in case it's a bluff. Showing a lot of strength, though, given the pre-flop action. Tough spot for Ben. Not anything he can do other than put in the call. With almost $500,000 in chips in the middle, we are off to a river.
Is that a 10?
And it does come down to 10 of diamonds.
Oh my God.
So Brandon most likely going to get the full double up here.
Oh my God.
He goes all in. Ben snap calls. And just like that, Brandon's up to almost $1 million in chips himself.
Oh my God. What a disastrous river card.
Sick river. Ben going nowhere. Just immediately
Nasty,
calls.
nasty
Has to put in the call.
This is all from the limp. The limp 3-bet.
Well, we saw him vary his play with the limp. Brandon previously was usually playing pretty face up, pretty aggressive, you know, kind of what you would expect a standard play, and now mixing in that one limp and then the domino effect from there.
Set him up, and the river card was...
Got a very fortunate flop, turn, and river to do so. Put him in the position to go for the full double. Something a lot of players won't do. You know, it's taking the high variance approach, going for the full double up. Maybe you don't want to play as risky, getting worried about bubbling a final table, but Brandon, aware of Ben's play and the situation, takes that approach and gets rewarded for it. Full double up. Now going to be among the chip leaders as we head closer to the final table.
Nice hand there from Brandon. Wow.
Huge for Brandon, as we see a couple of Brandon fans popping up in Facebook, and Mark and Hunter, it looks like. Maybe a couple of Brandon's hometown friends tuning in, rooting him on. Action back on Ben. Let's see how he recuperates. Limping in with Queen 5 suited. Paul checking his option at 7-4.
Don't get a piece.
Ace, tray, flop. Nothing for either player, and actually it's just going to go check. Off to an 8 of diamonds on the turn, so Ben does add a flush draw. Good card for him to maybe take the lead here. Does lead out, Paul lets it go, and I said something about Brandon having some fans on Facebook. 2 more, 3 more, bunch of them popping up now. A lot of Brandon Mueller fans over in Facebook. Wonder how many of you guys are tuning in from Pennsylvania, rooting on your boy. Just saw him making epic play, a big double up. Poised to make a run as we near the final table. 10 players remaining. It's kind of just waiting in the weeds, hanging out with the middling stack, and then just well-timed to make a move. Found the full double. Zach's turn to open things up here. He makes it 25K to go. The ace-10 offsuit. Ben with the exact same hand and the jack-10 offsuit on the button now. Same hand and I believe same suits that he just doubled up Brandon with not too long ago. See if he can avoid trouble this time around as he puts in the call. It will be just him and Zach heads up to the flop. Flop does come down. 80K in the middle. We're seeing Zach put out a continuation bet. Firing out the same 25K size, same amount as the flop, the pre-flop 3-bet. Ben just with jack high. Weighing his options though, as he does hold the 10 of spades. And now 7 of diamonds on the turn, so Ben called with just jack high on the flop, turns a gut shot straight draw. Last time this happened, he went for a big bluff against an opponent. See if that's what he likes to do here after Zach checks it over to him. At the same time, this board does favor a button caller's range more so than the pre-flop opener. Now 7 of spades, river. If there's ever a card that Ben may have been looking for to start bluffing on.
I was already ready to get to the next hand. I didn't realize
front door
that.
flush coming in.
Didn't realize that
Ben might try to rep that spade flush here.
He does have the 10 of spades in his hand. Ooh, it rolled his ankle.
Now Ben does use this river card to bluff, fired out 90K. Knows his jack high is no good, trying to steal it away. Zach weighing his options with the ace high though. Knows that Ben is really good at putting pressure on his opponents. Zach with that 27 big blind stack. Perfect chip stack size for a person like Ben to push around. Zach trying to figure out if his ace high is good. And he puts in the call. Sick call by Zach there. Wow.
That boy's good.
That was an amazing call.
Yeah,
really
boy,
assessed the situation. He knows that I know the leveling war that takes place. Zach just sniffs it out, puts in the ballsy call. They're just ace high. Not even holding the ace of spades, blocking the flush draw of any kind. Just read the situation for what it was. At the same time, not a bad play by Ben. Obviously put in a lot of pressure. Good to do so as we get close to the final table. A lot of players will start playing a little bit more cautious. We're sitting here with 10 players remaining. Pay jumps at every elimination once we hit 9. And definitely a little frustrated with this sequence of events. Still though, hanging out with 70 big blinds after doubling up one player and getting a bluff picked off by another. Plenty of room to recuperate if you can just let go of the past.
Yep.
Now we saw Nick open it up from the small blind with king deuce. Zach going to defend his big with the king 4. Both players a little over 40 big blinds deep.
Yeah, and Zach now is feeling really good. There's not a better feeling this deep, and what's at stake to make the correct call with ace high there and be right. So he's going to be feeling himself here for the remainder of this tournament.
Definitely so. You can go with your read and put everything else aside. It's a beautiful feeling.
Good instinct.
You're on a featured table. Everybody can see your hole cards. The lights are on. Close to the final table. It's,
oh, Ben's gone. That's it.
he quit.
Here, take it. Take the chips.
Oh, he's back. He's back, Adonis. Ben has come back. He's no quitter.
Zach and Kurt, we should start a frat.
Everybody on this table very well versed in the game. A lot of solid players left in this field, including the other table. We haven't seen a few of them yet. We've got some familiar faces on the outer table that will be making their way when we go to the final. It'll be a pretty experienced, studded final table here for our WPT event number 6, $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty. After Ben opened it up with Ace King, Zach let go the King 10. Brandon, the old 5 Dewey, just gonna have to let it go out of the big, can't defend. And just like that, Ben's not gone, he is back. Ace King taking it down, uncontested there, probably wanted some action. He probably would have tried to take advantage of the dynamic that he looks tilted at this moment. But imagine he's less tilted than he's leading on. Ben, a very, very accomplished player. We've seen him take down a couple of championships here at Best Bet. Knows how to close these final tables out, just like most players that remain in this event. Now we do have 25K open. They announced the raise to 25,000. After Paul let go of his under the gun hand.
Ooh, he's thinking about something. There it is. That's what he's
Looks
thinking
like
about.
a 3-bet's incoming. These two have not clashed nearly whatsoever. It's going to be interesting to see what they're holding after we see Ben let it go.
He has like 10 jacks. So I'm good.
Which one's he in this scenario? The 3-bet?
Yeah, the 3-bet.
Okay. Going to be exciting to see it. Adonis has been right about 10% of the time tonight. Let's try to get that up to 12%.
I'm trying to get up the ladder, man. I want to ladder up. Now the defend here is interesting. If he's defending suited hands, Jack 10 suited, King Queen suited.
They are off to a heads-up flop. We currently don't know what either player is holding. In a 3-bet pot. Going to be fun to watch along. Has been checked over. Let's see if a continuation bet is in order. Looks like it is. Firing out 75K on the C-bet.
10 jacks? What are his bluffs, right? Like suited hands? What was it flop? 9-7.
We are 5-handed here.
Oh, damn.
Could see a pretty wide.
I give up, Mike.
Now
Mike,
check
Mike, I
raise
don't
being
know.
assembled.
Mike, I don't know. I give up. Done.
Big check raise comes in and there is a snap fold.
I really want to
Snap
know
fold.
now. You know what?
Adonis is running out of the booth. He's going to go beg and borrow everything he can to try to get these guys, tell them what they had in that hand, just to prove himself wrong for some reason. As played, we do see a good chunk of chips. Gets shifted in that hand. Another 3-bet pot. As chips shuffle around the table, everybody kind of jockeying for position as we get closer and closer to that final. 10 players left. Much nicer to go into the final table on the bigger chip side of things as opposed to the short stack. One of the people that have been emerging recently is Brandon, here on the button with ace-4 clubs. He's going to try to continue the trend of accumulation, raising things up. Makes it 26K to go. Ben just going to get out there with the 8-5 of diamonds. Paul can't defend with the queen tray. So Brandon's going to take that pot down uncontested. Just shy of $1 million in chips in front of Brandon at this time. Closing in on the 100 big blind mark. Gotta be loving it. Brandon came into the day as one of the shorter stacks in the field. He resumed day 2 with 37 players, and Brandon had less than half the average chip stack when we started the day. So to get to this point, pretty dreamy. Now he's just gonna try to close out that dream and take home the championship trophy. As he's back at it again, raising it up with the ace-8 of diamonds. Again, 26K to go. Action swings around to the big blind. Nick just going to have to fold. Again, a player wakes up with queen tray in the big blind. All for Brandon's open.
We got information. Not from Nick, but we did get information from Zach. You won't believe what he had.
I wouldn't believe you anyway if you say that you're right.
9-7 deuce. I said what, ace king, tens, jacks?
You said a lot of hands.
He had ace 4 offsuit.
Ah, you were close.
Oh, I wasn't.
And just like that, Adonis.
The percentage goes down.
Rumbling down to like 9% correct on the day.
He was like, yeah, I was just trying to make a move there. I'm like, okay.
25.
Now Ben's turn to open things up with ace-9. His turn with a suited ace. We just saw Brandon with back-to-back suited aces raise and take. Ben this time around. Caddy Mix in the chat saying, wonder what kind of scores these guys had previously. They all seem pretty comfortable. Yeah, this is a pretty good who's who of players that we're seeing so far on the feature table. Even previous to now, the first feature table was a lot of familiar faces, a lot of experience. I think if you've watched our live stream or are familiar with Best Bet in general, you know Ben there in the 3 seat had a lot of deep runs recently, including a championship win. Crypto Paul there in the 4th seat. We saw him on the final table of this exact same event, the last series we ran it, $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event. Meanwhile, Ben and Paul, those two aforementioned players, heads up, both holding Queen Jack, going to a 9-high flop. So it's going to be who wants to bluff at it the most.
I would assume it would be Ben, but looks like Paul is going to make me eat my words.
Got him.
And once again, 9% now goes down to 8%.
Did see Paul lead out 435K. Ben just going to let it go. Easy game. Stacking those chips. Paul's Queen Jack gets a drag in the pot even though they were holding the same hand.
It's always a good feeling.
Back in it now. We're going to see one by one, everybody lets it go. Action gets around to Zach. He's just going to have to fold his button. 40 big blind stack, Jack 7 offsuit. Can't quite make a move yet. After Brandon limps in, we see Ben just check it back. Similar we were talking about earlier with that King's limp. Now Brandon gets to limp in with a speculative hand and King 7 of diamonds. Very playable. And he's happy to just have Ben check behind. Ben not going to step out after Brandon's last limp raise with pocket kings.
No, he doesn't want to step into it again. He knows that very well could happen. Here we go.
Just like that, action just continues to check through. Brandon's king high, gets to take it down. Another pot going Brandon's way as he continues to chip up. Once he built that first double up momentum, kind of never looked back. Folds all the way around to Ben. It's going to be Ben versus Paul in the blinds yet again.
Blind versus blind action, and he's just going to look to call. Paul looks down at 9 deuce. Not that much better. And we'll complete. We'll head heads up here to a flop. 6 straight deuce. So a flopped straight for Ben. Just goes ahead and flops the nuts.
Easy game. Now
Wow,
9 on the turn for Paul.
2 pair for Paul. This is disaster.
And these guys have run into each other time and time again.
And this time,
blind versus blind.
Paul. Hopefully I didn't speak too soon. Let's see if that 9 or deuce falls on the river for Paul. It does not. Inconsequential 10. I wonder if Ben will check the ball and allow Paul to bet it here. You take the risk of him checking it back. Paul's looking on. He's staring in his direction.
75.
Ben gonna bet for value. 75K is the price near full pot. Paul just calls, doesn't put in the raise. Good just call by Paul there. But again, Ben recollecting himself over $1 million in chips now.
And got the max. Got the absolute max there. Almost full pot on the river and got a call.
Big pot going Ben's way. Kind of much needed, at least for more your feelings of the situation. We saw him lose a couple of big wins. He got a bluff picked off not too long ago in a pretty big spot. It's easy to start getting down on yourself, but Ben recollects himself, gets right back at it.
Minus you giving the 50,000 payout.
Action on Brandon now. 6-4 of hearts. Gonna raise things up.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. I don't even know what it was I heard. The guy with the moon rock. The guy with the skull.
I'll tell that story.
The legend of the moon rock. Could 3-bet, could call. We're going to see what Paul wants to do with it here.
Looks like he's leaning towards 3-bet. I think he's going to make it 87,000? Or sorry, 86,000?
Runs it up to like 200. This guy sits down right next to him with 1
Big 3-bet. Brandon's just going to let it go. Not tempted to play the hand in position with 6-4 of hearts. Hasn't had too much resistance to this point, so you don't have to feel as though they're battling you light. Just let it go.
Grabs his backpack right there and pulls out like giant rocks. He's like, no, like, it's a lifestyle. So many rocks. And then the one guy's like, yeah, I even put these in the moon, like, to help him go. And the guy next to me just goes, yeah, like dead face. And I thought it was so funny. It was so funny. So that's how I like saying that.
Legend of the moon rocks lives on.
Ooh, Nick here.
Been a lot of moon rock stories.
Trying to extend, or rather increase this 46 big blinds here with ace queen does limp. Trying to set up Zach. Zach does not take the bait. Now Nick here might be kicking himself for not raising pre-flop on a king 9-4 a rainbow board.
He has less than 200K. Short stack over there.
But that turn card does provide some help for Nick. He might have thought he was behind. He's definitely ahead now. That coveted ace on the turn never looked so beautiful. And of course, with that ace, he'll now be betting. It's like, what, 16,000?
Zach not going to make a move, just lets it go. Nick gets to drag this pot down.
He looks at me and goes, get it done, Ben. I'm like,
They all seem very comfortable. Zach seems very comfortable. Brandon as well. Nick's just kind of chilling out. And Ben, yeah, they definitely all have had some pretty major scores.
like 200. Your turn. 30 raise.
Open things up, gets around to Brandon's ace queen of clubs in the big blind.
Here comes a 3-bet.
We saw Paul just 3-bet Brandon a few hands ago. Might be Brandon's turn to put in the 3-bet over Paul's open. Instead, he's going to under-rep the strength of his hand by just putting in the call. Brandon and Paul heads up to an ace 7-5 flop. Both players flopping a pair here. Brandon's just going to check it over. Easy to assume Paul's going to throw out a c-bet, flopping a pair, and it's an ace-high board, and he was the pre-flop raiser. Looks like Brandon just defended out of the big blind. We can
There
see
you go.
Brandon's a
There's
lot
that c-bet
stronger.
there from Paul.
The casual, little 30K. About 1/3 pot size bet. Now Brandon reaching for chips, bringing a check raise.
He likes that move.
Does make it 72,000. Makes a lot of sense. If Paul had a, ace 8 through ace jack, you're going to start getting a lot of value by bumping the size of the pot up now. Given the fact that he has a 7 in his hand, Paul's just going to let it go. Holding the king of spades for Paul is pretty important there. He knows that Brandon's not holding the nut flush draw as well. Just one less combination of bluffs that he has.
We did, right? I don't know if you that first shot. That first shot would look so funny. We actually did that. You guys crammed over there and then pan over the So you still have the bunker to return.
So it sounds like we have a player who is eliminated on the outer table, which means we are down to our final 9. My play is stopping right now. So the players are going to head to a break to recollect heading to the final. We are going to take a break as well, and we'll be back at it here shortly for the final table of this event. 7 p.m. restart. Anybody that wants to tune back in or stay with us, 7 p.m. is going to be our restart time for this WPT event, number 6 at Best Bet Jacksonville.
See you.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is, what you guys get situated and stuff,